The year 2020. The existence of the human race is once again threatened. The so-called unidentified code penetrates into digital devices with the aim of engendering in the human mind a single thought: to kill, to mercilessly destroy everyone in the vicinity. The only chance to resist this scourge is to defeat the code on its own field, for the sake of which a team of oddball guys was assembled. Will this dashing company be able to give a worthy rebuff to the enemy, and on whose side will be the victory? You can hear the loud stomping of feet. Clearly someone's running somewhere. This guy is clearly not running to the shop for bread, but as if he's running away from someone. He sees a door open in the building as if to save his life. He breaks through that door, which had steps and pitch blackness. It's as if he had no choice, and he decides to go down there. As he carelessly steps onto the stairs, he slips as if on ice. The boy screams in pain and goes flying down. Reaching the end of the steps, he takes a not-so-gentle landing on the floor. Lifting his head, he directs his gaze to the entrance. There was a man standing at the top, and because of the bright light, you couldn't see his face, only his silhouette. Lifting up a little, the guy stretches out his hand towards the entrance, and he realizes perfectly well who was following him. He made a brush of his hand as if he were holding a gun in his hand. In a split second, a glow in the shape of a brightly colored gun begins to appear in his hand. Seconds after the glow, a gun appears. Pressing the trigger with his finger, he hears only clicks, as if the gun was without ammunition. No matter how hard he tries to pull, the gun never fires a single shot. The man standing on top of him tells him he's stupid and points out that he has a gun without a muzzle. The man turns the gun towards him in surprise and sees that it is in fact without a muzzle. The man above with a smile on his face tells him that he was hoping to have some fun playing with him, but something has disappointed him. Extending his left arm out to the side, straightening his palm, a similarly blue glow in the shape of a machine gun begins to appear in his hand. And then he gives the guy a choice of whether he wants to die quickly and painlessly or slowly and painfully. The guy downstairs clearly doesn't like it, calling him a crazy hustler. Before he can say anything, a shot rings out and the guy has a bullet hole in his right ear. The guy with the machine gun in his hand taunts him that he is in pain after being hit in the ear. Another shot is fired and this time the guy's knee is blown out. The shooter from above continues to taunt him and calls him a cockroach without legs, while he's writhing in pain. Shooter takes his time getting down on him. The shooter again stretches his arm out to the side and the automatic disappears as it appeared. But in its place, a katana sword appears in his hand. Without any further words or hesitation, the archer plunges his sword straight into his chest. A sea of blood and loud screams of pain and one last look at the killer, for this is what he saw for the last time. The gunman wished him dead and called his name at the last, Unphil. With a swing, he blows the guy's head off. And the head goes flying like a football on a football field. With a terribly loud scream, the guy jumps up on the bed, because everything that happened was just a dream. Sitting on the bed, breathing heavily, he struggled to get away from the terrible dream. It was so clear, as if it was happening to him in reality. He turns at the creak of the door to his room opening and sees his mother standing on the doorstep. His mother asked him why Phil was screaming. He answered her that he was having a stupid dream. Mum tells him to hurry up or the breakfast she has made him will just get cold. Heading to the bathroom, Phil tells his mother that he doesn't want to eat yet and mistakenly calls her auntie. Realizing he said the wrong thing, he corrects himself and calls her mum. Opening the cold water tap, Phil washes his face, trying to wake up and move away from the terrible dream. Phil freezes in front of the mirror with thoughts of what he dreamed. He knows he dreamed something creepy, but he doesn't remember anything, and the shaking from the dream is still there. Now we're going to meet the main character. His name is Phil, and he's a very ordinary person. He's wearing a red jacket from last year's fashion. It's not too expensive, but it's not cheap either. He goes to a very ordinary school. Actually, he had no choice as such. He thinks that he probably didn't have enough brains for more, although he didn't even try to get above average. Average health, you've probably got that right, haven't you? Not that he's blooming, but he's not dying. A schoolyard, a wooden gazebo. There's a girl sitting at a table, leaning on her arm. Meet Soo-yeon, Phil's girlfriend. Naturally, Phil sits across from her. They like to have lunch together. Soo-yeon tells him that Phil is making excuses again. Phil looks at her with a question on his face. He doesn't know what she means. She's puzzled when he realizes that to fail, you have to at least start doing something instead of sitting on your arse, thinking he's bound to fail. She feels like he's stuck on these self-justifications. She calls him a masochist. At a neighboring table, a guy didn't like the word masochist and asked indignantly about it, thinking that perhaps he had heard it. She, squirming at his indignation, said that who is talking about what, and that this everywhere dirty subtext is imagined. Suddenly a boy intervenes in the colorful dialogue between Phil and his girlfriend. With a satisfied face, he tells them to forget about that guy and look at his cool virtual glasses from Sonax. He spent all his pocket money he's been collecting all month on them. Soo-young's girlfriend waves him off, knowing that it was a hint from him that she and Phil should feed him free lunches. Soo-young calls him a DG file and asks him to leave them alone. Meanwhile, Phil stares at his phone with a strange, pensive look. The kid was excitedly marveling at the breakthrough moment in history, that numbers had triumphed over mankind. By the way, the guy in virtual glasses is called Ha-Il-Soo, the pioneer. Another voice came from the background, approaching Phil and his friends. His footsteps came closer and closer. As he got closer, stopping, he wasn't surprised by the scene in the gazebo. He saw that the losers were gathered as usual. Meet Kimbo, leader of the Mutu clan. Calling them losers, he added that he hadn't seen them in a while. Soo-young resented his insults and firmly stated that she wasn't a loser. The guy sitting next to him, who is always dissatisfied with something, decides to sneak out when he suddenly remembers that he forgot to turn off the iron at home. But he can't get away. Kimbo puts his arm round him and asks him where he's pointed his skis. He tells him not to be afraid of him. Kimbo won't chase him for bread. Phil asks him how they did on their suspension from school. Kimbo says that Phil never fails to please with his droopy face. Phil tells him with interest that he heard Kimbo had a showdown with the ringleader from High School 10 today. Kimbo says he blew off the meeting by saying that he introduced himself to God yesterday. Phil and Soo-young are stunned by what they hear. Kimbo has no idea how it happened. People said it looked like he suffocated. His folks came home from work and there was his son's corpse in the living room. But the weird thing is, there was no sign of forced entry, and there were no strangulation marks on his neck, nothing at all. Phil asked how his health had been. Kimbo heard that he didn't seem to be complaining. Waving his arms around, Kimbo was indignant. Why did he have to be so afraid? He wouldn't have left a mark on him. Kimbo thought it would be funny, saying that he had watched Princess Sophia before he died. After liking Kimbo's idiotic joke on the dead men, she said he would have made a divine supervillain. Kimbo, angry at the girl, lashes out at her, grabbing her by the clothes, and if she wasn't a girl, he'd beat the crap out of her. Soo-young was not the least bit afraid of him and dared to tell him to his face that if he wasn't a student, he'd be in jail right now. While they were exchanging pleasantries with each other, Phil was on the sidelines looking up information on his phone. You could see by the look on his face that Phil had found something interesting. He found a news item about a murder at Dongsan Underground Station. In the news photo he saw the familiar face of the guy who was being put into the police car. A gray room, a dimly lit lamp in the middle, the same guy from the news sat at a long table shaking with fear. It was an interrogation room. In the next room, behind the glass, were the cops. One cop was lighting up a cigarette and resenting the guy for not remembering anything. How can you have a bloodbath and not remember anything afterwards? The girl cop says the guy passed every possible lie detector test. No traces of drugs in his blood, no mental health problems according to the tests. Sounds like he's got nothing to go on. He's a regular working man taking care of his single mom. The second cop says to her in response that ordinary laborers do not tear people up like a dog tears up a newspaper. The woman saw no need to beat the guy, and now he has a dislocated jaw and 2 teeth knocked out. He doesn't remember anything except talking to his mother. The man asks her to believe him. He's trying to fool everyone. Suddenly, another person walks into their room and assures them that the guy is innocent. Out of surprise, the cop's cigarette falls out of his mouth. The unidentified man moves towards the glass. The cops don't even have time to ask anything. Resting his hand against the glass, the man whose identity was unknown stares intently at the guy sitting at the table in the interrogation room. Alcohol, mental illness, drugs, you won't find any of that here, he says. This is a scarier situation. From this moment on, the suspect is under their jurisdiction. At this time, unknown persons enter the room. These unknowns take one cop by the arms and lead him out of the room. The other tries to stop them, pointing out that this is a police station and they are strangers. And who gave them the right to behave like this? An unknown guy in glasses advises the cop that if he doesn't want to get caught in the crosshairs, he'd better cooperate with them. 2 guys in jackets grab a guy from the interrogation room and drag him out. The guy is screaming at the top of his lungs that it's not his fault, he didn't do anything. A man in a long coat and black glasses appears in front of the guy. He looks like he's from the film Men in Black. He explains to the guy that there's only 2 ways out for people faced with the code. The man in black asks the guy if he's seen The Matrix. Morpheus, played by Lawrence Fishburne, says something like this to Neo. He shows the guy 2 pills, one red and one blue, then he presses the pills with his fingers and tells the guy that they give him the right to choose which one to lean towards. Throwing the pills on the floor, the man tells him 2 options. Either the guy dies right there in the police station or he goes up against an unidentified code. The action moves to the schoolyard. Soo-young and the guy who was startled by Kimbo, who suddenly remembered that the iron at home had not been turned off, are talking in the gazebo. Soo-young asks him about Phil, why he's so obsessed with normality. He should know, they're old friends from childhood. It's obvious he doesn't want to talk about philosophy. The guy doesn't like to talk about himself much. I can understand that, though. You know, he was a rich kid when he was a kid. Soo-young admits that this is the first time he's heard about it. Yes, his father was a successful businessman, but in a flash, it all went down the drain. He had to face the dark side of life. People who were always ready to support him in any situation turned their backs on him in a moment. Someone who's been through heaven and hell can no longer live as he did before. He'll either have to start winning his place in the sun again, or else he'll try to live discreetly, without getting into trouble. Slamming the door, Phil went into his house. His mother hadn't expected him to be home from school so early. She thought maybe classes had been cancelled. Without saying a word, Phil slams the door shut in his room. Without leaving the room, Phil asks his mother to sit down to lunch without him. He had no desire to eat lunch. His mother was waiting for him and she prepared his favorite dish, pork cutlets. Phil does not change into his home clothes and quickly sits down at the computer. After his father went bankrupt and committed suicide, he decided to live a quiet life. His stepmother takes care of him even after his father's death. Sometimes they don't speak a word in a day. He feels that there is nothing he can do about it, because he has no place in this house. Phil gets a message on his monitor. The message says that a player is sending him a 150th challenge and he must accept or reject the message. Phil resents that this player can't stop calling him all the time. Phil presses the accept button, puts on his virtual glasses and joins the game. Upon loading into the game, Phil appears as a character that he had a scary dream about not too long ago. Against him was a character who was about 3 times smaller than him and looked like a doll that had been sewn together from multiple pieces of cloth. The characters exchange sharp phrases before the battle begins. The game prompts the characters to choose a map to battle on. The doll, straight out of a horror film, chooses a quarry. Phil's character replies that he has good taste. After loading the map, the command to battle is given. Each player had the right to choose only one card from the deck before the fight began. The cards depicted weapons of various kinds and flavors. Phil chose the Blade of the Ifrit card. After receiving the blade in his hand, Phil's character goes on the attack. His opponent is dealt a card with a hammer. It was the Hammer of Poseidon, a unique card. This hammer was not of real size. With such a weapon, the puppet was sure of his victory. Phil has always had a trump card up his sleeve. Instead of one card, he pulled out 2. Losing his vigilance, the puppet misses a crushing blow, which naturally kills him, and all the laurels go to Phil's character. After another victory, the guy gets bored with the game. Taking off his glasses, he wonders if he should go out to eat. Creaking the door, Phil heads to the kitchen in search of food. Coming to the table, he sees the food that his mom was cooking for him. Lifting the lid, the boy realizes that the food has gone completely cold. Suddenly alerting his ears and eyes, Phil heard someone else enter the room. In the dark part of the kitchen, he saw his stepmother standing there, holding something in her hand behind her back. When he told her he had come to eat, all he heard in response was silence. The only thing visible from the darkness were her red, bloodshot eyes. Not quite sure what was going on, he tried to see if she was all right. While Phil was in his room, his stepmother, after eating dinner, was lying on her bed reading a book and listening to music. He tried to call out to her again, but he heard no word in reply. The clomping of men's expensive shoes can be heard down the dark corridor. Men in black appeared on the horizon. They approach a metal door, armored and guarded by 2 guards. The main one of them confirms with the guards whether the 17-year-old boy is here and why he is behind this door. To which one of the guards replies that this guy has killed 15 people. The headman is not surprised by this, because this guy could have a powerful code. To which the guard replies that it wasn't really a code. The chief was very surprised and asked him to open the cell doors for him. When he entered the cell, the chief couldn't believe that this kid had killed 15 people, and even without a code. The chief was impressed. Turning to the boy, he told him that no one could compare to him. He was the only one so exceptional. By the way, let's meet him. His name is Sung Chi. Back with you to the events of Phil and his stepmother. There is a trail of blood on the floor of the flat, and somewhere you can hear shaking breaths of fear and pain. Phil was holding his left shoulder with his hand, with a gash in it and blood pouring from it. Sliding down the door to the floor, breathing heavily, and in his left hand he held a bloody knife. He had caught a huge shock and didn't realize what had just happened in his flat. Phil locked himself in his room as at that moment he received a message on his computer. The message was sent to him by his classmate Ha-Il Soo. In the message, the classmate asks what Phil is doing now. With his hand on his knee, Phil struggles to stand up. He moves his chair over and sits down at his computer. He starts tapping on the keyboard, typing to send a reply to a classmate's message. Phil feels a terrible pain in his shoulder, but still types it and presses send. Realizing the horror of what has happened, Phil slides to the floor and kneels down. On the other side of the screen, Phil's classmate receives his reply. After reading the message, Ha-Il Soo is speechless. The message said that Phil killed his mom. Phil passes out from losing a lot of blood. The morning at Phil's school started with news. The reason for this terrible news was the long tongue of his classmate with whom Phil had shared the night of his mother's murder. As Kimbo walks by, he overhears Ha-Il-Soo sharing the news with another classmate. Kimbo grabs him by the scruff of his neck and tries to beat the truth out of him. Kimbo asks him why he called the cops and what kind of friend is he after that. Ha-Il-Soo justifies himself to him and says he had no choice. In his fear, Ha-Il-Soo doubted that Kimbo would have done anything differently in this situation. Phil is his friend and he just had to do it. Kimbo got angry at him and he punches Il-Soo in the face, knocking his glasses off Il-Soo's face. Soo-Yun intervenes in their fight and stops Kimbo and tells him that Il-Soo was right and to stop hitting him. Kimbo tells her that her boyfriend is in jail for murder and she acts like nothing happened. Kimbo doesn't think this is normal. Soo-Young doesn't want to hear manly morals about friendship from a man who raises his hand against his own. Calling them four-eyed losers, Kimbo leaves the group. Soo-Young rushes over to Il-Soo to ask him if he's okay. They want to know what has gotten into Phil to do such a thing. The roar of the engine, the noise of the spinning wheel, a black minibus speeding down the motorway. Two policemen sit in the van, relaxed and talking about the prisoners they're transporting. The driver of the van had no idea they were under 19. One had killed 15 people, he was considered the youngest serial killer in the country, and the other had killed his own mother. Phil is sitting in the van sobbing, unable to calm down, and the other one is starting to get tense. Turning to him, he asks Phil to shut up, or he will not be able to take care of himself. Phil takes a closer look at the guy and recognizes him as the man who killed him in his sleep, leaving Phil's body without a head. It was Sung Chi-yu, the youngest serial killer in the country. Phil looked at him and let out a gasp of air with fear. Suddenly, Sung Chi-yu starts laughing loudly and says that it was just such a joke. He apologizes wildly to the guy and asks him not to be afraid. Phil's indignation makes him wonder what kind of weirdo he's got. The black van arrived at the location where there was a large metal gate and on the sides stood guards with guns in their hands. Stopping near the checkpoint, the policeman from the van adjusts his cap with his hand and greets the guard. At the same moment the guard asks them to wait for a while to check their level of access to the territory. The guard at the checkpoint takes the documents and checks the photo against the face of the policeman in the van. After verifying the authenticity of the authorization documents, the guard tells them that everything is in order and they can enter the territory. The black van smoothly pulls up to the main entrance of the building and slowly comes to a stop. Without much positivity in his voice, Sung Chi tells Phil that they've arrived at the site. Sung Chi asks Phil if he talked to the men in black. Phil makes a surprised face as if he doesn't know what he's talking about. Sung Chi is very surprised that the film doesn't know anything about them. With a little fear in his eyes, Phil thought to himself that he didn't know who these murky peppers were. He thought they must be some kind of government bureaucrats. Sung Chi tells Phil that they're about to start up again. Phil asks him in confusion what he means by turning up the music. Sung Chi tells him that they only ask two choice questions: will you die here or will you go against an unidentified code? When Sung Chi was at the interrogation table, a man in black and black glasses sat in the room in front of him and the man in black asked him, will he fight them? After the questions, there was a moment of silence in the room. Sung Chi asks the man in black what the unidentified code is. The man puts his hands on the table and starts his story about the unidentified code. More than 5 years have passed since that day. A small incident in the United States changed everything. Out of nowhere, a nuclear-powered intercontinental ballistic missile launched unaided. The countdown began, and everyone thought they were on the brink of World War III. But at the very last moment, time stopped. There was only 1 second left. It was a bit of a practical joke. At that moment, the country's chief secretary was barely recovered from a heart attack. The man in black says that the incident was organized by unknown people. Phil was very surprised because he had not heard about it before, to which the man in black replied that it was confidential information. It was the most secure system on the planet. The US nuclear missile system had been hacked, and the employee who was working on the defense system at the time had discovered a strange file on his laptop. Out of ignorance or carelessness, the employee clicked on this file. After clicking on the file, something strange began to happen to the employee. The sound made the staff member grind his teeth and his pulse quicken a lot. At first they thought it was just random interference, but there was a sequence to it. The best acousticians and cryptographers in the world came together to decide, after a year of painstaking work, that the sound in this file was Morse code. The transcription was, "You people have to stop." Phil sat listening and replayed the phrase in his head several times. With a bright laugh after the story, Sung Chi said that the men in black and an eye did not blink such heresy on his ears. Sung Chi assured Phil that they were a bunch of crooks who were trying to get him involved in some strange game. Sung Chi is still not going to dance to their tune, and he warns Phil to be on his guard. Laughing at these words, Sung Chi says that after that phrase, "You people should stop," he was just sick to his stomach. Sung Chi asked Phil to guess what the men in black asked him next, and warned him to be careful or he'd die laughing. and the men in black asked him if he believed in aliens. He went on to explain that the unidentified code is an ultramodern development of UFOs many times ahead of our technology. Starting in the States and all over the world, inexplicable and mysterious things began to happen. Phil's nervously rubbing his fingers together. Phil tells the men in black that they think his stepmother is a victim of some unknown thing. That's right, says the men in black, and in some unfathomable way the code affects consciousness and people lose their minds. Phil says it was self-defense and he's innocent, and he asks the men in black to let him go home. But unfortunately, he hears back that they can't let him go. The man in black, not hearing a concrete answer for himself, he decides to Phil to repeat the question again. Would he like to die here, or would he go against the unidentified code and fight with them? The guys end up back in the van. Phil asks Sung-Chi what he said to the question the man in black asked him. Without a moment's hesitation, Sung-Chi replies that he just wants to die. At the same time, Phil answered the men the same question as Sung-Chi. Phil's answer made the men in black think that he had heard a similar answer before. The men asked if it was by any chance Sung-Chi who told him to say that. Phil shouts back, yes. He says that they must be under the government and that he is not a fool, and realizes that they can't kill him so easily and that they won't get away with it. Phil flatly refuses to get involved in this mess with them. The man stands up, pulls back his chair and walks slowly towards Phil. As the man approaches Phil, he tries to make him realize that his mother died because of this code and that it is not a good reason. Phil is immediately flooded with memories. He remembered the moment he was attacked by his stepmother with a knife in his hands. How he had grabbed her arms and tried to snatch the knife from her. He didn't succeed the first time, but then he managed to wrestle the knife from her with his right hand. Phil distinctly remembered the look in her eyes, those red eyes, and the terrible, frantic scream, as if it were not her. Losing the knife, she opened her mouth and tried to pounce on Phil to bite him. Not being able to resist her impulse, the two of them fall to the floor, and at that moment she manages to bite him. Phil tried for a long time to hold her with his hands so she wouldn't bite him again. He vividly remembers that look, the bloody mouth, all her teeth completely covered in his blood. Coming back to reality, Phil says she's not my own. Phil notices the knife lying on the side of the car, trying hard to get away. He punches her in the face, breaks free of her and rushes straight for the knife, grabbing it in his hands. The agent in black asked Phil why he was crying. Phil falls back into his memories. He remembers his stepmother running towards him clutching a knife tightly in his hand, and as she approached him, the knife plunged straight into her body. Sobbing, Phil blames himself for her death. He says it was him who killed her, not some strange code. The agent told him again that it wasn't him who killed his stepmother, it was the code. People used to believe that aliens would come in their saucers, shoot everyone with lasers and destroy the Earth. Or on the contrary, believe that the aliens will come out of the Earth's core, sizzle everyone from blasters. And the most interesting hypothesis was aliens stealing our bodies and living with humans side by side. But in these theories there is not a single sense. People are now concerned only with one question: whether technology will enslave mankind, and there is no definite answer to it. But it is absolutely clear that the one who will take the technology under his control will easily fix himself and the whole Earth. The agent turns to Phil and says that they still haven't figured out what exactly happens with digital signals and how they can lead mankind to extinction. But they can fight back against the code, and tosses a red and blue pill on Phil's desk. The agent tells Phil that Sung-Chi was right, that they won't kill him, but, however, he has to make a choice. The agent in black explains to Phil that if he chooses the blue pill, they will erase his memory and he can forget everything that happened up to that point. Except that brain surgery is only successful 47.5% of the time. In other words, there's a good chance he won't survive it, and if he does, he'll spend the rest of his life in juvie. Phil said, indignantly, that they promised they wouldn't kill. The agent replies by telling him that no one had ruled out accidents. Phil is very angry with the agent. The agent tells him not to listen to Sung-Chi, because he's just playing with you. The agent takes the red pill and tells Phil that if he chooses the red pill, he will join their ranks. Seeing the red pill in the agent's hand, Phil thinks for a second. Clenching his teeth hard with anger, Phil asks the agent how he can fight some invisible code stuff. The agent corrects Phil and says it's not exactly invisible. The man explains to Phil that there is one way. Yes, even though he can't see it now, they can give him that option. The agent confidently approaches Phil, puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him to become a farcer and help them save the world. Building 8 to 16. After opening the armored doors, Sung-Chi appears on the doorstep. Sung-Chi hears a voice telling him to follow straight down the corridor and no sudden movements. In case of resistance they will be forced to open fire. As he slowly walks down the corridor, Sung-Chi notices a hanging camera. The guy thought to himself that the cameras are sophisticated and if anything, they will shoot him without blinking an eye. With a smile on his face, Sung-Chi waves to the camera and says that they shouldn't worry. He's not going anywhere, so everything will be fine. When he reaches the next door, Sung-Chi stops at the threshold and says that he seems to have gotten to the right place. As he crosses the threshold, he sees a door sliding open in the floor in front of him. An accompanying voice in the hallway tells the guy to get in the chair. In response, the guy jokingly adds that he doesn't have cavities. After sitting down in the chair, the guy does not understand what awaits him, and he says that he would like to know and be enlightened in advance about what awaits him. Before he could fully express his thought, metal straps started snapping on the guy, or rather on his limbs. The last strap snapped right on his body. Without stopping to joke, he points out to them that their tastes are terrible. From behind on the back of the chair some movement starts to occur. A strange object comes down on his head and the guy doesn't know what's going to happen to him. From the inside it seemed to be nothing special. This object resembled virtual glasses. The guy with surprise offers them to play in virtual reality. In the control center there were people who were professionals. And naturally, the agent is watching the whole thing. He inquires about the guy's parameters and synchronization with the code. To which the red-haired doctor of sciences answers him that the guy has a very striking result. The doctor turns to the agent and says they can start testing immediately. The agent agrees and hopes that the guy will live up to their expectations. At the back of the chair were 3 flasks with blue liquid inside. They were pointed directly at this guy's spine. The voice of the system leads the alert that the linker has been prepared and is beginning to administer the drug. The girl warns that a connection is about to take place. Sung-chi sitting in the chair expresses violent emotions at what is happening. The liquid in the flasks has started its effect, permeating the guy's body. Sung-chi's throat was torn from the terrible pain. He felt as if his body was being pierced by 3 huge katanas. What was happening to him was something he wouldn't wish anyone to experience, not even the most vicious enemy. After such agonizing effects, Sung-chi fumbled for the paving slab with his hand. It seemed very realistic for virtual reality. Standing on all fours in half-naked form, the guy finds himself on the road in the middle of residential houses. The youngest serial killer, who ruined the lives of 15 people, Sung Chi-yu. The agent together with scientists watch from the control center then how the guy will show himself and how his instincts will be useful in that world. The guy looks at himself with admiration and does not believe that this is the virtual reality, that it is too real to be. While walking down the street, Sung-chi realizes that he is in a 100% virtual space. He realizes that it's freezing cold. Walking barefoot and wearing only shorts, he finds a store with clothes and stops by it, focusing his gaze on it. After opening the doors of the store, he decides to go inside. Sung-chi was surprised to see that there was no one in the store. He quickly tried on some clothes and found a t-shirt, pants, a jacket and some nice, fashionable shoes. As he walked out of the store, he thought to himself that it wasn't really his style, but at least he wouldn't get cold. A piece of paper floating in the wind lands on the guy's shoulder. He picks it up and the image on the flyer makes the guy go into a slight stupor. The flyer was a picture of him with the caption at the bottom, "Wanted Sung Chi-yu, 17 years old, killed 15 people, serial killer." While the guy was trying to find the right explanation for this flyer, a massive explosion goes off in a nearby building. He looks carefully toward the building and observes what is happening. Sang-chi sees a man flying backwards out of a building and fires 2 full magazines of ammo at someone on the fly. Through the fire, a huge monster comes flying out behind the guy. It had a fish-shaped skeleton and big red eyes. The monster was so fast that it easily catches up to the guy in the air and bites off both of his arms. Sang-chi watches as the guy's armless body falls towards him. Sang-chi moves a little to the side as the guy lands a few meters away from him, bouncing on the ground like a ball. Sang-chi ironically asks the guy who fell out of the sky, "Are they playing catch-up or does this fish need to be killed?" Judging from the way the guy is turning around, he must be in a lot of pain, Sang-chi thought. The kid, through the intense pain, asks Sang-chi to craft his hands. Since it was the first time Sang-chi had heard the word craft in his life, he thought the guy was talking nonsense. The kid, writhing in pain, tells him that this isn't some ordinary virtual world where guys with brains rule the parades. Only you can't do it without a high BMP of brain transfer. Sun-chi waves a flyer in front of the guy and tells him that any fool can produce a picture. In response, the armless man tells him that he's not asking for supernatural stuff, just hands. Sang-chi shrinks the flyer into a ball and throws it on the ground. Sang-chi asks the guy why he can't make his own hands. To which the guy replies to him that he's at 0 and has used up all his PMP and asks him to introduce the rainbow rose. Sang-chi thought he overheard about the rainbow rose presentation. The armless guy explained to him that it's the Forcer's code word for viewing the interface. Asked him to hurry up because he doesn't have the energy to endure this infernal pain. Sang-chi thinks the guy is warming him up, but the armless guy was telling him in all seriousness that he doesn't have time for jokes right now. Swimming aside the monster, a scary fish-like creature, heard the sounds of their voices. Sang-chi agrees to help him. Closing his eyes, he begins to visualize a rainbow rose, and the more he visualized it, the brighter and clearer it became. After presenting the rainbow rose, Sang-chi's eyes widened and his pupils changed color to bright blue. What he saw in front of him, he could not believe it was happening to him. After all of this, Sang-chi saw a screen in front of him with various indicators. The guy lying on the ground in front of him was telling him to pay attention to his PMP and indicated that it was an indicator of his mental capacity. Sang-chi asked the guy what the synchronicity indicator meant. The guy tells him that it is the percentage of synchronization with the virtual world. He would have a big advantage if his synchronicity was greater than 50%. Playing with Sang-chi's projection, he says that it says 245 PMP. The guy lying on the ground couldn't believe it and says it can't be. The guy tells Sang-chi to look up. He will see 3 categories there. He has to choose a category called bionics. And in that category through search he has to find the position in hand there and select it. After he has chosen the position he must transfer this image to the crafting field. After that the necessary code will be displayed there immediately. After loading the next page, Sang-chi sees a sunflower, a snowflake and a pizza in front of him. He was indignant and asked the guy lying on the ground why everything was in English. Did they have so little imagination that they couldn't write in Korean? The guy told him the craft code makes life so much easier. That's why it's made of symbols, so it's easier to visualize. The guy asks Sang-chi to focus on his arm since the visual sensors have a capture function. Next he should focus on his wound and then visualize the hand in his mind. Then think of a sunflower, snowflakes, and pizza. Sang-chi acted clearly, according to this guy. Suddenly, a new hand began to appear in place of the guy's severed hand. The guy, admiring Sang-chi's talent, told him that it was the first time he had ever seen a hand so well crafted. After Sang-chi helped the guy repair his hands, he asked him to tell him more about this fish. The guy says it's an unidentified code sea-level fish. Even though it's a training, it's a one-to-one replica. The guy tells Sang-chi to stay as far away from it as possible. An agent who has been observing what is happening in the virtual world decides to comment on the unidentified code fish, danger level C. This code was first discovered in Japan. The code usually penetrates portable devices and is instantly activated by contact with water. The agent hopes the guys will try to destroy the stupid fish, or they'll stay there forever. The guys, being in the virtual world, as if heard the agent's words and moved towards the fish. Only the guys didn't have the right rod for the fish. Running into the alley between the houses, the guys stopped to work out a plan to destroy the fish. It's a slightly mutated fish, but only the most desperate fool would attack it at close range, Sang-chi thought. The boy thought that Sang-chi was smart and intelligent at school, even though he probably wasn't an excellent student. In response, Sang-chi tells him that it's just an ordinary test written by upstarts, and the most important thing in the test is, of course, to correctly understand what the essence of the questions. And it's unlikely that the first mission will have any hidden difficulties to pass it. Looking out from around the corner, Sang-chi says that you should not fall for its size, and it is better to look closely at the monster. The solution is sure to be simple. Sang-chi noticed the red eyes of the fish and asked the guy if he tried shooting at them. The boy answered him that he had not tried shooting at her eyes, and the thought had not occurred to him. He shot at it only at point-blank range, but without much result. Sang-chi realizes that this fish is neither hot nor cold from the cannons. So he asks the guy if he tried to kill it with explosives. The guy tells him he hasn't tried that yet. So Sang-chi decides to launch an attack using explosives. The agent stood in front of a huge holographic screen looking at Sang-chi, his new partner. While the man was muttering to himself, his assistant came up to him and caught his eye. The man turned around and asked what was wrong and she informed him that they could begin testing on Phil. The man ordered to start the test without him as it was more fun for him to watch Sang-chi than Yun Phil, so he gave the responsibility to the girl, who in turn said that Phil's PMP was 1.648 units, to which the man asked in a surprised voice what she had just said. The girl pulled out Phil's holographic form, which clearly read 1.648 PMP and was confirmation of her words, which the man initially had little faith in. We are shown Phil, who finds himself in some place near some base. We are given an overview of the corpses, the personnel who apparently worked here, as well as the general situation in one of the buildings. While in one of the rooms in the corridor we hear distinct footsteps, after which a creature of tall stature and apparently possessing the ability of invisibility passes near the doorway. Phil runs towards one of the bases and the door immediately opens. Once inside, Phil falls to his knees, shivering from the cold. A holographic screen appears in front of the guy's face, in which we see a girl who says that Phil should have taken a special training course, but since he doesn't have a partner, she will personally familiarize him with some features of the system. Still trembling, the guy asks who she is and he hears the answer that she is the developer of this system and by the way quite famous in her circles. The girl next asks if the guy has heard of Alpha Virgin. She attracts his attention and tells him to listen to her carefully so she will not repeat herself. The guy talks about some craft the girl told him about. He says it reminds him of something, to which the girl asks if he's sure. Getting up from his knees, Yun Phil says, wasn't it? Standing up fully, he closes his eyes and concentrates, after which a red fur jacket, pants, belt, and shirt that the guy introduced before appears on his body. The girl was standing next to the agent, and they were discussing the fact that the guy had created something new based on his imagination without even looking at the database. The girl had dazed eyes because of this factor. Looking at Phil and the clothes he had created, she couldn't remember what it reminded her of. At one point she remembered where she had seen such a costume. She says the name Born Hero, to which the agent looks at her questioningly and asks what it means, to which the girl says that before this virtual system she created one game and then took it as a basis. She lists what was taken from that game into the virtual system, and then she emphasizes that the hero from birth in that game is the best of the best. Now we see Sang-Chi and his partner trying to attract the attention of a huge fish. As soon as it notices them, they freeze on the spot and the partner starts hitting plastic bottles against each other to make it swim towards them. As soon as the flying fish starts its movement, the guy's attempts to anger it now continue. On the left and right sides are two high rises on which the guys have attached two pairs of laser ropes to which the fish is heading. Sang-Chi introduced a teapot, a duck and a lollipop, and then a gun appeared in his hands, and as soon as the fish got stuck in the ropes the guy fired a shot which triggered an explosion. Unfortunately, the shot didn't help as the fish had a shield of sorts. Sang-Chi took aim at the fish again, but now at its eye. After making a shot, he hits the target, which makes the fish even angrier, and it releases a powerful laser charge from its mouth. In front of Sang-Chi appears a selection window, in which he selects items, and then enters the search stone to place it just above the monster. After the guy created a stone, as expected, that with the right of gravity began to fall to the ground, thereby hitting the fish, and then crushing it. He dropped the weapon and then went to the fish and created a sword and stuck it right in the monster's eye, and then it disappeared. His partner comes up to the guy and admires the fact that he was able to defeat the monster. As the monster's body disappeared after its death, the stone that was lying on it fell to the asphalt with a loud sound. Sang-Chi approaches his partner and slashes the poor guy's neck with a sharp movement. As he walks away from his partner at the same moment, he starts bleeding from his wound, and then he falls to the ground and starts cursing Sang-Chi. But Sang-Chi is surprised that the guy didn't seem to see that Sang-Chi was wanted. The guy says that the main mission is to kill the monster, but there was another mission besides that. Sang-Chi suggests that there can't be a team in this place. The scoreboard shows that only Sang-Chi is alive, followed by a message that the first test is now crashing. Phil wanders down a dark corridor talking to a girl who tells him that he has to deal with the projections of the real unidentified code. The girl confirms that they're 97% identical to the real ones, but she's not at liberty to say any more. She finally notes that there is a way to survive, and then it's up to Phil to figure it out, after which the holographic screen turns off. Phil walks through the dark corridor thinking all the words the girl said seem very light, as he thinks it's all fake, so it's a virtual reality, and even if he dies it won't be real. As soon as the doors opened, Sang-Chi walked out of them with a smile on his face. He approaches the two guards asking where the agent and the girl who was with him are now, to which the guard replies that they are now watching Phil's test. The guy asks why they don't care about him, to which he gets the answer that Phil's PMP is incredibly high. Anyway, they congratulate him for passing the test and also tell him that he'll be a great forcer since he has some potential. The guards start walking and advise the guy to keep up with them. Sang-Chi asks what happened to his partner and is told that he killed him. On his face immediately appears puzzled, and he tries to take it as a joke and that the guards just do not have a sense of humor. The guard tells Sang-Chi to keep up, that it's time for them to go. At that moment, Sang-Chi confirmed his theory that they were all in a phase shift. At the same time, Phil took small steps, carefully, holding his sword in his hands, and came to a long gray corridor, in which 3 long lamps were shining, and literally at the click of a button the lamps suddenly went out and only one was left burning. Phil felt someone standing behind him. He turns around sharply and sees that in the doorway stood a silhouette where visible were only not the outline of a man. It had long arms, long legs, and an elongated neck. Phil looked closely, but saw nothing but an outline. Suddenly the body's eyes lit up brightly, like the light of a car headlight. In 1 second those eyes lit up like 2 powerful spotlights. Phil covered his eyes with his hand so as not to be blinded, and after Phil took his hand away he found himself in a strange room. There was a small table in front of him, and on the table was a knife, the same knife he used to kill his stepmother. Phil stood there twisting his head left and right in confusion as to how it had happened, how he had gotten here, and what was going on. Phil throws himself at the walls, touches them, and he begins to realize that he is in a confined space and that there is no hint of a way out. The agent is watching him and he is curious how Phil will behave in this situation. What Phil saw in the doorway, a man who had only the outline of a body, was a Class B unidentified code. It was called Wrath. According to the agent, this code was first discovered in Pakistan. There are countless accidents around the world every day, and it's this code that's to blame. It penetrates the human mind and draws out one's deepest fears. This code can also penetrate through the television. Through it, it keeps the viewer on the edge of terror and, of course, kills. Now, we all remember the first time the parents came home to find their son lying dead on the floor. That was the day that Phil and Kimbo were discussing this guy because Kimbo was supposed to fight him that day, and the guy wasn't alive anymore. And just that day, the guy was sitting on the couch watching TV, but suddenly the picture on the screen disappeared and there was just static. From the TV came a voice that told him not to breathe, and after a minute it told him to suffocate. When his parents came home from work, they saw his corpse in the living room. And the strange thing about it all was, there was no sign of forced entry and no signs of suffocation. Nothing at all. Phil is looking for a way out in this confined space, and suddenly he stops and turns his attention to the ceiling, where he saw a hole and he thought it might be a way out. Well, just as Phil was about to check this exit, he heard a scream coming from there, and it was getting closer and closer. Suddenly a man falls out of that exit and lands on the floor. Phil froze in place and didn't take his eyes off the person. It was a person of the female sex. Suddenly he notices that the girl is giving signs of life. She starts to rise, and when their gazes crossed, Phil was horrified because this girl was his stepmother. Phil, through fear, was unable to say her name. Eventually he realizes that it was his aunt, his stepmother. Phil sees this situation and realizes that it is repeating itself like that evil day. He turns back to the table and thinks about how it would be nice to have time to grab a knife. Phil reaches for the knife, and at that moment his stepmother is already flying at him under a frenzy. Having managed to grab the knife from the table, our hero has to relive once again that very moment on the day of the murder. After hitting her body with the knife, blood flew around. Phil stood looking at his stepmother in complete shock and experiencing the same thoughts and feelings he had that day. And then he was distracted by another scream. He turns to this exit or entrance. He didn't realize for himself what it really was. As he sees another man falling out of it, he closed his eyes for a second and felt a terrible shiver in his body. Opening his eyes a little, he saw that in front of him stood another stepmother, and she was completely unharmed. Already from helplessness, Phil fell to the ground, because after each killed new stepmother she appeared again and again, as if there was a cycle, and it seemed to him that everything seemed to stop because the whole floor was covered with the bodies of his stepmother. Phil was breathing hard because his heart was on the verge of bursting after such an overload. But as it turned out, it wasn't over yet. He nervously looked up and saw the next clone of his stepmother flying out of the same hot entrance. The guy nervously grabs his hands over his face, screaming out, begging for it all to stop. This was his Java nightmare. Meanwhile, in this office where Phil and Sun Chi were, the most important person in charge of this project reprimands the agent and the red-headed doctor for disregarding the rules and for that they get reprimanded. He hopes that they have realized everything and will not make such mistakes again. After being told off by the chief, our sweet couple goes outside for some fresh air and a walk around the grounds. They clearly had a lot to talk about. The redhead apologizes to her master, and instead of asking her, the master asks her why she saved Phil. During the conversation, the master once again reminds her of the rules they must adhere to. And one of the rules was not to interfere with the testing. No pity or sympathy. The master fully agreed that Phil had an astounding PMP. However, Phil was logically weak, because in this ordeal with his stepmother at the very end he couldn't take it anymore. Grabbing the knife he presented to his throat. Apparently he wanted to end his life by suicide. And we see that it was at this moment that the redhead ran to the keyboard with lightning speed to disconnect Phil from virtual reality. The redhead tells her master that she had two reasons for her action. The first reason was that with proper training, Phil could get rid of his psychological weakness. After all, she's never seen a PMP score this high before. If Phil tried to conquer her fears, she'd fit right in. And with that, Phil could take down unidentified S-class codes in one fell swoop. Just like the world's best enforcer, aka the Traveler. And based on what the redhead just told him, the agent realizes that the other forcers, it turns out they killed for lack of potential, and he can't see the logic here. The master hopes that the red-headed doctor's second reason will be much stronger than the first. And her second reason was that she wants to lure out the hero from birth with Phil's help. A bell rang, then another and another, followed by another. On the threshold near the door in the middle of a pile of junk stood a man nervously pressing the bell button. He was saying that there was a census going on, if there was anyone home, to open the door. He continued to press the bell button diligently, but no one opened the door for him. Scratching the back of his head, he was indignant that no one had ever opened the door from this apartment in all the time he had been coming here. At the same moment, a neighbor's door opens on the man's left. The man decides to ask the neighbor. He asks him if anyone lives in apartment 205, because the electronic database shows that they do, but he has never heard from him since he came here. The guy from the next apartment told the man that there was a guy living there, but he was one of those who opens the doors only for food delivery or a courier service. He added that he was very unlucky with his neighbor because he was crazy and a loser. At the same time, in the apartment itself, where the man was trying so hard to get into, a young boy was sitting at a table in front of the monitors in a heap of rubbish and garbage. Well, he was sitting, drooling, just sleeping, when suddenly his slobbering sleep is interrupted by an incoming message on the computer. Having opened only one eye, he lazily read its contents, closes his eyes again and falls asleep. And apparently, the incoming messages one after another do not allow the guy to sleep anymore. He nervously gets up from his chair and goes to the kitchen, turning on the kettle to boil water for himself. Opening a box of instant food, he pours boiling water over it. Half asleep, taking chopsticks, he sits down on his bed, which was just a mattress on the floor, and begins to eat. And while the guy was filling up his noodles, messages didn't stop coming to his computer. The content of these messages was such that one Nick wrote to him that he had wonderful news for the boy. After all, he really wanted to meet with his bully, his rival, and therefore he can arrange for him a meeting with the hero from birth. The user was waiting for an answer from him. Phil goes to the machine and chooses his favorite drink, Dr. Pepper. The can comes out of the machine, he picks it up and opens it to enjoy his favorite taste and fresh air. Feeling someone's gaze on the back of his head, the guy thinks that someone is watching him. Turning around, raising his head up, he saw the camera, which at that moment recorded his frame. That same day, in the evening, at the headquarters where Phil and San-Chi were located, a conversation was held between the guys and the guards. The chief of the guards told the guys that they were under the supervision and at the disposal of the fort. The guard also added that although according to the papers Phil and San-Chi are not guilty, there is a special warning for them so that they do not forget the crime that they committed. And while Phil thought about his words, the guard continues to tell them that from now on they must obey the rules. Where the guys will live, they will also figure it out. The guard warns them not to do anything stupid and not to forget that a nano device is implanted into their bodies. San-Chi heard a special warning in his direction. If he breaks the rules he will be killed on the spot. Frowning his gaze slightly, San-Chi thought about how the guards throw around such words very easily. This means that with his character and behavior, he can say goodbye to life in one moment. The guard shows a map of the area. On this map the sector was marked with a red square. He said that the 4 of them would have to stay in this zone. 30 unidentified code attacks were reported in this area. He placed a special emphasis on Phil and San-Chi. He asked them not to leave this sector. Otherwise, they already know what will happen to them. Walking down the street towards Yunfilla, the camera turns and follows him. Noticing this, the guy raises his head and looks straight into the camera, saying that he remembers that he should not do anything like that. While drinking a drink, a voice is heard from behind, approaching Phil. It was the voice of San-Chi who says that he already knows that the boy failed the test. Approaching San-Chi, he throws his jokes aside and seriously says that Phil is unlikely to last long. Phil cannot understand what San-Chi is talking about, to which he continues his monologue by saying that if a guy dies in virtual reality, he will die in life. Phil agrees that those guys who run this center went the way only crazy people could release San-Chi. Now San-Chi seriously continues the conversation, asking how the government managed to understand, decipher, and then synchronize the foreign code. This all confirmed his words that everything in this center is saturated with nonsense through and through, to which Phil replies that he is not interested in this indifferent chatter and then asks him to get out of the way. Mockingly, San-Chi asks the guy if his life is valuable to him, to which the answer follows that Phil will end things with him faster than he does. San-Chi proposes an argument between them and then wants to check if those guys are following them. Turning around, he says that he sees some guy in a black suit, to which Phil is distracted and turns in the same direction, after which San-Chi pushes the guy with all his strength and he falls to the ground. Making sure that after this there is nothing waiting for him, he strikes Phil again, but this time with his foot. San-Chi walked in the opposite direction, sarcastically saying goodbye to Phil, who was still lying on the ground and writhing in pain. Finally, San-Chi, in a menacing voice, asks Yun-Phil not to give in to the next test, since it will not be very good if such a person with the highest level of PMP just dies. Now we are shown Kimbo sitting in the doctor's office. The doctor says that it is necessary to quickly resolve the issue with the date of his father's operation, since it is impossible to delay any longer and there are risks of complications because he is no longer young. Bu Guang is asked if he can pay the full cost of the operation now, to which the guy asks the doctor for a little more time since he will try to pay for everything before next month. The doctor starts talking about a device they would like to try, but also notes that it has never been used in their country before. This machine is named TX-01, and it is an automatic surgical machine. The doctor again repeats that this device has never been used, but if Bu Guang agrees, they could use it to operate on his father, and the operation will be free. The guy asks if the machine is safe, to which he hears the answer that theoretically yes, it may even be safer than even the hands of the best surgeon, but again the doctor emphasizes that this is only in theory and in reality they do not know. Having found the building Phil needs, he stops in front of it, raises his head up, examines it and catches himself thinking that this is not such a bad place for him. Having entered the building, Phil goes up to the floor he needs and stomps along the long corridor, holding a card in his hand. He looks for his apartment. Phil brings his chip card to the screen. With the help of it he confirms his identity and the door to his apartment opens in front of him. Entering the corridor, he examines the room and realizes that it will be too big for him alone. But turning his gaze directly, Phil sees a guy sitting on the couch, staring at the TV. Seeing Phil standing in the corridor, the boy even forgot to swallow a piece of chocolate. He jumps up from the couch and walks towards Phil. Phil was surprised that there was someone else in the apartment besides him. He assumed that he would live alone, but it turned out that he already had a neighbor. Out of politeness, Phil extends his hand to the guy to say hello and tells him that he will also live here. The boy smiled in response because he was happy about this meeting, and finally he saw what the player nicknamed Hero from Birth looked like. This hero mercilessly destroyed him in the game as many as 150 times. Hearing this, Phil hurried to ask him who he is and how he knows his ID. The boy was very happy that his guesses were confirmed. Out of great joy, he grabbed Phil's hands and began to pull them in different directions, telling Phil that he was very glad to meet him. The behavior of the two teenagers was equal to the behavior of small children from kindergarten. Then they freeze in place and look at their hands and wonder a little what the hell they are doing. Holding Phil's hands, the guy notices that his palms are warm. Phil is horrified by such words and pulls his hands out in indignation. The boy is holding a melted chocolate bar in his hand. He holds it out to Phil and asks if Phil likes chocolate. Naturally, Phil refuses this offer because he doesn't like chocolate at all. The boy was very indignant at the fact that Phil, apparently, was not taught politeness. Phil, going to his room, called him a vulgar freak. Entering his room, Phil nervously throws his jacket on the chair standing near the table and was indignant that they gave him a wonderful neighbor. At that very second the thought comes to him that this guy could also be a forcer. Approaching the table, Phil found on the table a book called The Forcer's Handbook, and next to the book on the left there was a gadget that looked like a telephone. A little lost in thought, Phil settles down on the bed. Opening the reference book, he begins to study it. He was really curious about what kind of reference book it was. So, what interesting things did he read there? The Forcer needs to constantly train his willpower for more accurate crafting. Forcer must remain calm in any situation. He fights exclusively in the virtual world, and he is required to know the location of all nearby virtual reality chairs. The voice request, search for KVR, indicates all chairs within a 20 kilometers radius on the Forcer's smartphone map. Having connected to the source of the unidentified code, you need to find the chair, log in and eliminate the threat. Not expressing a desire to read the book further, Phil slammed it shut and threw it on the floor. He did not understand anything from what he read and decided to act the old-fashioned way. As soon as Phil thought about training his willpower, memories immediately came into his head. How he ended up in that closed room where he killed his mother every time she appeared, and then it seemed to him that it would last for an eternity. Jumping up on the bed, Phil grabs his head with his hands. His body breaks out in a cold sweat. Sitting on the bed, he shouts out words of forgiveness in front of his mother, and he is very sorry that this all happened. A walking path made of concrete slabs, the sound of a squeaking wheel. A man in slippers and hospital clothes is sitting on a wheelchair. The gray-haired old man asks why he also roams the streets and beats children. And this gray-haired old man was Kimbo's father. He came to his father's hospital to check on him. In a joking manner, Kimbo told his father that he does this to those who are like him. Having laughed at his son, the father did not believe his words. Kimbo promises his father that he will never hurt anyone again. His father doubted his words with a smirk on his face. Kimbo asks about that car. Can he trust it? They said that she was better than ordinary surgeons. My father says that technology is now on the verge of science fiction, and in his time such machines were not trusted. Sign at the entrance, do not disturb, operation in progress. There were 3 surgeons around the operating machine, TX-01. They monitored the performance of this machine. One says the numbers are normal and she is doing a great job removing the tumor from the upper part of the stomach. There are 17% left until the end of the operation. There were 3 observers behind glass in the operating room. Of these, there were 2 doctors and 1 bald man in a black jacket. The man was interested in the opinion of the doctors, what they thought about this machine. One of the doctors replied that he was a little afraid of the car. With such success, doctors will find themselves on the streets. The men reassured them and said that they would find a use for them. The second of the doctors was the head physician of this hospital, and he really did not like this idea. He did not trust the machine that decided people's destinies. And while the gentlemen above were having a conversation, suddenly in 1 second the monitor of this machine switched from a green indicator to a red one and began to make an alarming sound. Kimbo's father was lying in this operating machine. And for some unknown reason, a technical failure occurred in this machine. The tumor removal laser increased its power and began moving towards the head, stopping in the neck area. The doctors did not have time to react to the movement of the laser. The machine did not respond and was not completely controllable. And then they saw blood splashes. The entire upper part, which was made of glass, in this car was covered in the patient's blood. At this time, Kimbo was sitting outside the operating room doors. Holding his hands in front of him, he prayed for his father's health so that the operation would be successful. And then the doctors quickly announce the first report that the laser responsible for dividing cancer cells has just cut the patient's carotid artery. The second doctor who assisted in the operation says that this is impossible because the screen shows that everything is under control. He concludes that the machine is not working properly and orders them to stop the operation, but nothing works for them. The machine does not listen to them. Seeing what is happening, the head doctor begins to run in a direction unknown to everyone. The sign on the wall says, "Men's Restroom." The head doctor runs into it and sits down to catch his breath. He takes the Force's phone out of his pocket. The phone shows him the nearest Forcers. It was Phil and San Chi Yu. The doctor was nervous that there were only 2 newcomers around. At this time, Phil was sleeping in his room and had his 10th dream, drooling on his pillow. Suddenly his sweet dream was disturbed by a telephone call. Opening his eyes, he picks up the phone and presses the reply button. The doctor's voice comes from the phone. Phil, sleepy, does not understand who he is talking to. On the other side of the phone, he hears him being told that they have an emergency situation, so that he grabs everything he needs and rushes to the address like a bullet. Phil doesn't quite understand and asks what address he should fly to. In response, he heard on the phone that they would send it to him now, and that he should hurry up. After hanging up, Phil had a lot of questions. Getting out of bed, he saw the door to his room open. A neighbor looks into the room and tells him that the first mission awaits the hero from birth. His apartment neighbor asks him to return alive from his mission. He is like a cruiser cutting through the waves, like a ray of sun breaking through the clouds. Its magnificence is undeniable. Italian elegance with a touch of European sophistication. His wildness will outshine even the most unbridled horse. And its engine is a flaming heart of 1,200 cubic centimeters. And the holographic display is the god of innovation. And the name of this masterpiece is Ducati. Phil and his neighbor went down to the underground garage, and his roommate presented him with a luxury bike. He says that every booster deserves such a bike. While stroking this motorcycle, the neighbor talks to him and says that he should not be with such a Neanderthal as philosophy. Phil had the key to this bike in his hands. He told his neighbor that he didn't know how to drive at all and asked the neighbor to take him, but he told him that he was also a pedestrian. The sound of a growling engine, crazy speed and fashionable equipment, gorgeous helmet. A man on a motorcycle overtakes our 2 champions, who, thanks to their own, found a way out of the situation. Catching up with his neighbor, Phil asks him to pedal even faster, because the matter is urgent. The faster the neighbor pedaled, the tighter Phil held onto him. His moan made Phil think he was a pervert. Turning to Phil, he apologizes for being so sensitive. The neighbor shamed Phil for not knowing how to ride a bicycle at that age. On the way, a neighbor learns that Phil is 18 years old and in the 2nd year of high school. Clogged, Phil asked how old he was. He replied that he was 2 years older than him, and he doesn't see the point of going to school because they won't teach anything new anyway. Phil is trying to find out what his name is, but he hasn't heard his real name. But the neighbor said that they call him a pixel hammer, and then Phil remembers that this is the player whom he has killed in the game 150 times already. At the entrance to the desired address, the guys saw a large hospital building in front of them. But they were not alone. A motorcycle flew up to this task at high speed, and the driver of this motorcycle was San Chi, who also received a call from the Force's phone. Looking back, San Chi saw 2 losers pedaling. It was Phil and his neighbor. When they got closer, they didn't expect to see San Chi here. San Chi was surprised that Phil was also called for this task. Having laughed at them, San Chi said that cowards have no place here and they will not live even a minute. San Chi advises Phil to go home where he can sleep or do something else. Phil really doesn't like San Chi's behavior. At that time, San Chi warns him not to let Phil run into trouble, and on the other hand, San Chi invites him to try to test out their stupid office rules. The intensity of passions grew between them more and more every second. Continuing to mock him, San Chi invites Phil to kneel in front of him and be a cute bunny, and maybe then he will leave him alone. Judging by Phil's look, a fight is about to break out between them, but before the final skirmish gets to the point, Phil's neighbor gets in between them. By stretching out his hands in front of them, he manages to bring down the temperature of this skirmish. While the neighbor was waving his arms, San Chi turned his attention to the phone he was holding in his hand. He asked him who he was and where he came from here, and for some reason this question did not surprise him at all. His neighbor only laughed at him. San Chi is furious that this little guy is laughing at him and grabs his clothes. The little one, not paying attention to his ardor, in complete calm asked San Chi where he got so much aggression from. A small neighbor picks up the phone and types on it. This guy greeted someone on the phone and said that he had been thinking about it and was ready to take on this matter. But he only has one small request. If she sees this evil man opposite him, then she should finish him off right now with a nano toy. And the more this kid, in complete calm, threatened San Chi's life, the more he unbalanced him. It's clear that the soap guy liked this fun. The biggest thing that infuriated San Chi in this situation was that he could not fully understand who this guy was. Phil's neighbor, in complete calm, told him, looking into his eyes, that from that moment on he was his master and invited him to be a bunny, and then kneel down. And after these words, Senshi releases the boy. Indignant, he headed to the hospital. Meanwhile, in the hospital, doctors are fighting for the patient's life, whose artery was cut by a laser in the capsule. The head doctor is trying to stop the bleeding with his own hands using a towel. The fight for the patient's life continued, but blood sprayed from the neck like water in a fountain. The head physician ordered the doctors to urgently send the patient to another operating room. Having opened the operating room door, the assistants roll in a gurney for the patient, and at that moment Kimbo looks into the operating room and sees this whole terrible picture. Kimbo starts screaming wildly and calling for his father. One of the doctors, understanding the difficult situation, tries to calm Kimbo by all means. The doctor said that everything was going according to plan, and before he could finish speaking, it flew from his elbow straight into his eye. After the blow, Kimbo moved directly to the head doctor. The doctors managed to intercept him. Kimbo shouted for them to save his father. Due to the doctor's lack of strength, they are unable to restrain the enraged Kimbo. He throws them around like bowling pins. The guy rushed towards the doctor near whom his father was lying. The guy tries with all his strength to knock him down, because he still doesn't do anything. The guy hits him with his shoulder as if it were a concrete wall. The head doctor did not move even a millimeter. The one who grabs Kimbo with one hand throws him aside with a strong swing. Seeing this, the nurses and the gurney froze on the spot. The head doctor gives them the order not to stare at him, but to quickly take the patient to another operating room. At full speed, a gurney with nurses rushes to save the patient. On the way, the nurses meet Sun Chi and Philosophy. The nurses scream and ask them to open the doors for them. Driving past the guys, Phil and San Chi focus their attention on a man who was lying with a bloody neck. Phil notices a familiar face in this man, thinking to himself that this face reminded him of Kimbo's father. Phil wondered where he was from here. San Chi asked Phil in surprise how he knew this man. Next, the head doctor comes out of the operating room and ironically tells them that less than 6 months have passed since the guys appeared at the hospital, rating their speed at 1 point out of 10. But from there, he did not come out alone. He held with one hand the body of the guy, who was hanging unconscious on his shoulder. Phil did not expect that in addition to Kimbo's father, he would see him himself here, though not in a marketable form. The head doctor, addressing the guys, says that he really hopes that the guys are in maximum readiness. Sanchi confirms his readiness and shows the doctor the flash drive, but Phil, meanwhile, cannot move in, as the doctor says. The doctor really didn't like that Phil forgot to take the flash drive with him. Looks like there's a new addition to the army of idiots. The head doctor asks Phil to reach out to him, and he throws his flash drive to Phil. Phil should have noted this information on his nose, that without an adapter he would not fight them. The head doctor looked at Sanchi and realized that among these two he was the more sane. So he put all his hope on him and asked him to sort out the complete mess in the hospital. Sanchi asked the doctor if he is a forcer, then why doesn't he go with them? And his answer was simple. First of all, he is a doctor, he needs to go and save the patient. When leaving, the doctor warns them that on the way they will have to encounter a code of at least level B. Hearing this level, Phil immediately remembers his meeting with the code, which only had the outline of a body, and it was of the same level. In pursuit, the doctor hopes that they will not die there. Meanwhile, in Sanchi, he did not lose the opportunity to mock Phil again because he saw in his eyes that he had gotten cold feet and how his veins were shaking. Phil did not pay attention to Sanchi's mockery because he understood that these codes were completely different. Judging by Sanchi's behavior, he was absolutely not afraid of this B-level code because on his way, he encountered a more serious code, C-level code. And then Sanchi got carried away. He began to brag to the fullest about how he killed a fish the size of a fish, which, on top of everything else, shot a laser at the house. It was a no-brainer for him. Phil objected to him because this code was completely different. If Phil is so afraid of this code, then let him stay where he is. Relying on his own strength, Sanchi moved into the operating room. Entering the operating room, Sanchi saw in front of him a pool of blood and an operating capsule where everything actually happened. Taking out the flash drive, he connects to the general system of the operating capsule. Using the Force's phone, he tries to find the nearest chair. Using a system search, he manages to find a chair on the 6th floor in room number 686 of the same hospital. How quickly Sanchi figured everything out, he was glad that he would deal with this matter in a matter of seconds. But Phil warned him that this was a completely different code while he was rummaging through his phone, when suddenly the laser arm of this machine activated and pointed its head towards Sanchi, and now, thanks to his self-confidence, his life could end at any second. Sanchi notices some movement from the side. Turning around he saw that his life was under the gun of a small mechanism. Phil arrives in time and pulls Sanchi out of sight. Another second and this laser would have made a hole in him. Phil throws it aside, but this was not enough to completely hide from the laser. Sanchi takes another batch of shots, but so far he manages to evade them. Meanwhile, Phil has found an invulnerable place for himself and advises San-Chi to do the same. You need to press yourself against the wall so she can't get into it. Well, he had a completely different plan for this case. Thanks to his ugly nature and tenacity, San-Chi catches the wave of fearlessness and waits for the next attack. He catches the moment of the shot and at the same second, jumping to the side, he heads to the exit from the operating room at the speed of light. At the entrance, San-Chi encounters nurses, but he did not have time to talk with them. Pushing them aside, he continues to run further. As the hospital staff watched him go, they didn't quite understand what was going on here, and who was this guy. Walking further into the operating room, they discuss this situation and how machines are their future. But only if they work as needed. Another employee didn't really like this idea because if the machines worked correctly, they would soon find themselves out of work because of them. While they were talking about sympathy for the patient, at that moment Phil shouted at them to stop and not come closer. Taken aback by the scream, the nurses were surprised by the presence of another guy in the operating room. Without having time to find out the reason for the guy's appearance in the operating room, 2 hospital employees are hit by a laser shot from an enraged machine, which butchered them in a matter of seconds. The bodies fell to the floor, falling apart, their bodies became like a disassembled puzzle. And God knows, Phil tried his best to save them. Chamber number 686. It was in this chamber that San-Chi discovered the chair. The only thing left to do is to get into the room. He needs to dial the required code on the door. After entering the code, San-Chi entered the room and in front of him stood the chair he needed. Having settled comfortably into a chair, San-Chi, with its help, goes into the world of war, pain, and fear. Reliving this hellish pain again when the liquid is poured into his body, San-Chi finds himself in the world of virtual reality. Rising to his feet, he is indignant at the developers of this crap, why they could not make the connection with the virtual world more gentle for them. From what he saw, in 1 second the guy greeted the Middle Ages and said goodbye to civilization. The imagination of the developers never ceases to amaze San-Chi. Once on the bridge, the boy carefully looks for his opponent. It was Southwest quiet in this place that it seemed to him that there was no one else here except him. He had no choice but to move on through the fog and this strange silence. Having walked a little further along the bridge, some sounds began to reach him. Having stopped, the guy looks closely into the fog from which a huge crowd of zombies is emerging. And this bunch of walking dead didn't scare the guy one bit, but on the contrary, he just laughed. Having found a weapon suitable for this occasion, the guy spreads his arms to the sides and at the same second 2 short Uzi machine guns appear in his hands. The guy laughs at the fact that he went too far with the fantasy about the B-level code. Opening with heavy fire, the zombies began to fall one after another, filling their bodies with kilograms of lead. He didn't even have to change the clips himself. As soon as the cartridges ran out, the clips replaced themselves, and he kept knocking them down again and again. Having crushed the head of the last zombie, San-Chi lowered his weapon and enjoyed the colorful scenery, but unfortunately, this was just the first wave of zombies. As soon as the zombies began to emerge from the fog, the guy was horrified by the picture that this wave of zombies was much larger than the previous one. He has the idea that these creatures want him to use up his entire supply of PMP to the last drop. In the meantime, San-Chi will come up with a new plan of action to deal with the second wave of zombies. We will return to the situation that is happening in the hospital. Having developed a plan to escape from the operating room, Phil, without any pity for the bodies of the dead doctors, grabs his head and throws it up in order to divert attention from himself. While his head was tumbling in the air, Phil quickly headed towards the exit. In the meantime, when he was rushing to the exit, he grabbed his phone and quickly began to look for an empty chair in the hospital, but the program showed him that San-Chi had already taken this chair and then he decided to find another one. Running out into the street through the main entrance, Phil notices his neighbor sitting in a flower bed, holding a chocolate bar in his mouth. It seemed like this guy was born with a chocolate bar in his mouth. The neighbor saw Phil's frightened face. Getting up from the flower bed, he decided to ask what happened to him, but now Phil had no time for him at all. Running past him, Phil shouted at him to call the fort and ask for urgent help. What Phil saw now, he already began to doubt that this was all just a game. While Phil was running around looking for a chair, meanwhile, San-Chi continued to knock down zombies from 2 trunks, crushing them right and left. The guy did not take his attention away from the screen, namely from the PMP indicator, because each time it decreased faster and faster. San-Chi understood that she was crafting weapons, leaving a lot of PMP. He urgently needed a new plan. And then he remembers what he did on his first mission, when he tried to destroy this fish the size of a house. And before he had used up all his PMP reserve, he began to quickly realize his plan. A huge rock would fly from the sky right into the middle of the bridge and crush the crowd, blocking their way. It was actually a good plan and he liked it a lot. He bought himself some time thanks to it. San-Chi thinks about the fact that the PMP indicator turns out to be something along the lines of mental health. The guy decides to try a method such as meditation. Maybe it will help restore the PMP, but it's not certain. But his calm and meditation is interrupted by the mooing of the walking dead. This sound was now coming from the other side of the bridge. San-Chi turned around and saw that another wave was approaching him, but only from the other side. He was no longer very excited about what he was seeing. Meanwhile, in real life, Phil finds the apartment building where the chair was. The guy finds the apartment and he was surprised that the chair was in a simple apartment. To his surprise, the door to the apartment was open. Opening the creaky door, Phil entered the apartment. He saw a chair in front of him, standing right in the middle of the room, and it was exactly what he was looking for. While Phil was in the apartment dealing with the chair, Sang-Chi continued to take out the zombies on the bridge. Instead of using 2 guns, he switched to a katana. Having managed to use his PMP, Sang-Chi sets up a second stone to block the walker's approach from the other side. In this way he again buys himself some time. But the zombies were not bad either. They were able to climb over the stones. Of course it slowed them down, but still they got through to him. The zombies were coming from every crevice, and Phil had to hurry because soon Sang-Chi would run out of his PMPs, which meant he would be here forever. Not only were the zombies starting to climb over the rocks, but they were starting to appear from below. You were climbing the bridge as if they had a ladder standing there. Sang-Chi saw no end or edge to this movement. While Sang-Chi was crushing the zombies into pieces, he notices that the sword doesn't consume PMP. But the trouble was that it was of little use in such a situation, and he wasn't sure if he could interrupt them all. Fortunately or not, Phil shows up on the bridge. Rising Sleep quickly assesses what's going on around him, but he didn't expect at all to find himself in the rotten company of the walking dead. While Phil was catching the stupor, Sang-Chi continued to cope alone. The guy was yelling at Phil to stop idling and get to work. Apparently, Phil's vestibular system was so weak that when he met the zombie's gaze, he immediately twisted and ran away to empty his stomach. Apparently, Sang-Chi's running out of patience. He's at the end of his rope. Grabs Phil by the scruff of the neck and tells him if he doesn't act, they're gonna die here forever. It's not a prank, it's real, even though it's a virtual game. And if he's got time to chill, he'd better figure out how to smash the code to smithereens. Phil's having a moment of denial. He can't believe it's real. Sun-Chi really wants to answer his head, but he knows that without his PMP and me to survive. The guys have every second counted and all their hopes are now on Phil's PMP because Sun-Chi can't use up his. So Phil has to pull himself together and get his brain spinning or they'll both be here forever. Phil warns Sang-Chi not to get personal because he told him that the B level is far from easy. Sang-Chi responds by mocking Phil by showing him a severed zombie head in his hands. If Phil doesn't wipe his snot, he's going to die with a stomach like that. A hologram unfolds in front of Phil and a red-haired girl appears on the screen. She congratulates them on their debut, but it's bad enough that they're starting at level B, where they'll have a hard time surviving. And she also informs them that at the moment the agents of the fort are trying to figure out the source of the code, and for that they need time to analyze the data and figure out what the code is and how to stop it. And while they are dealing with this issue, she wishes them to try to survive. Realizing that there is no way out of this situation, Phil decides to solve the problem. Coming to a healthy rock, Phil places his hand on it. And of course Sang-Chi does not leave Phil without his attention. Keeping his hand on the stone, Phil displays a screen where he is shown 3 options for further action. Out of these 3 options, he must choose some one. The first option is a kettlebell, the second is a desk clock, and the third is an almond. After choosing one of the options, Phil closes his eyes for a second. When he opens them, he activates his power. It turns the rocks into large hedgehogs with long stone needles. They use these hedgehogs to break down the zombies into atoms. Well, Sang-Chi had to give Phil credit because he had managed to surprise him. Sang-Chi thought about the fact that this little brat was not so easy with his high PMP. The brutal massacre is urgently interrupted by a red-headed girl. Sang-Chi thought they were done and that was it, but the girl told him to bury his dreams. This is a B level after all. She provides information that their agents have found the exact location of the code and taken care of it, although the code is still in the operating machine. Watching all this happen, the doctors start to doubt that they're cops because they have thug faces. Phil suggests the girl just destroy the machine and put an end to it, but she disagrees because time and space are no obstacle for them to intercept it now. The unidentified code isn't just some system error, it's aliens in digital form. Sang-Chi asks to postpone the dithyrambs for later because he doubted that this beauty was able to figure out and calculate this code. Although this hottie was an excellent programmer, the B-level code was an infinity that was first discovered in England. Its characteristic feature was that it attacks without stopping. This code comes in 2 types, crystal ball and crown. The former summons zombies and the latter summons knights. Judging by the look on his face, Phil clearly didn't expect this twist that zombies were not the limit. The girl warns them of the important point that once a zombie bites one of them, the infection cannot be avoided, and he becomes one of them. Well, this information from the girl gave the guys a little more adrenaline to keep them on their toes. Sang-Chi quickly warns Phil that if God forbid this happens to him, he'll cut off his head. Phil reciprocates. These guys know how to exchange pleasantries. The girl displays a detailed map of the castle and tells them that the crystal ball is inside the castle at the end of the bridge. And the ball itself can't resist them, so once they get inside, it's game over. Before she disappeared from the screen, the girl repeated to them that they should try to stay alive. You could tell she was worried about their lives. The guard standing behind her addressed her by the name Succubus and asked if there had ever been a time when the newcomers had managed to survive a level B code. According to their statistics that they had put in place, none had ever survived. Meanwhile, while the guys were dealing with the B-level code in the hospital, another hero approached the operating room in slippers. Not recognizing the guy, the guards wouldn't let him into the operating room. The guy introduces himself to the guards that he is the new manager of young talents and his name is Pixel. Now you and I have unmasked this young talent. Guys, if any of you guessed earlier what his name was, give this video a thumbs up. Security recognizes the young hacker and lets the genius into the operating room. Pixel also struggled with undefined code, but his struggles were strictly in his specialty. He was good at it. Inserting a chip into the machine's control unit, Pixel is taken to enter his fight against the code. Plopping himself on the floor and surrounding himself with guards, Pixel begins his fun. While Pixel was quietly doing his devious deeds, as the guys in virtual reality were making their way step by step to the castle, Phil was beginning to get a taste for it. He was enjoying every move he made, thinking that his reality was nervously smoking away. Because the jump of a normal person was 30 centimeters, and the jump of a basketball player was about a meter, here in this world a meter is not the limit. Anyone can be a super basketball player from the NBA and even cooler. And that wasn't the last thing Phil admired. He also talked about how if you focus on something, time slows down. It's a war going on inside you where the weapon is your mind. Just as Sang-Chi was thinking that it wasn't so bad here, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Phil with the sound of his stomach emptying. Looking at Phil, Sang-Chi wondered how such a loser could have a high level of PMP. Finally, the guys reached the main entrance of the castle, which means that the first part of the plan is behind them. And to accomplish the second part of the plan, first they have to open this little door. Perhaps there was another surprise behind it. But they didn't have to do anything. The door started to open on its own. A horrible rotten odor wafted out of the doorway. The guys couldn't believe it could be that simple. When the door opened fully, the guys saw two bright red lights inside. The boys' prediction was confirmed that another surprise might be hiding behind the doors. A foot of enormous size flew out of the door. Compared to it, Sang-Chi seemed like an ant. Sang-Chi's carelessness is the first to be hit by the foot. From the impact, Sang-Chi felt all the bones in his body break at the same time. He flies away a couple hundred meters like a matchbox. As soon as he landed on the ground, Sang-Chi realized that this monster was much stronger than the Walking Dead. Phil had no choice but to take the next blow. Phil's fist was about 10 times his size, and his sword in his hand seemed like a toothpick to the monster. Not surrendering so easily to the monster. Dodging the blow, Phil managed to jump aside. And while the monster was preparing to strike next, regrouping, Phil realizes that this monster needs to choose the right weapon. Entering the program, he used the appropriate items from the program. Using them, his katana became several times longer. Waiting for the right moment, Phil swung a swinging kick at the monster's unprotected side, and in a second its head flew off its shoulders like a soccer ball. After he decapitated the monster, Phil rejoiced at his victory over him. After all, he was the first big monster he had ever defeated. Well, in this whole situation there was one big disadvantage that Phil could not foresee, that there were two of these monsters. His triumph was interrupted by a powerful blow to the chest and Phil flies away to a warm place like a ping pong ball. As he approaches the ground, Phil lands neatly next to his friend. So now the two of them take comfortable seats according to the tickets they bought. Oddly enough, the big guy made the same noises as the zombie. It's only after they both end up smashed on the ground that Sang-Chi fully acknowledges Phil's words that they have a small percentage of being able to kill a B-level code. But none of them even think about the fact that out there in the real world, they have a guardian angel, who, with the help of his knowledge and mastery of his craft, is doing his best to save them. Being in utter despair, Phil felt something vibrating on his lower back and on his arm. And it was a little gift from his guardian angel to Grand Master Yun Phil. And now the most interesting thing for the guys was just beginning. After giving the guys a present, the Pixel starts laughing loudly, thereby scaring the two guards. One of them thought that he was laughing like a villain, and the other thought about whose side he was on. But he said the fun was just beginning. I think that those of you who have been listening and following our heroes have already guessed that they were electronic cards with weapons on them. These were the cards that Pixel and Phil used in their game. Only Phil could control these cards, and Sang-Chi saw this trick for the first time. Pixel comes on the phone with a happy face and informs them that he has created the maps. Any fool can deal with them, so you can go and kill the monsters. Pixel also informs the guys that these monsters have the same data structure as humans, so hacked maps to help them. With her hands up in the air, Succubus marveled at Pixel for copying everything from the game, and not only had he hacked it, but he'd implemented a new system. Succubus pointed out to the agent that either they had the wrong security system or this guy was a genius. After thinking for a second, Succubus recognized that Pixel was a hacker, a nugget of genius, and one of a kind. Sanchi told Pixel that cards were good, but I think he had broken every bone in his body that he couldn't fight. At this time, Phil grabs the card he needs and notes that they will be good as new now. Sanchi lay there watching the healing magic happen around him. The succubus is hysterical because Pixel has flooded her virtual world with vanilla baby stuff, which is what you can do, because geniuses are geniuses. While Phil was undergoing his recovery, a monster flew at him from above. A couple minutes later and the guys would have been dead, and Phil manages to draw his sword and cut the monster's leg in half. Well, as it turned out, there were more than 2 monsters. Having paid attention to this, Phil is given to the next trick. Having drawn the right card, Phil turns his sword into a powerful weapon. Calculating the trajectory, he throws the sword directly into the crowd of these giants. Sticking his sword into the ground in the middle of the crowd, he activated a powerful discharge of electricity in him, and with one powerful shot, he fried the monsters in an instant. Naturally, in addition, it was a distraction. As the remaining monster turned back at that moment, Phil's sword pierces through its head. At this moment, it was not without Sang-Chi's help. Choosing a powerful anti-tank rifle shot at the same spot, he rolls the monster to the ground. While Sang-Chi was covering Phil with his rifle, he gave him the opportunity to fight his way into the castle. As he ran closer to the castle gates, he encountered another bully in his path. Grabbing his sword, Phil slips between his legs like a snowboard and dashes into the hall, where the sphere was lying on a cushion. The sphere that made all this happen. While Phil was running to the sphere, the next monsters were rising from the floor, growing like mushrooms on a rainy day. Phil realizes that he doesn't have time to run to the sphere. He prepares to take the fight. Phil didn't even realize that his sniper rear had doubled in size. Sang-Chi opens fire with all his guns, leaving huge holes in their bodies. He's snapping them like seeds. Only one is barely hit. While Sang-Chi had his back, Phil was only a couple steps away from the sphere, but the big guy behind him was breathing down his back, and still Sang-Chi managed to get him, making a huge hole in his head. It was his last shot, because he had run out of PMP. Finally, Phil was at the target. After hitting the ball a few times, Phil shatters the sphere, leaving only small pieces. Finally, the boys had won, and now they could get the hell out of there. With a taste of victory, Sanchi could breathe out and relax. Relaxing and closing his eyes a little, Sanchi did not even suspect that the lying body behind his back will suddenly be not quite dead. It would open its eyes and pounce on him in the same second. Pixel, who had been watching them for a second, was chilled by what he saw. Before he could turn around, Phil felt someone standing behind him. When he turned around, he saw Sang-Chi in a different form. Speaking in a voice not his own, Sang-Chi warns Fila that the mission is not over. Fila asks him to stop. Fila guesses that perhaps an unidentified code is speaking for him and asks him what he wants. Sang-Chi gets into an attack stance and said that the men have to stop. There is a clang of metal and the guys cross their swords in battle. Fort Division is keeping a close eye on developments. The succubus consults with the agent about what they should do in such a situation. The agent says the machine has been activated, that they need to save at least one of them. Yes, it is possible that they will lose Sang-Chi. The succubus suggests that Phil should distract him, so he can buy them some time and they can reboot the system. For such a move, the agent doesn't quite know all of Phil's abilities and he's no match for Sang-Chi right now. Sang-Chi can't stop talking about how he's going to stop people. Suddenly, in 1 second, his eyes change color and he becomes himself. He asks Phil what happened to him. Sang-Chi is greatly disturbed by a terrible pain in his head, as if he was being hit on the head with a hammer every second. Pixel does his best to help the guys in this situation. He is disturbed by the fact that somehow the code is inside the men. Sang-Chi can't stop catching waves of headaches. The agent judges from the situation that Sang-Chi is resisting, and then he gets the idea that he might be immune to the code. The succubus wonders if it's because he didn't succumb to the pressure of the code and the urge to kill his partner. Sang-Chi, holding his head, asks Phil for a favor, that when the code overcomes him, Phil should kill him immediately, as long as he doesn't let him down. While the guys were deciding among themselves how to handle the situation, another character appeared on the horizon. Sang-Chi starts to lose control again and pounces on Phil, but before he can perform the attack, someone grabs him by the scruff of the neck and throws him to the ground. Clearly, this someone was more powerful than Sang-Chi. To prevent him from twitching, he grabbed him by the throat, pinning him to the floor. In his other hand, he twirled a knife, which he threw towards Phil at the same second. The knife touches his face, leaving Phil with a bloody mark on his cheek, warning him not to move from his seat. The man in the black cloak stands up and confirms that Sang-Chi is unconscious. Meanwhile, Phil asks the succubus to disconnect him. The succubus emphasizes that Phil is lucky, adding congratulations on completing the first mission. And yes, in between all this, Phil recognizes the man in the black cape. It was the head doctor from the hospital. Now the two of them are left to watch Sang-chi disappear from this world. The head doctor compliments Fila for doing a good job, that they didn't have to wait for him, did a great job on their own. He also emphasizes that they certainly screwed up the finale. Phil takes the opportunity to talk casually about Kimbo's father. Was he saved? The doctor asks Phil how he knows Kimbo. Phil tells him they go to the same school. The doctor told him that an unidentified code had infiltrated the machine that operated on his father. They did everything they could to save him, but he didn't survive. The doctor asked Phil if he understood why they were fighting the code. The doctor admitted to him that Kimbo was safe and well, surrounded by good people. Having finished all the business in this world, the next to exit the system is Phil. Evening, the house where the apartment was located, where Phil is now resting after a hard day. After waking up, Phil analyzes the completion of the first mission, pondering how much more he would have to fight for his life. He had so many questions, but so few answers. How does this office manage to hide everything? Why don't they involve the military and the police? Why are they harnessing ordinary people? Well, he didn't have long to be alone. As Pixel entered his space through the creak of the door, Pixel had a topic of conversation with Phil. Moving into the kitchen, Pixel brews a delicious one for Phil and adds his favorite candy bar to it. Over a cup of delicious tea, Pixel tries to get to know Phil one more time. Phil did not fully believe that Pixel was the master of the gambling character he had killed 150 times. Pixel was glad for the moment that they were both at the same table face to face. After all, until that moment, Phil had been fighting a bot he had created. Phil was surprised that all this time, he had been fighting a bot in the game, and it was probably due to artificial intelligence. Phil was right in his guesses, since Pixel was not a very good athlete, and his reflexes were poor. Fighting in a straight fight is not his thing, but hacking into something was a piece of cake for him. That's how the succubus spotted him, and now he's here. Phil wasn't interested in what Pixel was telling him. He admits that Phil had piqued his interest. After saying that much, Phil is blown out of the kitchen by a draft. A furious Phil, after talking to Pixel, flies into his room. Slamming the door, he decides to change his place of residence tomorrow. The next morning, Phil arrives at the fort to meet the succubus. The girl wonders why Phil needs to move to another apartment. Phil is stumped for a long time and doesn't know how to present it to succubus in a softer way. After all, she is a girl, he should show a sign of correctness. Failing to find the right word, Phil calls things by their proper names. And he comes to the conclusion that the Pixel is gay. From what she heard, succubus almost chokes and returns the sip of tea outside. Phil looks at the succubus and is annoyed at her laughter. He can't figure out what he said that was so funny. Succubus drools and sobs with laughter. Patting him on the shoulder, succubus tells him that everything is fine and he shouldn't worry. And to be honest, succubus was scared at first, thinking that Phil had come to her with something serious, but in fact he only made her laugh. And in this ridiculous situation, only Phil wasn't laughing. The succubus was on her way to meet Sang-chi. She greeted him and was very happy that he was alive. Furious and on his own wavelength, Phil runs past Sang-chi without paying attention to him because his conversation with the girl was important to him. Phil takes a couple more steps forward and stops, turning his attention to Sang-chi. He promised him that it wouldn't happen again. A thought popped into Phil's head about his current acquaintances, a neighbor with a sweet tooth and a rival murderer. At the sound of the doors opening, a pumped-up guy in only pants, with white hair and a band-aid on his face comes out. The guards clapped their hands and congratulated him on his first mission, which no one had ever passed so quickly except for him. The guards walk past them and say nothing back to me, thinking he didn't notice them. The agent in the black cloak explains that each person has a special skill. Yoon Falua's high PMP, Sang-chi's immunity and Kimbo's reflexes. The three of them would make a good team. The chief physician suggests that the agent look into them. The next morning, the school where Phil and Kimbo went to, the classroom where the lesson was being taught. But since there was no teacher in the classroom, each of the kids was doing their own thing. Some were chatting, and some decided to finish their nap and fell asleep at their desks. Suddenly the door to the classroom opens and he appears on the threshold. Everyone just froze in place. After all, none of them could think or even imagine that the murderer of his stepmother, could return to school as if nothing had happened. His girlfriend Soo-young was in the next classroom. On a digital screen as thick as a sheet of paper, she was drawing a portrait of her favorite friend. She missed him very much. Bursting into her classroom, breaking the silence and disorder of the class, the guy excitedly called her name and headed towards her. Soo-young indignantly wondered what brought him in so early. Could it be that the guy was in the wrong class? He leaned on the desk, barely able to catch his breath, and said that he was back. With his strange behavior, Soo-young couldn't understand who he was talking about. When she found out, her eyes almost fell out of their orbits. As an apology, the guy holds out his virtual game glasses to Philosophy. With regret for his behavior in that situation, he didn't want Phil to hold a grudge. Showing kindness and decency, Phil refuses the gift. He justifies it by saying that he would also call the police if he were in that situation. Soo-young asks Phil what happened that night, since he was found not guilty, and on that day, Phil pleaded guilty to killing his mother. For such similar situations and questions, Phil was already prepared. He immediately recalls the agent's words. That's why it was so easy for Phil to tell the guys that it wasn't him. My stepmother's killer pretended to be Phil and wrote to Il Soo about what happened that night. But today, the killer was found and Phil's innocence was proven. If that's how it was, then Soo-young can't understand why they were given the rights to visit him. No matter how many times they came, they were constantly denied. Phil apologizes wildly to his friends because he needed time to come to his senses and hopes for their understanding. Soo-young was very disappointed in Phil's words. She felt hurt, because in such a situation, Phil only thought for himself, but he didn't think for his friends who were also worried about him as much as he was. Phil fails to lower the heat of the conversation and misses Soo-young. When he asked what was wrong with her, even Il Soo couldn't answer him, and he was with her the whole time he was away from Phil. As he approached the school, Sang-chi wasn't particularly excited about the idea. He cursed everything, this school, the students and the succubus hadn't forgotten to mention it. And as much as he didn't like it, he knew Big Sis was watching him. One stupid move and he'd spend the rest of his days eating through a tube. Communicating with him through a special connection succubus offers to give him a code, thanks to which Sang-chi will quickly calm his ardor and wit. This option was not suitable for him. He took the side of a goody-goody. But still he was saddened by the fact that he could not play with high school students. Sang-chi was so lucky that not even 5 minutes later, he found himself surrounded by some thugs. One of the thugs decided to threaten Sang-chi, to which he easily told them that he was fine in this place, so he told them to get out of here. After another insult to the thugs, one of them decided to brag about their status by saying that they were members of the KBG clan. Sang-chi decided to joke with them once again, asking them what KBG stands for, to which he gave his own decipherment, Sick Dwarf Club. Just as one of them was about to punch Sang-chi, Bo Guan opens the classroom door and the boys stop and greet their leader. Bo Guan stands in front of them and listens to their excuses that they were guarding his seat while he was away at school, but that this newcomer sat down without asking. The other one of the boys reproaches Sang-chi for how long he will stay here. Bo Guan doesn't do anything about the situation and just sits at another desk. 3 scumbags are walking towards where their leader is sitting. One of them tried to intimidate Sang-chi again, to which Sang-chi told him to go to his master. Sang-chi analyzed Bo Guan while thinking in parallel. He understood the deciphering of KBG, it meant the name of the guy himself, Kim Bo Guan. He was new among the forcers and also a friend of Yoon Phil. As Sang-chi knew, this guy's father had been killed by an unidentified code after which he had joined the forcers. Looking at his facial expressions, he thought that Kmibo was ready to fight the code with his bare hands. Looking a little lower at the muscles in his arm, he said that he wouldn't want to get under his hot hand. The succubus questions Pixel about his plan to hire left-handed people, and then asks if he's all right in the head, to which he in turn asks her not to laugh at his ideas, since he's a developer with skills. Pixel continues by saying that the system they are currently fighting unidentified code in is based on the BWF. Pixel offers to hire her best gamers. After listing a couple of names of the best of the gamers, Pixel says he's writing algorithms based on card attacks and these guys will definitely get their code. Looking ahead, Pixel suggests that if they take these guys in, the probability of destroying this unidentified code is 100%, to which Succubus says that the BWF game was created when she was young and just for fun. When asked what these nerds are capable of, Pixel covers her ears with her hands and pretends not to hear her. The Succubus says that while she's happy to hear about Pixel's passion for her BWF game, the girl reminds him that they're not playing games here, so let him think it over. Pixel immediately replies without hesitation that he's already thought it over. The agent decides to intervene in their conversation, telling Pixel that in a way he agrees with him, but rules are rules and only those who have encountered an unidentified code become forcers, after which they implant them with nanomachines without authorization and then send them to certain death, so they can't afford to involve anyone else. Looking at the agent and Succubus as they leave, Pixel says that he had a better opinion of the agent. Speaking to himself, Pixel says that if they had wanted to, they could have found a way. Pixel thinks over the agent's words that he can't become a forcer without meeting the code, and then he comes up with a plan and tells himself that he will arrange everything. The doors where the girl and the men came out of were still open, so Pixel's laughter was heard by 2 guards who asked the other one if he was at it again and how many times he could laugh, to which the second one replied that the guy was obviously not all at home. Sang-chi was sitting on the steps outside the school thinking about something. He was watching Phil and some other students playing soccer. It turns out that Phil is not so good at the sport that Sang-chi immediately notices and asks himself if Yoon Phil is worth anything other than his games. From behind Sang-chi comes a man who pulls the guy out of his thoughts, saying that he has a conversation to have with him. Sang-chi looks up and recognizes the man as the doctor. The guy asks if he has to wear a robe everywhere, to which the man replies that from now on he is the school doctor. Sang-chi laughed, and the men looked at him with a look of confusion as to why he was so amused. Once at the nurse's station, the men talked to Sang-chi about Master telling him to look after him, Yoon-fil, Kim Bo-gwan and the twins. Sang-chi takes a moment to joke about being a part-time babysitter, then tells him not to mess with them because it won't end well. The man responds to these words by saying that he can't stand badasses. He talks about how he spilled blood to save people and Sang-chi only spilled blood to kill them. The man continues his dialogue about how if the guy wants to become a forcer, he'll have to say goodbye to his past. Since if he goes back to his old ways, he'll be a walking corpse. While the man says he's appointing Sang-chi as the team captain, he's deep in his own thoughts thinking about the fact that Choi In-yoon is not only a doctor and a forcer, but also a mentor to the newcomers. The only person higher than him in the forcer hierarchy is the master, who is a veteran to the bone. Back in the real world, Sang-chi asks what he will have to do in his role as team captain. He gets a simple answer that his job will be to relay orders. Choi In goes on to say that he'll be waiting for everyone at the construction site in Section B at 7 p.m. tomorrow. If they disobey orders and don't show up, they'll have to take it out on themselves. In the evening, Yoon-fil appeared at the construction site and seemed to be the earliest to arrive. As he approached the huge pit, he looked down and then was disappointed that it looked like he would have to go down there. Having successfully descended, he was faced with a door that was lit by 2 single light bulbs. As he got closer to the door, he was greeted by a virtual assistant who asked him how he could help the guy. Before he could say a word, the bubbler said that he was Yoon-fil, one of the forcers, and then apologized for not recognizing him and opened the door. As he walks in, Phil sees a long corridor lit by a bunch of lights, and is greeted by a virtual assistant who tells him that this is the underground forcer training center. Walking further, the guy enters an elevator there, where a bubble tells him that mentor Choi In-yoon relayed that he'll be waiting on the 5th floor at the combat training center. As soon as the elevator arrives at the destination, Yoon-fil finds himself in a huge white room, and in its center stands Choi himself. The man says that Phil is not a distant guy, but at least he's punctual, and then asks him to come over. Choi holds out his hand to the guy, and he looks at him with a puzzled look. Choi tells him to give him the flash drive. While Phil was looking in his pocket for the flash drive, the man punches the guy right in the face. Before this encounter, Choi was told that Yoon-fil has the highest PMP in the world, but he's psychologically weak. The impact throws the guy a couple of meters away and he lands on the floor. Choi says in a menacing voice that the guy lacks coolness and toughness, then orders the guy to get up and says he will teach him the art of survival. The day after that meeting, Phil heads to the school with his face completely beaten up. He meets Sang-chi on the way, and when he turns to look at him, his face looks just as sad as Yoon-fil's. The guy remembers yesterday's meeting and what made Sang-chi look so miserable right now. As it turns out, Sang-chi was late, which is why Choi decided to pound the rules of discipline into his cocky head. Phil is approached by Kimbo, who looks no better than the others. The guys decide to make a little joke about their awful appearance, remembering last night. Bo-gwan decided to fight with Choi, which is why he looked so beat up. The guy was talking to himself in his mind, recounting what it was all about. His eyes were filled with fear at the thought that they would always be beaten up like this. We see Ha-il-soo putting the glasses in his locker and then closing it. The locker became dark and was illuminated by the light of the glasses, which turned on for some reason. As it turned out, an unidentified code had gotten into the Sonax system program in the glasses and had enslaved the system. As Phil sat in class listening to the teacher, he thought back to what Choi had said. He had told them that he had an assignment for them, namely that they would have to learn at least 2 martial arts. Sang-chi asks why they need them if they're fighting in the virtual world. Choi disappointedly says that he thought he was the smart one, then turns to the others and asks if any of them know the answer to the question. Bo-gwan assumes that the answer is that a healthy body has a healthy spirit, but the answer was wrong and one of the twins said that a forcer not only fights in the virtual world, but he can also face a machine or a person in the real world who is infected with a code and needs to be neutralized. That was the right answer and Choi praised the twins. The twins were right that the forcer needed to hone his fighting skills in the real world as well. Choi asked them to show him some results the next day. The next day at school, Phil is thinking about what kind of martial arts he should do. In fact, in the game, he constantly uses katana, so fencing is not very suitable for him. For him, the solution to this question was much more important than what the teacher was talking about in class. The teacher and the children shift their gaze to the opening door. The teacher's name is Lim. A bloodied student stood on the threshold. Before she passed out, she manages to say something about the children. The children in the classroom revolted from seeing the blood on her. From the rapid beats of her heart, Phil could only guess what might have happened to her. This time, an unidentified code takes possession of their class friend named Il-soo. His entire class tried to confront him, but it was impossible for a normal person to do so. While one distracted him by talking with a mop in his hands, the other tried to influence him with a chair. Without any understanding of the consequences, they were only trying to protect their lives. The classmate tried to stop Il-soo with the chair, giving him a not-so-subtle blow to the head. He hoped it should work. After the blow, the guy saw that Il-soo didn't even stagger. In response, a kick came flying back at him, knocking him to the ground. The classmates are in a panic of helplessness. A guy with a mop in his hand asks someone to call the police. One more glance at a classmate lying on the ground shows that his neck is twisted from one blow. Saving his ass, he runs towards the exit. Il-soo, or rather what's driving him, keeps going against his classmates. Next, a guy with a mop in his hand stands in his way and asks him to approach him. In one fell swoop, Il-soo takes out the next attacker. Breaking the mop, he grabs him by the head and throws him to the other end of the classroom. After this insolence, Il pushes his way through the crowd of students to stop Il-soo. Swinging his fist at the guy, he says he's going to teach him a lesson and then punches him so that Il-soo's infected glasses fall to the floor. The guy's eyes were filled with madness, which Il noticed. Il-soo was like a wild beast, his teeth clamping down on the big guy's neck, gnawing on it until it bled. Bo-gwan comes in and grabs Il-soo by the hair and pulls her away from the big guy. Kimbo threw Il-soo to the floor and then told Il to wipe his snotty nose, as he wouldn't die from a scratch. At this time, Il-soo was already on his feet, but now he was making some incomprehensible mooing noises. As soon as the guy started running at Bo-gwan, he ordered everyone to run towards the exit. With his hands, he blocked the infected's head so that he couldn't bite him. With his words, he tried to make the guy come to his senses. When he was running out of strength, he pushed Il-soo's head to the side and pushed him against the wall. Bo-gwan saw Il-soo jump over the entire classroom and ended up near the exit where one of the students was running to. After blocking the way, Il-soo slapped him on the neck, causing him to fall to the floor helplessly. The infected code that controlled Il-soo said that everyone would stay here. Kimbo jumped on the table and attacked Il-soo, but Il-soo dodged the blow and pushed him aside. The infected man's mouth mumbled as Sang-chi appeared behind him and laid out a switchblade, saying that he was glad to meet the code himself. Bo-gwan orders Sang-chi to put the knife away since the infected man is his friend. Pulling the blade out even more, he sarcastically says he'll go easy on him. Il-soo already starts to run straight at Sang-chi, but at that moment he is stopped by Phil, who says that it was said to be his friend. As he defends himself from the guy, he looks into his crazy eyes and is horrified. He remembers what Choi told him, that if he doesn't want to feel fear, he should replace it with feelings of duty and belonging. He gives him an example of the soldiers who fight on the battlefield and how they run towards explosions and bullets. He also reminds him that Phil is a forcer and it's his duty to save people's lives. After gathering his courage, Phil hit Il-soo's stomach with his knee with all his might and then added a headbutt to his forehead. Now, in a hurry, he began to search for the source of the contamination. Some female student held the infected glasses in her hands and then threw them into Phil's hands, and the latter had already inserted the flash drive into them. Kimbo clasped Il-soo so that he wouldn't move for now. Sang-chi ran out of the classroom with a smile on his face. The agent is approached by a security guard who informs him that an unidentified code was seen in a regular school. The man then asks what the agent will do since there are too many witnesses this time. The agent in turn tells them to confirm that it is Il-soo and then kill him. He also told him to remember to frame it as a case of mental illness. The guard is wary of such measures and says that the guy is just an ordinary high school student. Phil and Sung-chi are now in the infirmary where they are immersed in the digital world. As they appeared, Phil noticed a huge microchip in the middle, and on top of one of the flying platforms was Sung-chi. Before he could speak, the microchip opened and a growling sound came from it. Il-soo's face appeared on the screen as he mumbled some incomprehensible things. Things got a lot more tense when the hologram of the guy yelled. The wind was too strong and the guys could barely stand on their feet. Phil picked an axe, a spoon, and a ring to create a giant cannon, then he fired it straight at the chip. No way, Il-soo just swallowed the bullet and then bullets 10 times bigger than the previous one started flying out. Phil created a huge stone wall for defense. When Sang-chi said that it was dumb to shoot straight at his forehead, a holographic screen appeared through which Succubus said that this code was called Reflector, and it's level 6. Any attack it reflects tenfold. Sang-chi asked how on earth they were supposed to fight it. The girl said that they should attack it with something it can't reproduce. The Succubus said that it would be impossible for a beginner to deal with this code, but with Phil's immense PMP and immunity to Sang-chi's code, they could try their luck. Phil decides to ask the girl what's going on in real life right now since that infected guy is his friend. He asks hopefully if he'll be taken care of. While Bo-gwan was holding Il-soo, 2 men in black suits came to him and said that there were too many witnesses and that they would later announce that the student had been diagnosed with a mental disorder. Kimbo threatened them to put the gun away as he was his friend, to which the guard only said that because of the unidentified code he was out of control and that they had no guarantee that he would be able to regain control. With anger in his voice, Bo-gwan asks if he really wants to kill his friend. The guard adds that by giving in to the reflector's will, the victim will only grow stronger with each passing second. While Kimbo was yelling at the guards, hoping that they would come to their senses and not kill Il-soo, he started twitching strangely and then a pin appeared from the back of his head, which immediately stuck straight into Bo Guan's forehead and went through his head. This made the guy let go of the infected and moved away from him in pain. The guard shouted out that it was too late and that he had gotten too strong. The three men began writhing in pain as the code began to infect them. Kimbo managed to get to his feet and ordered Ha Il-su to stop. He had planned to run up to Il-su, but the code made the illusion that Bo Guan's feet were stuck in the mud and his father's huge, ugly figure appeared beside him. Kimbo laughed at the situation because the silly aliens thought it would scare him, but it didn't. Bo Guan forcefully grabbed Il-su's neck and then punched him in the face with all his might. Meanwhile, Phil can't stop looking for options to hurt him. The succubus confirms the fact that the situation is still open and warns the boys to cover their ears now. A tremendous sound wave blasts out of the half-open doors. The succubus informs them that the sound wave is coming once a minute. Your wall only helped you repel the first attack. Accordingly, you've only annoyed him. The succubus is curious about Sang-Chi's health. He personally thinks he's almost deaf. Joining the conversation, Pixel clarifies that Sang-Chi's luck can be attributed to his immunity. He's helping him survive, anyway. Pixel thinks about how to provide the guys with an ace up their sleeve, or next time they won't be able to get by with just their webbing. This sound doesn't stop, because the pleasure for him will be the burst blood vessels of the guys. The guys prepare for the next attack. Sang-Chi suggests Phil to repel the attack together, as alone they are powerless and give the desired result. Phil admits that he doesn't have fresh ideas for such actions yet. Sang-Chi points out that this sound affects objects with sound vibrations. Sang-Chi is powerless at this point, and Phil's imagination is at its best here right now. The succubus guesses why Sang-Chi suddenly remembered about his partner, only to save his ass no more than that. Sang-Chi tries to get Phil to come up with the right ideas, and shows him the black hole where the sound was coming from. What did Phil think it looked like? Still, Phil's ingenuity is working in the right direction. He thinks his idea is going to work right, so he puts a huge speaker the size of a small house in front of him and cranks up the bass to full blast. A sonic struggle ensues. The guys see that the effect is there, but not as much as they'd like. But the plan to fend off the attack worked. The succubus praises Phil for being able to bring a not-so-great victory with a single thought. As always, Pixel has a knack for showing up at just the right moment at just the right time. He confirms that the first round is for the guys, but the battle is not over yet and introduces them to his new creation. With it, the boys can quickly put the code to bed. Code, feeling threatened, notifies them that he's tired of messing with them and launches a double attack. Pulling his hand aside, Sang-Chi hoped to see an abundance of cards with different weapons, but instead he only got one. The card was labeled X3. This card triples the power of any blow, that's why it's called that. Phil grabs it and runs to the cannon, expecting to shove it in right away. Sang-Chi yells at him to take his time, because they only have one shot and they can't make a mistake. Before firing the gun, Sang-Chi decides to check with a pistol shot first. Sang-Chi fires the entire clip into the hole and all the bullets fired come back to them. With a stone barrier, the boys take cover from the bullets. Phil resented the smart approach, but he didn't see it because Sang-Chi was shooting at him. By this example, Sun-Chi showed Phil that if he fired artillery, their plan at X3 would fail miserably. Physical weapons won't work against this code. They need a different approach. Based on the situation, Sang-Chi suggests Phil to make the column even times bigger than it was before and put a map in it. And further, Sang-Chi proposes to throw the column directly into the mouth of the code and then the code will give them 10 columns for all X6. The boys set their plan in motion. Phil throws the speaker over the stone wall and sends it right into the center of the hole. The code laughs at them and warns them that no matter how much they throw at him, he'll give it all back to them. But the code had no idea that's exactly what they needed. The guy's plan works and the code gives them back several times as many columns instead of just one. Phil scans each column, and each one showed a valid X6 card. The code prepares for another attack and keeps a report back. Phil tries to hold all the columns in the air, and Sang-Chi wonders how he can hold all the columns in one fell swoop. Phil doesn't have enough strength, thinking that holding 10 speakers is too much, even for him. Some of them start to fall to the ground. The guys have 2 seconds left before the attack begins. Phil tries to hold on to at least 3 of the 10 speakers, figuring that should be enough. 1 second to go. A second silence and there is a counterburst of strong sound waves, which formed a bright glow. And these 3 victorious speakers lead the guys to victory. Instead of a code, its source was formed in the form of a rhombus, emitting a not large red glow around it. Seeing it, all the guys have to do is smash it and it's over. Phil confesses that his PMP is already at 0. Then Sang-Chi has the last word and prepares to fire his favorite rifle. Sang-Chi's keen eye is on the ruby, As they fired the shot, the boys get a powerful recoil, a ricochet to their side. And that meant that the rifle shot didn't help them. At that moment the barrel of a revolver appears in front of Phil's nose. Phil holds his gaze and sees his mentor standing beside him, still in the same image. In-Yun takes good aim and fires a shot into the heart of the ruby. The ruby shatters into small pieces and the guys finally get a complete victory over the code. And they seem to have triumphed, but the code was still in their heads. Appearing in Pixel face, with threats, it kept them awake even in their dreams. Where Phil saw his doom, as he was dying from the sound waves. But for the good of it all, it was only a horrible dream that Phil woke up from in his room. When he awoke, he saw by his bedside a breakfast prepared for him. Judging by the breakfast, Pixel had gotten his hands on it. Because it was all Pixel candy bars. As he left the room and went into the hall, Phil repeatedly said he didn't eat those candy bars. After looking around the apartment, Phil didn't find the sweet villain, thinking that he had probably gone to work. At the same time, in the fort building, Il-Soo was sitting handcuffed at the interrogation table. He could hear to his side that for his deeds at school, he should have been out of the world by now. And it wasn't because there were many witnesses who had seen him, but there were other reasons for that. Il-Soo was completely out of control. Thanks to his friend, Il-Soo is now at a desk talking to an agent instead of lying in a morgue somewhere. The agent justified his words by saying that 4 high school students died in the incident. The office can't just put Il-Soo back to normal. After the conversation, Il-Soo will go to the Forcer Training Center, the Forcer Circle, and from now on, the center will be Il-Soo's new home. Naturally, the agent didn't leave Il-Soo without a second choice. If he refuses the offer, he will be able to choose the blue-colored pill. Holding his head, Il-Soo realized that by choosing the blue pill, he was no longer a survivor. The notice on the pole was, missing person. It was Il-Soo's parents who put up the advertisement every day with the hope that their boy would be found. Off to the side, Il-Soo and Kimbo were looking at them, which meant that Il-Soo had chosen the red pod. He was forbidden to go near his family or friends. If he disobeyed, the nanomachine would destroy him. Kimbo gives him advice that he better be happy, even with such rules. Kimbo heard a rumor that Il-Soo had been imprisoned in the Forcer Circle for all eternity. Il-Soo said that he would be released from time to time, but that the Great Eye of Sauron was watching him constantly. He would also like to become a Forcer, but because of the ban on going outside, it's not possible at the moment. It's because of the men in black, Kimbo said. During the dialogue, Il-Soo remembered to thank Kimbo for standing up for him. Il-Soo confesses to Kimbo that a bully and a nerd can't be friends in life. That's the reality. And that's why Il-Soo was always uncomfortable when Kimbo was around. Il-Soo originally had to put up a wall between them. Kimbo asks him, instead of raking and discussing the past, he'd better say goodbye to his parents. There's no telling when he'll be able to see them again. Soda machine. Opening a can, a man commented on how the youngsters had managed to B-level codes. 2 security guards, in conversation, admired the boys. One of them remarked that if it wasn't for the professor's backup, they wouldn't have succeeded. The other didn't particularly agree with his colleague's thoughts. Pixel was watching their discussion around the corner. Clearly he was up to something. After all, the doors guarded by the 2 guards served as the entrance to the server room. The doors had level 3 security. Not an easy task, but not for Pixel. Suddenly, from around the corner comes a rather familiar laugh. Recognizing Pixel's voice, the 2 skinheads wondered what he was up to this time. But, what he was up to, naturally only Pixel knew. With the help of a hiding place, the toilet and his laptop, the kid does things. By pressing enter, Pixel brings up a screen in front of the guard. Looking at it, the guards receive an order to conduct a drill. The guards can't quite figure out what kind of drill we're talking about, because there hasn't been a drill in ages, and what will happen to them if they leave their post. But fearing another demotion, they decide to obey the order and move to the decision-making center. The door to the server room is unattended. Taking advantage of the moment, Pixel moves towards his goal. Using the access card, Pixel quietly enters the server room. From the picture he sees, Pixel is early to rejoice. Pixel sets a timer for 4 minutes. That's how long he has to get everything he wants done. Otherwise, the alarm will go off in 4 minutes. This room contained all the information he needed about the unidentified code. Meanwhile, at the Forcer training camp, Dr. In-Yun is checking with his charges to see which of them have already decided on martial arts. The twins, despite their young age, begged him for permission to learn at least one of the arts. Phil wondered what these youngsters were doing here, for he had never seen them doing anything. In-Yun once again tries to repeat his question, or else he observes that his charges are heard deaf. Kimbo decides first to answer where he would like to do boxing and jiu-jitsu. The second suggested that system and capoeira would suit him. Phil in turn chose Japanese fencing and taekwondo. The guy managed to surprise the doctor with his choice, as the doctor had no idea what system was. Guy stands up for his choice, as system is the best martial art ever. Clenching his fist in blood, the doctor replied to everyone else that mentors will be picked for them tomorrow. Seeing such a picture, the guys didn't even want to argue with the doctor's opinion. With 2 minutes left on the clock, our young hacker must complete his dark deeds. Pixel was a little fidgety with the code boxes. He knew there could be a lot of them, but he didn't realize it would be this many. Pixel needed to download the names so that regular gamers wouldn't die for nothing. With less than 2 minutes to go, Pixel focused his attention on the nickname Long Tail. After all, it was not much suspicious that against the nickname, there was a question mark. The download started, with exactly 1 minute left, and Pixel was already leaving the room. 3 minutes to complete the whole thing. Pixel's home. Laden with food and drink, Pixel quickly loads up the game. Now he is faced with the question of which character to choose. Watching the list and ranking of the players, Pixel realized that after Phil left the game, there were fewer leaders. Blitz, the storm-bringing mage, was in first place, skillfully wielding lightning in battles. It seemed to Pixel that this mage might be the best after Phil, but in real life he was a common freak. The guy apologizes for running out of water, but he will try to rectify this situation. The second place was occupied by a character named Agni. This character, surrounded by bright flames, seemed omnipotent and fearless, but his master was the complete opposite. A rock musician, and his rock band is living out its century. Well, in third place was Akasha, a dark magician with a scythe and black magic. And in real life, obsessive glutton. Pixel stops at the first 3 candidates and is about to check them out and presses accept. The entrance to the training camp for forcers. Phil is disguised in a kimono, swinging a training sword that had meaningful differences from the real thing. The guard who oversaw his performance orders Phil to make another 1,000 swings. Phil had no way of knowing that they would be taken as Spartans, wondering if he would have wiped his hands bloody while swinging a wooden sword if his mother hadn't been killed by an unidentified code. This was not the life he had once dreamed of. Encouraging himself that he will definitely get stronger, the guard would help him in this, as the wrong stance caused him to order him to start over. If he could do it, he would like to get it all back. After an agonizing workout, Phil returns to his apartment. Entering the apartment, he sees a guy sitting on the couch in the dark. He thinks it's his neighbor, Pixel, but it was far from him. Phil meets Sang-Chi in front of him. Phil asks him why and how he's here. Phil tries to guess, but the first thing he thought was that he had broken into the doors. Sang-Chi reaches into his pocket and pulls out an electronic door key. He was sick to death of being stuck alone, so he swapped rooms. With irony on his face, he asks Phil to take care of him. Phil was not happy about this kind of neighborliness. Taking out his cell phone, Phil dials the succubus. Dressed like a kid, Succubus chewed gum and caught an incoming call on her phone. She was surprised to read the name of the incoming call. Picking up the phone first instead of hello, she hears Phil's angry voice and in addition an insult in her direction. Phil was so outraged that she had to move the phone away from her ear to avoid going deaf. Phil wonders what kind of idiot thought up such a thing and why he has to live with it now. The succubus is outraged, and what's not to like about Sang-Chi Phil? Phil felt mocked as this serial killer had killed 14 people. The succubus notes that if she had someone to talk to, it would be Phil, who's got a face like a gun. The only person she'd be worried about is Pixel, pointing out that his neighborhood is home to scumbags like them. Without further conversation, Succubus hangs up. Succubus hates it when Phil makes a fuss over nothing. Staring at the monitor, Succubus catches a system error. Immediately she wonders who could have poked their nose into her flawless system, until she realizes that Pixel was on the other side behind it. On the other side, Pixel is smiling with delight that it was the succubus that took his hook. A good player for his experiment. But it's not Pixel who will be fighting her, it's his codes. The size of his codes are essentially the same as anything else. It doesn't take him long to figure it out. The succubus nervously runs her fingers over the keyboard. She notices a familiar algorithm in the game. And then a chill goes down her spine. She thought it was an unidentified code. She can't believe it. How could unidentified code get into his system? Blitz went to the balcony of the building and saw a creature he didn't understand, as he hadn't seen it in the game before. It was a huge ball that looked like a bowling ball. While he was looking at it, 3 circles light up in it, and after a fraction of a second, a red beam like a laser flies into it. Just then, there's a massive explosion. Pixel has a smile on his face as he admires his character. All around Blitz, there is total devastation, and he is unharmed. Blitz releases 5 tips on the sphere, each with a snowflake-shaped star on the end. His next move is to pick the right card for the moment. A couple of deft moves and Blitz is already running away from the explosion. This was a simple task for him. The succubus couldn't believe her 4 eyes that they had gone through all the unidentified code in the server in just 1 minute. After the incident, the master summons the succubus to the carpet. He was suspicious that someone had hacked into her game server and put a code on the top 3 players. The master waited to hear back from Succubus as to what her thoughts were on the matter. Personally, he was 100% sure that Pixel had a hand in it. Succubus didn't readily agree that Pixel had gotten involved and didn't know how it would end for him. He could be a little over the top at times, but only a blind man could see that the boy was a genius. It only took him a day to figure out the unidentified code and its algorithms. And on top of that, he had hacked and enhanced the game cards that could actually do damage to the unidentified code. The Succubus expressed her doubt to the master that Pixel was involved. The master then suggested that Succubus take responsibility for her words. It's daytime outside, somewhere on the grounds of the fort. Succubus and Pixel are sitting on a bench, having a conversation. Succubus tells about her dialogue with the master and emphasizes that she and Pixel are now in the same boat. Pixel admitted that he had underestimated the pairing. He hadn't realized they'd put 2 plus 2 together so quickly. The Succubus agreed that Pixel was right at the time. These players have amazing fighting skills. Now she wonders what he will do, because he has literally turned their lives upside down, dragging ordinary people into a world where they could realistically die. Sipping his soda, Pixel disagreed with her thoughts. He believes that these losers have to face worse things in real life. The Succubus didn't really agree with him, as they, like everyone else, have the right to control their own destiny. Even the most luxurious life has no meaning if one is restricted in their actions. Judging from the dialogue, Succubus begins to think that the social outcast Pixel doesn't understand what she is trying to convey to him. Pixel doesn't skimp on his gratitude for the explanations, and in Succubus' wake, he says that people like him, Botanas, need to be pushed. A hand reached up. In the interrogation room, sitting against the wizard was a guy whose character's name in the game was Blitz. The kid is asking questions that interest him, whether he would be paid a salary. For his part, the master denied for money, but assured the lad that housing would be provided for him. So also added that breakfast, lunch and dinner, also provided. And so, the first consent for the position of Forcer, the master received. Next up was to talk to the master, a guy whose character's name in the game was Egni. They were all so simple that each of them asked the most ridiculous questions. Well, for example, this guy asked if he could form his own rock band with other Forcers. And for example, this lady, whose player's name was Akasha, she was also interested in feeding and gourmet food. Anyway, to summarize, all three agreed to cooperate with the company. Walking down the corridor, the master wondered what the Succubus thought about the newcomers who had joined their ranks. Would they be able to become Forcers? Succubus presented her answer that if a serial killer, a mother killer, and just a high school brawler could do it, then these ones could do it too. The master wondered what his wards were doing now. Whatever is required of them, said the Succubus. Phil was sitting at the computer, studying the rules of movement. Kimbo was practicing his kicks on the punching bag under the supervision of the guards. Sang-Chi was just walking around the city. Passing by the arcade, Sang-Chi decides to try his luck. He finds a machine with toys. After selecting and snagging a toy, Sang-Chi tries to pull it out. Luck was not on his side. Before he could get it out, it broke off. Sang-Chi, frustrated, kicks the machine with his foot. Suddenly, a female voice admonishes him. The girl points her hand to another machine and says that this one keeps breaking, so he tries his luck on the other one. When the girl turns to face her, she recognizes him as the killer, the youngest serial killer, Sang-Chi Yu. They have a dialogue. Sang-Chi doesn't quite understand how she got this information since he was acquitted. The girl thinks he's responding to the patterns that the people from the fort have imposed on him. In fact, she expected to see a heartless and vicious scoundrel, but the rumors said otherwise. She can see that the office was quick to put a leash on him like a dog. Judging by his behavior, he's working his ass off to be a model example of a Forcer. Sang-Chi decided to remind the girl that after all he had killed 15 people and 2 girls among them were as tongue-tied as she was. The girl tries to kick Sang-Chi, but he grabs her leg in time to stop the blow. Suddenly she hits the guy right in the face, making him lose his coordination for a while. A snow-white backpack flies into his face, and then the girl hits him again, but right on his chest, which he covered with the backpack. Sang-Chi falls to the floor while the girl starts laughing at him, saying that he's too weak to be a serial killer and she expected more from the kid. Sang-Chi starts making excuses that she caught him off guard. Still, the guy asked the girl if she would deign to introduce herself to him. When they were already standing near the entrance to the underground center, Sang-Chi is surprised by the fact that the girl is also a Forcer from another sector. She also says that she is a mid-level Forcer, which is 2 steps above the guy. The girl mentions Sang-Chi's mentor and says that he's a cool guy, but compared to her mentor, he's a bit of a pussycat. Without turning to face the guy, she asks him if he's curious about who it is and gets a simple answer that the guy doesn't care about it. She stops and asks the guy again, and he indifferently asks who it is. The girl says with excitement in her voice that her mentor is the greatest Forcer in history and his name is Wanderer. Sang-Chi doesn't react to this information, standing there with a stone face, which surprised the girl. The agent welcomed the guest and asked what brought him to the abode of the plebs. The Wanderer answers that he doesn't understand, and then adds that the government told him to come down. The agent asks if he will give him a glimpse of his person. Missing this request, Wanderer starts talking about the fact that they have an unidentified code running around. The agent interrupts Wanderer and says for him that a sea-level code is looming. Since Wanderer had the honor of destroying an unidentified code of that level in his time, the leadership sent him to help them. Wanderer only replies that he was just lucky then. Getting off the subject, the agent asks the Wanderer if there were any more leads on the light-haired men. The traveler still deigned to get off his phone, and before his eyes he saw memories of light-haired men. The agent continues his dialogue, saying that this is the only unidentified code, which was beyond the Wanderer's grasp. After these words, the Wanderer's phone fell out of his hands and he said that it was not an unidentified code, and whatever they thought, but it was obviously not some code, it was a person. The agent said he never thought the great Wanderer would have a sense of humor. Wanderer said that he had seen a lot of things in hundreds of battles, but Silverface had nothing in common with the code. The battles are fought in a virtual world, which is essentially no different from a regular network. The traveler continues to say that in addition to the forcers and the unidentified code, there are other components in the battle space through which various data flows endlessly. The mentor asks whether they are not with their help and support and analyze the actions of forcers. The agent assumes that the Wanderer is implying that he has encountered artificial intelligence. The traveler says he doesn't know for sure, but his gut says it was human. Neither can he say, probably, whether he is friend or foe to them, but one thing he knows for sure is that he is free to enter the battle space just like them. If he turns out to be their enemy, and if one like him collides with any of the forcers, any of them will be doomed to certain death. Phil rode down to the parking lot where his motorcycle was parked. As he left the parking lot, he rode down the road like a turtle, muttering to himself that safety was the first priority and that the quieter he rode, the better he would be. The two guys who saw Phil were surprised to see a Ducati motorcycle, and one of them remarked that unfortunately, it was driven by a turtle. A girl leaves the apartment of an old man and says goodbye to him to take care of himself. She reminds him not to forget to eat, and since it is starting to get cold outside, she advises him to turn on the heating at home. Grandpa thanks her and tells her to hurry up as she is lightly dressed. The old man turns on the heating and then goes to eat. The girl receives a notification on her phone that the heating system has been turned on in Park Ha-sun's house, which she is happy about. The girl's director, namely Mi-sun, reprimands his employee for putting a pensioner on a heating system. He says that this old man has children and he is living in an apartment from the government. The director makes one last demand of her about the guardianship of him being minimized. Sitting in coffee, Mi-sun complains to her friend about how the principal is being too hard on him. She also emphasizes that even though the old man has children, but they have never even visited him once. She goes on to say that what good is a government apartment if it is as cold as it is outside. The house was built back in the 90s, and no one has ever thought of renovation. Her friend calms her by saying that she herself knows very well that the director is only doing his job. The girl received another notification on her phone that the temperature in the room has risen to 37 degrees Celsius and is still rising. The girl ran out of the building trying to catch a cab, but all is clear and the driver went on his way. Suddenly, Phil drives by her quietly. She still manages to convince the guy to give her a ride to the old man's apartment. She asks Phil to give her a ride because people's lives are at stake. He, in turn, says that he is driving at high speed at his own risk. As he overtakes the truck, Phil thinks about what Mi-sun told him. As soon as he realized that an unidentified code was involved in the glitch in the heating system, he pressed the floor pedal and raced at full speed to his destination. When she got there, the girl ran as fast as she could to her grandfather's apartment to help him. Phil was still standing in the driveway, thinking about what to take from the trunk of the motorcycle. After taking the flash drive, he decided to take the hacker grenade as well. Choi says that in the field it can happen that their hacker toys will be useless, and so they can use hacker explosive grenades, but they cost a lot of money, so the mentor asks them not to throw them away. The men decided to show them on the example of an ordinary multi-cooker that can be found in every home, but except for the charger in it there is nothing. Choi spins the grenade spinner and throws it, after which it explodes. The mentor says that if the grenade explodes, molecules invisible to the human eye will spread through the room. They'll be able to hack into the complex system. Choi also says that one of these is worth 20 million won. Sang-ji, stunned at the amount, says that they can't scrape it together with their pocket money. Reaching the door to his apartment, the girl tried to open the door, but the lock was too hot. Phil walked up to Mi-sun and then hit her on the neck so that she passed out. Phil kicked the door with his foot, then entered the apartment where it was completely stuffy. All the appliances started making noise and glitching due to the effects of the unidentified code. Choi received a call on his cell phone from Phil, who was signed in his phone as Phil in red. After picking up the phone, the mentor heard from Phil that he was able to detect an unidentified code, to which the mentor said he would log in now. Phil spun the grenade and threw it into the center of the room. As the grenade exploded, Phil said that the only thing left to find was the KVR, but somehow the iron partition collapsed downward, blocking the guy's escape route. Phil realized with horror in his eyes that the code had taken over the whole building. A horrifying squeak came from the building's speakers, remembering the words of his mentor, who said that the code could take possession not only of things, but also of people's minds, but the nanomachines in the forcers' bodies could delay this effect for some time, but even with prolonged exposure even they could turn into their victims. Yun-Fil turned back at the sound of the door clicking and then saw that all the tenants who lived on this floor and were under the influence of the unidentified code were now coming out of their apartments and heading straight for the boy. Stepping back, Yun-Fil said that there were too many of them for him alone. He had a broom with which he planned to defend himself against the tenants of the building, translated with DeepL.com, free version. Mentor was already in virtual space, and after he saw what code he had gotten he started cursing it. It was an unidentified B-level code called Sphinx. The succubus told Choi not to worry about it and she would try to help him in any way she could. Mentor asked how Yun-Fil was doing, who was still in the building. Succubus said that it looked like the Sphinx had managed to enslave the entire building, but their agents were on their way so he could stay focused. After taking the first step on the transparent glass, a flying clown's head and two huge hands appeared in front of the mentor, who told him to shoot at it and in return Choi would get a number. After taking a shot, the mentor was able to hit a 5 and then a knight appeared in front of him who had to solve a riddle to advance 5 squares. After the knight's words, a succubus appeared and said that Lancelot would be the answer. After the mentor repeated the girl's words, the knight disintegrated. The ISM organization beheaded a captive freelancer. This was the 5th hostage they had killed. After that tragedy, the names of the people allegedly in charge of ISM became known. The Secretary of Homeland Security was heavily criticized after his statement that negotiations with terrorists were out of the question. The number of teenagers joining this terrorist group over the internet has increased. The world is a big cesspool, in which everything is so tightly woven together that it is impossible to distinguish between good and evil. My friends, do you want to recognize the evil in this cesspool and exterminate it? I do, but that only happens in fairy tales. You're not born a hero, you become one. Is there any chance that such a man could help the world? What we need right now is not a hero. What we need now is a man who can cleanse the world of chaos. And while the TV is broadcasting criminal news about the ISM group, our mysterious hero is on another mission to fight evil. It's night outside, it's raining, the perfect time for a massacre. Our good vigilante is approaching the location of another gang. They are in a building that is protected by a fence, and at the entrance gate there are 2 guards, who as usual are talking about nothing. Suddenly one of them looks into the distance and sees a man approaching them. He asks the other who it is. In response he hears a surprised mooing. The guard shouted at him, warning him that this was a restricted area and to get the hell out of here. He heard only footsteps and the silhouette of a man who wasn't going to stop. The second guard, seeing him wearing a costume, thought the man was just going to a theme party and just got the buildings mixed up. What they told him threatened him, but he wouldn't stop walking. When the guards came out of the darkness into the light, they saw a guy. In fact, he was wearing ordinary clothes, white hair and a mask on his face, looking like a devil from the underworld. When he found the katana, one of the guards pointed a gun at him and asked his partner if the chief would be angry with him if he shot him. The other, lighting a cigarette, told him that he wouldn't. They thought that pointing a threatening gun at him would change the situation in their favor. And then the sound of cold steel breaks into their dialogue. That was the last sound they heard. The speed of our hero's attack was the speed of light. The blade of his katana was so sharp that it could cut even a metal fence. After our fighter against evil left the bloody trail of his katana behind him, he continued walking towards the building in complete calm. His journey is accompanied by news from the television. The news reports that the recent atrocities on women seem to have been part of joining the ranks of the ISM group. In addition to security camera evidence, there are videos that the perpetrators post on the internet. These videos show scenes of sexual violence against women. The police and special services are trying to draw up sketches of the criminals. Meanwhile, our fighter is already in the building. When he entered one of the corridors, he saw 2 more targets in front of him. He was so confident in himself and his strength that he didn't even have to hide. These guys, as well as the guards at the gate, had time to hear the rustle of steel and see the bright light that bounced off his katana. In an instant, it cut the men in 2, like a red-hot knife cutting through a packet of butter. Only sounds and scraps of words could be heard outside the building, and they were like Morse code. Someone even managed to call for help. He went to every floor, every corridor, and opened every door. As he passed, he left behind him a pile of corpses, an ocean of blood. There was so much of it that the walls were painted red. After he had cleared out almost the entire building, he called the elevator to go up to the 13th floor, the very lair of the gang leader. When he got to the 13th floor, they were already there waiting for him. The mob boss, feeling perfectly safe as he had an army of Mexican thugs behind him, he calmly takes out his lighter and lights a cigarette. The gang boss manages to take one puff and has only managed to ask half of his question. Suddenly he is cut in 2 in front of everyone. The whole army of Mexicans turned on the murderer of their head, who were ready to do anything to our protagonist. Suddenly the guy grabs the hilt of his katana and assumes the necessary pose before his attack while the enraged thugs head towards him running around their dead boss. Milliseconds remained before he would have been made into a scarf as suddenly the guy, lightning fast, draws his katana from its scabbard and a powerful light illuminates everyone. The guy opens the door, which makes the room fill with the sound of it creaking. As he walks to the back of the office, he leaves behind a bloody trail of his shoes. At the very back of the room, Eugene notices 3 people, 2 ladies and the leader of the group, who had his back turned to the protagonist. At the snap of her fingers, the young ladies headed straight to meet the guy. The closer they came to him, the more their bodies warped and ceased to be human. They sharply attacked Eugene, who at the same moment tried to fight them off with his katana. The blonde dodged the blow and jumped on the guy's shoulders, clutching his arms with her legs. The girl opened her mouth and bit the guy with all her might so that blood splattered on the floor. The guy managed to pull out a stabbing knife and then sharply stabbed it into the girl, causing her to grimace in pain and loosen her grip. Managing to free his hands, he holds out the katana to cut the lady in half while saying that she was not his type. After the first girl was done with, the second girl appears to his left, which he finished with much faster than the previous one. Having finished dealing with the group leader's henchwomen, he heads straight for him. While the head was saying something to Eugene about always dreaming of being on TV, the kid, without a second thought, cut part of the villain's face. Walking a little further, he came to a door that only opened with a scan of the owner's eye. After the scanner finished scanning the dead faction leader's eye, Eugene pulled back the severed part of his face parallel to where the door began to open. The guy was presented with a room filled with a huge amount of money, gold bars, and all sorts of different technologies. Breaking the glass of the container that contained the ancient book, the guy pulled it out and started flipping through and reading its pages. Out of nowhere, the head of the guy appears behind him and puts a gun to Eugene's head. As it turns out, the leader of the faction has the ability to regenerate his body parts upon any injury. After the guy refused to answer the head's questions, he opened fire on Eugene, but all was unsuccessful as all the bullets flew past him. The guy struck again on the head with his katana, to which the villain replied that his attempts were nullified and he would regenerate indefinitely. Eugene only replied that he would try to regenerate this time if he could. After saying that, the protagonist struck the head with a large number of blows, cutting it into a large number of pieces. After making sure the pieces will no longer reassemble into a single body, Eugene leaves the vault. In the boss's office, he finds a phone on the floor. In the book he took out of the vault, he finds the name of the mastermind behind it all. His name is Noah Kruger. He finds the same name in the phone's directory and presses the call. The phone is picked up and a conversation ensues between them. Eugene asks a very strange question that makes that men involuntarily laugh and say that this type of question is usually asked of a person when they have a gun to their head. Noah is told that the protagonist will come to him personally to ask him the question again. Eugene is intimidated by the fact that he is unlikely to be able to get to him. The chapter lists that he has wealth, power, so-called ritual brothers, but what does our hero have? He answers briefly and bluntly that he has Heichi. The next chapter starts with 2 girls running down the hallway from someone as Noah comes out of the corner and points a gun at them and pulls the trigger. Eugene was covered in cold sweat as he abruptly shifted into a sitting position on the couch. As it turned out, he was currently in the psychologist's office. Breathing heavily after the nightmare, he began to come to his senses. It had been almost a year since he'd started psychotherapy, but the doctor thought it was all even. The protagonist convinces the psychologist that these therapies are working. The doctor tries to encourage Eugene with his words that he should not give up and continue to treat his PTSD. Between them falls the question of whether Eugene still hears the voices of the murdered. The doctor offers to include chemotherapy in his treatment program, but the guy refuses under the pretext that he has found a better way. Not knowing what Eugene's real occupation is, the doctor assumes that his better way is painting, although he doesn't look like the kind of person who would be suited to this hobby. The psychologist pulled out the guy's file and started looking through it. As it turns out, Eugene is an orphan who lived with his uncle after his parents died. It is revealed that a year ago there was a tragic incident at the school where the boy studied. He became the only survivor of the terrorist attack in the school, which killed more than 300 people. It was because of these events that the guy started having nightmares, hallucinations, sociophobia, and other signs that he had PTSD. But surprisingly, he somehow recovered extremely quickly, even with all that had happened to him. We are shown Eugene's very first session. After the terrorist attack, he was able to survive. The guy talks about some piece of metal that, when he touches it, the voices in his head subside. The girl notices that after that moment he started to get better literally in front of her eyes. She compares the guy to an oyster because he could close himself off, and only because of that he became a completely different person. After a visit to the doctor, our hero with a clear plan goes to perform the next task. A red Ferrari drives up to the main entrance of the building. A guard approaches the car. He opens the car door and a slim, red-haired beauty comes out of it, holding a glass of coffee in her hand. The doors to the building open and she is greeted at the entrance by the manager of the building. In a trembling voice he greets her, calling her Miss Lucy, and immediately asks her what she is doing here since they weren't expecting her. She responds by throwing a glass of hot coffee at him. She goes on to ask, "Where's Russo?" The manager tells her he's on the top floor. Turning to him, she asks, "Why are there so many guards?" To which the manager can't think of anything to say. The inscription on the painting, "You're next." Meanwhile, on the top floor of his penthouse, the head is having a dialogue with a senior member of his security detail. In the dialogue, the head can't believe that he has to hide like a rat because of some petty threats. The senior guard reassures him, saying that, "Patience, it won't take long." Russo also asks if they've figured out who's behind all this. He goes on to say that he's well aware and not so simple since he was able to kill the invulnerable Anderson. The head of security tells him that there are many groups looking for him, including yours, but it's going to take some time. Nervously pacing the room in his house slippers, Rousseau asked, "Is the neighborhood well guarded?" "Yes," says the head guard, "and they have private mercenaries on 24-hour surveillance. And no matter what his powers are, he can't get to you," says the head guard. With a shout, "Darling!" the head's sweetheart breaks into their apartment. "What are you doing here?" Rousseau asks. He told her to stay in the house. Lucy replies that she's been there all morning and is bored. The redhead tells him that he promised her that he would spend the day together, to which Rousseau replies that now is not the time to have fun. Lucy is upset and says that she had a little present for him today and that she is wearing what he bought her. Unbuttoning and ducking her fur coat, Lucy shows him the lingerie he'd bought. Seeing what Rousseau had a hard time refusing. Blushing, he asks the head of security to leave them alone for a while, but none of them could have imagined what lay ahead. That in a matter of moments, Rousseau would be murdered in front of everyone. And somewhere in the next building, Eugene is preparing for another murder. Before carrying out another execution, Eugene conducts a meditation. Closing his eyes, he immerses himself in the world of the spirits that killed the schoolchildren on that dark day. He draws strength from them to retaliate, and his katana also gains unprecedented strength, emitting a blue glow. And it all looks like he's talking to real people. After meditating, Eugene opens his eyes, grabs his katana, and walks to his starting position to strike. Having taken the necessary stance, Eugene is ready to deliver a crushing blow, and it will not be an easy one, as it will be delivered from a distance. The girl's spirit approached him and whispered to him, "Now." With all his hatred and strength, Eugene strikes the building. The blue beam from his katana splits everything in its path, and it was deliberately calculated and done with the utmost care, so that no civilians would be harmed. After cutting Lucy's red Ferrari parked outside the building, the blue beam goes up to the top floor where the leader of the group was. With precise timing, the katana beam reaches its target. It slices the leader in half. Lucy was horrified by what she saw. It had happened so fast that his guards had no time to react, and that meant that Eugene had achieved his goal. The head only had time to let out the last breath of his life. Meanwhile, downstairs near the building, people were screaming in fright and not understanding what had happened. Together with the murdered head, only the dog leash was damaged, the glass with coffee in the girl's hand split into two parts, as well as the phone in the hands of another passerby. The man never had time to make a call on it. And of course Lucy's red Ferrari, now there are two of them. For a moment, Lucy didn't realize what had happened, but when Rousseau's blood spurted onto her, she screamed in a way that nearly burst the guard's ears. Walking up to Rousseau, the senior guard wondered how it was so easy, who did it and where it came from. Turning his gaze to the window, the senior guard saw only a thin slit through which the wind was blowing. He was surprised that the glass wasn't even broken. There are shouts coming from the building that it's a sniper. The senior guard orders a search of all nearby buildings and rooftops, and tells them to contact Noah immediately. At this time, Eugene picks up his phone and takes a screenshot. Leaving the roof, he looks at the phone and thinks to himself that nothing is over. Each of them will experience the pain for themselves. Slamming the door, he disappears off the roof. There wasn't a day that went by that Eugene didn't think about what had happened. That terrible day when many of the children from his school died. And every time, he asked himself the same question: why? Why did he do it? And he also remembered the killer's answer. With a smile on his face, the killer said to him, "What makes you think you need a reason? It's another school day at school." During the big break, Eugene, like all the other students, eats lunch in the cafeteria, and everything was fine, right up to the moment when food is poured on his head. It was one of the students at the school, who had not seen Eugene. The bully apologizes to the guy with the excuse that his hand slipped a little. Without any emotion on his face, Eugene says it's okay and doesn't pay any attention to the bully. Slapping the guy on the shoulder, the bully mutters that he wasn't very lucky and starts attributing it to his luck after the terrorist attack in which he was lucky to survive, but which didn't work out this time. Watching Eugene's emotions, he rebukes him for choosing to forget the incident, just as he tries to forget the terrorist attack at the high school. The protagonist only replies that according to the doctor, he could have amnesia because of the shock he had experienced. The bully wasn't satisfied with that answer, so he grabbed Eugene by the collar of his shirt and pulled him to try to hurt him with his words once again. The instigator decided to bring in the people who got people killed and say that Eugene was just afraid that they might come after him for being miraculously alive. Without emotion, the guy replies that he doesn't remember anything, but assures that the perpetrators of the terrorist attack will pay for their actions and will not be able to escape God's punishment. The kid punches Eugene in the face, after which he falls to the ground and a fight begins in which the protagonist makes no effort to avoid bodily harm. A crowd of students run over to all this commotion and try to break up the bully and Eugene. A girl appears between the people in the crowd and watches the whole thing. Now we can watch the chapter's conversation with this girl. As it turns out, she has telepathic properties, with the help of which she can easily read other people's thoughts. Unfortunately for her, Eugene's thoughts were the same as a dead man's, empty and nothing more. The lady wondered why she had to follow this guy. To which the head replies to her that Anderson and Russo are dead and the kid is alive and that he doesn't believe in coincidences. The girl reminds the chapter that she could easily end it with Eugene if only he would give his consent. After the head refuses this opportunity, we are given the information that he promised to let the guy live if he answers his question. And the question was, do you believe in God? The head also added that they had been asking this question for centuries and to a lot of people. The girl's name is finally revealed to us, Cypher. She is released from following Eugene, who is leaving the cafeteria at that moment. We see the old walls of the house, which have become so ugly over the centuries. Going down the stairs, you hear a creak behind the door. It turns out that Eugene trains here periodically. Having completed 60 pull-ups on the horizontal bar with one of his hands, he skillfully jumped to the second and continued the pull-ups. Eugene came to an unknown man with some request. It turns out that he is asking about how to get information about a secret group. Without hesitation, the guy continues to ask the men about how to get the documents he needs. He warns Eugene that there may be bandits belonging to Anderson and Ross there. Moving away, the man reminds Eugene that if he returns from the mission alive, a reward awaits him, and Eugene disappears into the darkness of the night streets. After seeing Eugene off, this gray-haired man goes for a walk around the night quarter. Along the way he meets homeless people. Approaching them a little closer, he notices a beggar, with whose cart, according to him, he has not seen here for a long time. Pushing the poor fellow with his foot, he takes $1 out of his pocket and invites the beggar to grovel before him for $1. Following the man's lead, the beggar stretches out his hand to the dollar in the hope that they will give it to him, to which the old man, like a crazy person, begins to mock him for the fact that he is ready to humiliate himself so much for the sake of some dollar. At the same time, saying that he and this homeless man definitely have different genes. After his irresponsible words, Karma decides to play a cruel joke on him. The man paid for his words when a homeless man stuck 2 fingers into his eyes. While the man was writhing with pain in his eyes, at the same time, lying on the dirty floor, the beggar stood up from the floor, and in his hands was a bat. When the homeless man began to approach the man, a couple of others like him followed him. Having said that now he will show real fun, the beggar attacked the man with a weapon and his friends, starting to beat him just as he beat them. While a group of homeless people were beating a man, Eugene, who had been watching what was happening all this time, disappeared into the alley. After some time, the old man was still able to get away from the homeless. Covered in his own blood and bruises, he sat down near the wall, cursing those homeless people. The sound of metal was heard. The cause of the ringing turned out to be a flask, which apparently contained alcohol. Having picked up a flask of alcohol, the man looked up, noticing the reason why the flask was on the floor. Eugene stood opposite the man, looking at him intently. After saying that the guy killed Anderson and Russo, the man's face suddenly changed for a couple of seconds. The old man with a sincere smile on his face advised the boy to run away since most likely they had already opened a hunt for him. The man told Eugene about superheroes who are not so easy to cut in half with his katana, because these are monsters, products of the secret knowledge of antiquity. Throwing away everything that the old man had just told him, the guy asked him what his next task was. Our eyes open to a view of the U.S. military base where Cypher is located. We learn that a certain Benson is now in a bunker belonging to the Alpha camp. Noah says that Benson is in danger from the killer who was previously able to kill Anderson and Russo. As the chapter suggests, his goal is to kill their brothers in apotheosis. That they need to act as carefully as possible since they know nothing about the killer. Noah also added that if Benson is killed, then the killer does not just go around and kill everyone associated with ISM. Meanwhile, Eugene is preparing for his next mission in his hideout. Taking his perfectly sharpened katana out of its sheath, he stood in a certain stance, looking at the souls who died in the event of a terrorist attack. Swinging, he hit with all his might in the direction where they were. A year ago, after the horrific events in high school, Eugene suffered from how loud the souls were in his head. They drove him crazy, which is why the guy decided to take a frivolous act in order to get rid of their screams and again plunge into complete mother-in-law. He began to bang his head against the wall to stop his torment, while smashing his head until it bled. With a bloody head, he lost consciousness for a couple of minutes, or maybe hours. After he came to his senses, he thought about how to commit suicide and put an end to his torment. To do this, he always chose not the best way. Having tied a rope to one of the pipes that hung right on his ceiling, he placed a chair and, saying that he had had enough and wanted peace, he threw the chair back so that he could hang on this pipe. At that moment, when Eugene's neck was squeezed by the rope, and the chair had not yet completely fallen and he could still change his mind, the girl's spirit flies up to him trying to stop him. She hugs him and tells him not to give up and tells him a way that can ease his suffering, so that he turns his fear and despair into anger and a thirst for revenge. After all, the thirst for revenge and anger are the worst of human feelings. They draw strength from all other emotions. At the same moment, Eugene had his own thoughts and questions spinning in his head. Why is it only this girl that he sees so clearly? It seemed to him that she was saying something, but he did not hear him. Her call was a little louder than the others, that's all. With the words, "He doesn't mean anything to me," Eugene pushes the chair away and not the best moment in his life comes. Suddenly, at that moment, the door to his shelter opens and a man appears on the threshold. He stood on the threshold of the door in complete stupor from what he saw. The man comes closer to Eugene and apologetically asks him to sign the paper. And much to Eugene's luck, the pipe bursts and he falls to the floor, holding onto the rope with his hands, trying to regain his breath. The man, pretending that nothing happened, tells Eugene that he delivered a package for him from Korea and that the sender was not indicated, and shows him where he needs to sign. He gives him a pen, but Eugene doesn't have the strength to do it right now. The parcel deliveryman sees that things won't work out and in a boorish way decides to help him. He took his hand and signed it. With words, "The package has been delivered." He leaves through the same door. Having found the strength to rise up, Eugene fails to talk to the deliveryman, and he is left alone with a package from an unknown person. Having read that the package was from Korea, Eugene wondered who the package was from, because he doesn't know anyone from there. And again the voices of the souls of dead schoolchildren tear his head apart. Eugene, in order not to lose his balance, accidentally leaned his elbows on the parcel and suddenly the voices in his head disappeared. He was very surprised and could not believe that this was possible and how the parcel could influence this. He decides to check if he imagined it, and he removes his hand from the parcel, when at the same moment the voices suddenly returned. He really wanted to open it to find out what was wrong with it that made the noise disappear. What was in the package and what will happen to Eugene? Sonic wonders where the guy was hiding that even he couldn't find him with his powers. Thinking back on recent events, Henry assumed that it was Eugene who had caused so much commotion over the past few days. The main character asks if he is the one the protagonist came for, to which he reminds Sonic with a stern voice and a serious look about the question he asked earlier. Henry replies that only the brothers of Apotheosis can ask that kind of question, and that regular people like Eugene should keep their mouths shut. Pulling his katana slightly out of his sheath, he threatened Sonic, reminding him that it was at his own hands that Anderson and Russo had died. Henry skirts around the guy a bit indifferently, saying that people sometimes die from insect bites as a rule, due to divine carelessness. But that didn't apply to him, Sonic said in a cheerful voice, standing behind Eugene. As it turned out, Eugene was able to deliver a stealthy blow that even Sonic himself didn't see, so he couldn't avoid getting hurt. Henry, writhing in pain, falls to the floor and is startled to ask how he did it, despite his super speed. Leaving the hero unanswered, Eugene approaches the bandit, who all this time was still sitting motionless on the floor of the helipad. While the leader with fear in his voice tries to scare the guy to stay away from him, Sonic regenerates his wound then runs straight at Eugene, who is standing in a stand. The protagonist swings his katana, which causes him to injure two people at once, a bandit and Henry. He cuts off half of the bandit's face and Sonic in two. A shower of shattering screams could be heard from the bandit's side, and Sonic fell to the floor at that moment. As soon as the guy approached Henry, he realized that it wasn't Eugene himself, but only his unusual sword, which seemed to make a vibrating sound. Those were Henry's last words before he passed out. These events were still being recorded by the camera that was broadcasting live. Nancy informs the viewers that Sonic is not moving and assumes that he has either been killed or badly injured. A bunch of voices are heard from behind Noah, now debating about whether it was Anderson and Russo's killer, why Noah does nothing seeing Henry dying, etc. Noah asks Cypher if she's seen it, to which she replies that she's on her way and that she's connected Kyle, Joe, Kim and Ramo to the call so Noah can communicate with them directly. Turning to the four, he gives them the task of finding Eugene, capturing him, and afterward delivering him to him at any cost. Since Noah has one question for him. After the events with Sonic, the news does not subside and now it is told that now Eugene, who is now called terrorist, is still not found, and there are police cordons on the streets of the whole city. The police receive information that the guy was seen on a street and then the squad heads towards it. In the dark alleyway, you can hear the search helicopters flying overhead, so desperate to explore every perimeter in hopes of finding Eugene, who was now headed in some direction. A flash illuminates Eugene, and he hears the voices of the police holding him back, ordering him to lay down his weapons and surrender. They point guns at him and tell him not to move, as he will be shot at if he doesn't. A man appears behind the stormtroopers and draws all the attention to himself. Walking closer to the stormtroopers, the man says they shouldn't let the guy out of their sight. What if he has an accomplice? One of the policemen grabs him by the shoulder and asks him to leave the area as civilians don't belong here and he is interfering with their operation. The man carefully pulls a gun from his pocket and fires at the stormtroopers, who are caught by surprise. After finishing off 4 SWAT teams, the man looks directly at the guy who is about to strike with his katana. Before he can get ready, Eugene is shot at and has to cut the bullets in half. The man manages to hide around the corner of one of the buildings. He praises the guy for being able to repel the bullets, albeit small caliber ones. The man emphasizes to himself that if he had fired a Mozambican triple, he would have been a corpse a long time ago. But what he doesn't realize is that Eugene is hardly an expert with his sword. The guy mentally realizes that if he tries to attack, he will be shot as soon as he makes any move towards the man. The man says he saw what Eugene did to Anderson, Russo, and Sonic. His remote dissection technique is a good choice, as the gunman said, but it's not a corker in every barrel, the man said. He also noted that in order for him to make this kind of strike he needed a couple of factors, namely the remoteness of the target, as well as a moment of preparation before the strike itself. He concludes his monologue between him and Eugene and introduces the guy to the one who will put an end to his tricks. From another dark alley comes a big man who walks confidently toward Eugene. With a serious face, he says, "Shall we get down to business?" Still standing in a ready stance, the guy never changed his stance. The big guy notices that the guy doesn't have a lot of combat experience. Intimidating him, keeps saying that if Eugene doesn't have some trump cards up his sleeve, he'll die on the spot before he can even blink an eye. The silence is interrupted by a chuckle, after which the big man says that the guy's muscle movements give away his intentions. Describing the situation, Eugene is now in the gunner's crosshairs, and the guy's sword is aimed at the big guy, most likely to use his fighting technique. Hitting the wall, the big guy assumes that Eugene plans to finish them both off at once with this action, but that's not the case when a gunman opens fire on him and a strongman attacks from the other side. Eugene successfully fended off the gunman's bullets, when at the same moment huge chunks of wall flew at him from the other side, which were just as successfully chopped up by the katana. The big guy strikes Eugene's stomach with his fist, but as it turns out, at the last moment he was able to block the blow with his sword and flew a couple of meters away from the big guy. The gunman continues firing, causing Eugene to quickly jump away from where he was to avoid being hit by bullets. Without noticing how he was approached, the big guy strikes again, but this time he fails to block the blow. When he is hit, he tries to fend them off with his katana, but at the same time, due to the small space he has, he cannot strike back. Eugene leaps away from the big guy as he takes another swing. As soon as the guy swings, the big guy starts running right at him. Eugene's uppercut strikes Eugene's torso and he flies a little into the air, then throws his shurikens right at the big guy. A couple of shurikens slam into the big guy's arms while the guy himself falls to the floor. The shooter starts firing at the guy, but he manages to crawl away, then swings his katana at the big guy's foot. Pressing down harder on the katana so that it goes right through the foot, he dodges the blow and then he pushes the big guy with his whole body. Man tries to aim and shoot in on Eugene, but due to the big man closing him down a bit he doesn't take any chances. The big guy grabs the guy by his hoodie and then strikes him from the bottom to the top, causing Eugene to pull his katana out of his foot and take a couple steps back. Shooter gets Joe's attention but Joe shuts him up. Eugene thanks the big guy for giving him a chance to strike now. The man is already yelling, telling Joe to run away from there as he's within striking range, but it was too late to escape as Eugene was already ready to strike. A few seconds and the guy chops Joe in two while hearing the big guy's heartbreaking screams. After the blow, Eugene fell to his knees with his hand clutching some wounds on his other arm. Not staying like that for long, he got up and walked to the front where the gunman's hat was, but he wasn't there. Leaving Joe's corpse behind, the guy walks down an alley further away from the scene to escape. The girl stands on a rooftop where her accomplice arrives. She informs him that the black man was killed, but the shooter managed to escape. On hearing the news of the dead man, the archer recites a Buddhist mantra. The man wears a fingernail on his hand, which protects his fingers from damage from the bowstring. The girl says that the boy has now started moving 13 hours away from them and that he is wounded, so he is moving slowly. The archer takes his bow and starts aiming with the words that it's time to start hunting. Waddling, Eugene passes through another alleyway as suddenly he hears an incomprehensible sound, after which the arrow, flying straight at the guy with all his might, makes a thudding sound of hitting. The girl says that the archer didn't hit, though the guy didn't feel anything at that moment. He managed to dodge the shot and the arrow was just above him. Eugene looked in the direction the arrow came from. When the guy looks at the building, the girl says they have been discovered. The archer pulls out another arrow in a hurry while Eugene tries to hide behind one of the buildings that stood nearby. The girl says he hid behind a concrete wall 30 paces for 3 hours from the previous impact site. The archer says that the arrow he pulled out has a tip of half a pound, making it only enough for 20 such shots. As Eugene sits behind the wall and tries to catch his breath, a huge hole forms just above his head, through which an arrow flies a couple of centimeters from his face. The guy takes the option of fleeing from there while a couple more arrows try to hit him a few more times. The girl once again reports that all those 7 arrows were missed, which makes the archer surprised, since he hasn't spent more than 5 shots on a single target in a long time. The lady warns that Eugene is trying to hide behind the buildings and that he hardly realizes where the arrows are coming from, but rather he is just acting on instinct. The shooter suggests that it's unlikely he would have gotten too far by relying on luck alone. He has a hunch that the kid has some kind of unusual ability. Running into the alley behind him, an arrow flies at Eugene, which he dodges, but the second arrow hits him in the leg, throwing him a couple of meters in front. The girl reports that the arrow hit right in the kid's right leg, knocked him back 20 paces, and she's not sure if he survived. The archer says that he missed because the shot to the leg should not have thrown him off, but somehow he managed to dislodge it so that he received minimal bodily harm. With the force, Eugene used his leg to fling off the boards that had been used to crush him when he was hit. The archer had a hunch that he decided to test by firing 2 arrows at Eugene from both sides. Eugene masterfully cut first one of the arrows and then the second arrow, at which the girl was surprised and the archer realized that his theory was confirmed. The man asks the girl to check the guy for any motion sensors with which he can so cleverly dodge his arrows. The girl closes her eyes and starts looking, and she finds a spirit 5 meters above his head. It's like he's possessed by a vengeful spirit. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how Eugene got away from the police. Now that they knew the source of the power, it wouldn't be hard to deal with him. As he drew the arrow, he said that if this vengeful spirit was helping him, then there was a strong connection between them. After all, archers still existed only because some problems could not be solved with a gun. I hope you enjoyed part 2. See you in part 3. Eugene's curiosity takes over and he starts to open the parcel. As he rips off the parcel's wrapping, he sees a metal container in front of him. Opening the container, Eugene saw an object rise into the air in front of him. It was cylindrical in shape and looked like an untreated piece of metal with a blue glow around it. And now we all realize that this ugly piece of metal was what his katana was made of. Well, that wasn't much of a history of what affected the drastic change in Eugene's life. Returning to reality, Eugene walks over to the table where a note lay on it. As he looked at it, he realized that this week downtown was in for a bit of a challenge. Remembering the old man's words as he told him to have Eugene send a warning to Benson and not to forget that he would be meeting with one of the key figures of this group, Eugene sits down in his chair, hugs his katana tightly, and spins the thoughts around in his head. He wants to deal with all of this quickly, but he feels like he'll have to put it all off for another night. Looking at the sword, he asks that he not leave it and be with it until the end. That together they can give their enemies the same nightmares that plague Eugene every night, and in those nightmares, they will be the most important actors. The next day, a phone call rings in a beachfront mansion. Inside the mansion, a young man named Henry, nicknamed Sonic, was sitting on a sofa. Opposite, a projection of the ringing phone is displayed in the glass. Henry answers the phone. The voice from the phone asked him a question. Had he heard the latest news? That the same men had killed Anderson and Russo. With not much surprise, but in total calm, Henry says that Noah has these 2 men guarding the ISM. Does the killer have a grudge against this group? A voice from the phone tells him that, yes, and the problem is that Benson got the next warning. Laughing, Henry asked, does the killer really think the ISM is an apotheosis unit? To which a voice answered him that half of the brothers supported ISM. Henry wasn't alone in the mansion. A girl walks into the room where he was sitting. In a sleepy state, covering her opening mouth with her hand, she asked Henry when he got up, that she didn't even notice his absence. The voice from the phone kept talking. He was saying that defending justice as a hobby, only Henry could have come up with such a thing. Sonic, the brave savior of women and children. He thought Henry's image was at the height of his popularity. Sonic hugged the girl and replied that there was nothing more fun than playing a hero. The voice on the phone laughed and added that Sonic should wrap it up, and he knew that no guard could compare to him, but there was a limit to everything. And that he should not forget that they are gentlemen, not guards. Pushing the girl aside, Henry goes to get dressed while continuing his conversation on the phone. Henry asks if they want to create a world where scum like humans can have fun. Twirling his cigar in his fingers, he tells Henry that he has nothing to do with it, and by the way, he's against cooperation with ISM too. By the way, the man sitting in the chair with the cigar in his hand was named Hector. Sonic starts asking Hector where their next terrorist attack is planned, answering unspecifically. The call between Hector and Henry stops for a couple minutes. The girl wraps her arms around the guy from behind asking where he's going, and afterward offers to continue what they had between them. Sonic says a random girl's name, because of which the lady interrupts him and says that, at least for the evening, he could have memorized that her name is Kate. Suddenly the guy sends the girl after, which leaves, leaving the one in complete shock from such a thing. From penthouse comes the roar of a car followed by a sports car speeding away from the house. Henry continues his conversation with Hector, in which he says that Noah won't cooperate and he'll have to handle the whole situation, and instructs Hector to just watch the brothers. A helicopter is broadcasting live from the scene where a couple of people were killed. The criminals appeal directly to the president to release their friend from prison. There is speculation that the hostages are being held on several floors. It turns out that there have already been attempts to storm the building by 2 policemen and the stormtroopers themselves, but all of them were eliminated on the spot. The alleged leader of the criminals went to the helipad, where before it was committed as everyone, think the last execution. There is a distinct warning shot in the air and then the bandit starts to say that there are 5 minutes left and the president still hasn't given any answers to their request. Cursing the country, he says they are supposedly messengers of God himself. He says they will pay for their silence in their direction. Taking the little boy by the scruff of the neck, he points a gun at him and then asks him if he is ready to meet the Almighty. Nancy recounts in detail the events of the moment, namely that the thug pointed a gun at the child. On berating the cameraman for filming her and not the events, the leader says the boy was unlucky that he was allegedly chosen to be the great victim of a country of unbelievers. Last words from the bandit are heard and then he pulls the trigger and a shot is fired. The leader looks with stunned eyes at the place where the boy was a second ago, who seemed to have vaporized, and in his place was only a gunshot mark on the floor. Turns out the guy was standing a little farther back than the gang, and Sonic was near him asking if he was okay. Complaining that the boy couldn't see anything, Henry explained that he had just moved 3 times as fast and his vision would eventually return. "Sonic!" shouted a reporter. Then viewers were informed that Sonic had saved the boy. But she was also puzzled as to how he did it, since they clearly heard the shot, and from the helicopter there is a full view of everything so they could not miss Sonic. With the bandits' attention on him, Henry calmly approaches them with a proposal to discuss everything peacefully and quietly. Henry warns the guys that he wouldn't advise pointing guns at kids because that's not the way gentlemen should do things. Sonic decided to lecture them on how this treatment of future generations is simply unacceptable. The leader interrupted Henry, but before he could say anything, Sonic had already dealt with his partners who were standing behind him. The leader interrupted Henry, but before he could speak, Sonic had already dealt with his partners, who stood behind him. Stammering, the bandit said that his allies were still holding the other hostages at gunpoint and that his speed wouldn't help him. After listing a couple of floors where there were hostages, Henry said he'd already visited each of them. One had fainted out of fear and shit his pants. The 16th was now enjoying the view from the window while hanging from a fire hose. The bandit was drenched in wet sweat after hearing this. Nancy says the attack at the DeLorean building suddenly took a dramatic turn. Instead of the state with terrorists once again dealt with Sonic, or as he is called in another way, a man with unusual abilities. Watching the news on TV, the man says that Henry likes the attention of the viewers too much. As he walks away from the TV, he hears various voices of different people discussing something. Calming all the buzz, the man drew all attention to himself, saying that they would discuss the topic of the trading floor next time, but right now there were less important things to do. Everyone at the meeting started laughing at the fact that Benson had gone into the bunker over this, but Noah advised everyone to keep super people to themselves. Hector said it was no longer their concern and decided to switch the topic to one that had been bothering him for some amount of time. He asks Noah a question about the creation of ISM. Without answering anything, he quickly changes the subject. The reporter is still going on and it says that all the criminals have been neutralized and Sonic is on his way to their leader. The criminal stops Henry with warnings that if he comes any closer to him he will detonate a bomb that is built into the vests on the children. Sonic was really pissed off at the bandits' talent for annoying people. Now Henry started the intimidation, saying that when detonated, he would shove the bomb right into the bandit's mouth. Getting off topic, Henry asks the thug that here they are on every corner yelling about God and stuff, but is that actually some kind of excuse they have, or is that their real reason? With a serious face, Henry looks down at the thug and asks if he really believes in God. The terrorist stammeringly replies that God is great. Suddenly, Nancy shrieks into the microphone and says with surprise that someone else has appeared on the roof. He's wearing a red hooded sweatshirt, and he seems to be in league with the terrorists, as his face is hidden by a mask. He's heading towards Sonic, unarmed, by the looks of it. But after a couple seconds, Nancy changes her words and she thinks he has a sword on his belt. Moving closer to Sonic, Eugene says he's interested in that God question too. Henry turns around in surprise and says he hid himself well. Henry thought he got rid of everyone while he was up on the roof. Eugene asks Sonic not to get too far away from the answer and asks the question again, do you believe in God? 2 hours before these events on the roof, Eugene falls asleep to his favorite music. He dreams of that nightmare again, of that terrible moment at school. The dream was so vivid, it was as if it was real. Every time he dreams the same moment, where the killer of the schoolchildren talks to him, where the killer keeps making him run, even in his dreams. Eugene wakes up again in a cold sweat, with shivers running through his body. Constantly mouthing the same words, that this is just a dream, not reality. He reaches for the nightstand where the phone lay. With a trembling hand, he tries to find the recording called, whispering in his lover's ear, that always helped him in this situation. He hugs his katana and listens to the recording, where a pleasant, female voice tries to calm him down, telling him that he is the best, that she loves him no matter what happens, she is on his side, that he is strong, asking him to lie down and calm down and she'll sing him a lullaby. And it really helps him and he falls asleep. After a dream, before Eugene finds himself on the roof of that building, he sits down in a chair, keeping his sword in his hand to listen to the breaking news. The news is about a terrorist group, what has become known as its name, ISM. They have made a demand, they want a meeting with the president, to negotiate the release of their comrades, as well as a public apology for last week's bombing. After the news, Eugene suddenly remembers the conversation with the old man. Where the men saw confidence in Eugene, he went to meet him. That night, the old man told Eugene that he would help him arrange a meeting with a bitter reality for him. In conversation, the old man gives him the green light and told him to forget for now about the documents he obtained from Anderson's office. Tearing off a piece of paper from a notepad, he gives it to Eugene and tells him to send a warning to a recorded number. That number belongs to a guy named Benson, he'll love it. Eugene tells the old man that he didn't ask for a room, he needs a place. The old man responds by telling him that most of these guys don't have a permanent headquarters. Judging by the recent terrorist attacks, there's going to be another one on the main city street within a week or so. And it's gonna involve force wielders. What makes you think that? Eugene asked. I don't think, I know, answered the old man. 99.9% of people are sheep like you. The laws of motion of the universe are inaccessible to them. The key to time and space is given only to the true sages. The age of the universe and its size, the movements of stars and their sizes, the past and future of mankind, life and death, the size of your socks, the flight of a fly over that cistern over there. Everything in this world can be predicted and proven with numbers, physics, math, relativity, quantum mechanics, statistics. The old man also adds that unlike idiots looking for God in the sky, he calculates the future based on data. Ending the conversation, the old man says one last thing, that terrorists and superheroes are all your enemies, Eugene. Challenging the masters of the world, be prepared to fight the whole world. And for such an occasion, he had a special arrow. When he drew it to the limit, he let it out strictly at the target. In flight, this arrow resembled a flying comet. Because of its speed and peculiarity, it left behind a long red light. Eugene, hearing a wild whistling sound, realized that another arrow was flying towards him. But this time, luck was not on his side, and the arrow hit its target, his guardian, to whom Eugene was firmly bound. The boy watches the remnants of his keeper dissolve into thin air. Such a loss made Eugene very angry. When she opened her eyes, she told her partner that the spirit was finished, to which he rejoiced, and prepared another batch of arrows for our hero. But before he could even shoot, the girl pushes him in the shoulder. At that moment, blue flames from Eugene's katana flew between them, leaving a deep mark on the roof of the building. A second ago the archer was one step away from death. He was very surprised by the surprise from Eugene. How did he know where to hit? He asked. The girl, closing her eyes again, sees Eugene's spirit and says that maybe he figured us out by the sound waves that came from the arrows. Looks like we pissed him off, said the archer. He marveled at Eugene's resilience. The shooter thinks his arrows are too slow, so they don't hit the target. So I always give him a chance to get even. And then he changes his tactics, prepares an arrow that's impossible to dodge and ends this fight. While they're changing tactics, Eugene is on his way. For a more successful result, the shooter chooses the topmost point on the roof. With great difficulty he succeeds in reaching that top. Holding his hands behind his back, he resented the pain in his lower back. What is happening reminds the shooter of events in Mongolia, 30 years ago. He experiences the same sensations inside. The girl from below corrects the shooter on which side our hero will appear. For the shooter, time seemed to turn back as Eugene reminded him of a guy from Mongolia. Said he almost died that day. All the years that followed were like a bounty on that guy's head. Who would have thought he'd face such an adversary again? Life is truly unpredictable, he said, preparing special arrows for Eugene. Tightening the bowstring, the shooter is sure that the guy will not survive after those arrows. The girl warns that he is approaching and knows the exact location and attacks as soon as they are in his sight. Eugene was getting ready to strike first. The shooter was ahead of him and fired the arrow first. The girl's eyes reflected a bright blue light, which meant only one thing: Eugene was striking. The blue beam from Eugene's katana stretched for several blocks. It seemed like a moment before the beam would hit the archer, but he deflected and the beam struck his bow, cutting it in half. At the same instant, an arrow caught up with the guy. But the arrows weren't ordinary, one was following the other, so Eugene couldn't see the second one. Eugene puts up a block with his left arm as one of the arrows pierces through his arm. The force of the blow pushes the kid back. The kid had so much anger that he didn't even feel the pain and throws another punch. The two watched intently and waited for the end result of the remaining steals. The third arrow was more accurate, hitting Eugene himself. The impact was so strong that Eugene was dug into the concrete pavement of the road, creating a shallow depression like a meteorite. The girl hadn't expected such an effect from the arrow. The archer wasn't very happy about this ending, because the cost was the broken horn bow, which had been passed down through generations in his family. Eugene was lying on the ground unmoving. They'd made so much noise in the neighborhood that their superiors would have to do a good job of shutting up the media. The girl looked down at Eugene lying there and didn't understand how it happened. She saw the gunman release 3 arrows and that they flew in a straight line. She was very curious as to why Eugene didn't dodge them, because he was perfectly capable of repelling this attack even without a helper. The gunner tells her that perhaps to him all his arrows looked like one. The girl looked at him in surprise. The second arrow, called Ejisel, was in the blind spot behind the first. Because it's not large, Ejisel flies faster and easily catches up with the first arrow. It hits the enemy if he manages to deflect the first shot. By the way, in the description below the video, you can find the definition of the word Ejisel. The shooter tells her that in his homeland, Korea, his ancestors were revered for their unique shooting technique. Over time, the secret of this technique was lost, but the apotheosis managed to recreate it. Without delving too much into history, the shooter also notes that the duel 30 years ago was ended in the same way. It was unusual, of course, that the guy noticed the second arrow and was able to block it. If it had been any bigger, it would have blown his arm off. Lucky again. Looks like he was willing to sacrifice flesh and bone just to get even with me, the gunner said. But as they say, progress doesn't stand still. The next arrow becomes transparent from friction against the air. You can see it at launch, but you can't see it in flight. This technology is called metamaterial, the invisible arrow. The girl asks the gunman if it was by chance apotheosis that provided him with such a weapon. The gunner confesses to her that if he hadn't fired the third arrow, Eugene would have killed him with a second attack. Shooter couldn't think that he would face such an opponent again. And he couldn't even imagine that the invention of apotheosis would save his life. The girl answered him that she had guessed it. She thought it strange that a man as meticulous as he was didn't pay attention to the disappearance of the arrow in the air. Even after such a serious hit, Eugene finds the strength to get up. It makes the gunner uncomfortable that the guy can come to his senses. The sound of wood hitting the concrete floor. Eugene pulled out of his body one of the 2 arrows that had gone straight through his skin. The second had gone through his stomach, so he had to chop one of the ends off, and the other he began to pull out with painful screams. The girl and the archer were still standing on the roof, watching as the exhausted boy pulled all the arrows out of himself and was now looking at them with anger. The men said that it looked like Eugene had gotten a little too angry. The girl warns that the guy is not in the best shape, but is going to attack. The men suggested that they leave the roof as soon as possible, so that Eugene's blow wouldn't hit them. The archer muttered to himself that he had no idea how Eugene had managed to avoid being fatally wounded by such a shot. The girl was still standing in the same spot looking at the guy while her coworker was about to leave. She wondered how Eugene had managed to pull this off. She could clearly see that when the guy pulled his katana out of its sheath, it resonated in a special way, which apparently caused the arrow to change its trajectory and not kill him. This fact frightened the girl. Probably, the guy's secret was not in his sword skills, but in the sword itself. Eugene looked up at the roof of the building where 2 people had been a few minutes ago. Now Eugene noticed that there was no second silhouette on the roof, which meant that only the girl was there. Breathing heavily, the guy recalls his conversation with the men who told him that after he killed Anderson and Russo, he would have to flee from persecution because he was being hunted. Eugene asked if he tried to dissect these people who had superpowers, would they die? At such a stupid question, the men just laughed at the top of his voice. Leaning on his katana, the guy drops to one knee while at the same time using his hand to cover the spot where the arrow hit. The girl turns around and starts walking towards the exit, still thinking in her head. She remembers that she had seen the same entity before. She said the name Hachi and then fled from the roof of the house. There was a picture of Eugene in the paper from where the attack took place. He was dubbed the new head of ISM. The man who was surprised at the news said that the kid had become famous on his own. He was recognized as the new leader of the ISM. He seriously wounded Sonic, and then he was able to finish off 4 special forces while leaving. Sipping luxurious champagne and steak, he sat quietly in what appeared to be an expensive restaurant. Having finished everything, the man asked the waiter for the bill. He gave the card to the waiter and said that the steak was a little tough, but the falcon breasts were excellent. The man was leaving the restaurant when suddenly he was stopped by the same waiter, who reminded him about the card he had left with them, and unfortunately he would need to give them another card as this one was blocked. Backing away, the man says it's some kind of mistake and there's no way it's blocked. Looking behind the waiter's back, the man greets Beyoncé, to which the guy turns back. Not seeing her, the guy turned back towards the man who was already running with all his legs away from the guy. A man arrived at the guy's hideout and kicked the lock on the door and went inside. Deciding to make a joke, he stepped into the role of a SWAT team and said loudly, "Freeze. This is the FBI, hands in the air. You're under arrest." Before he could finish his sentence, the men saw the guy sitting against the wall covered in his own blood, with pills scattered on the floor. When he came to Eugene, he checked his pulse to see if he was still alive. As soon as the men realized that he was breathing, he got up and walked toward the exit, saying that he could stop his dangerous games and take the advice of an old man and run away from here. Henry was lying on some kind of medical table, and he was hooked up to the machines that support his body. The doctor tells Noah that Sonic survived only because of his regenerative powers, but since help was delayed, he lay bleeding for a long time. Noah says he has 3 vials of the elixir left in his personal collection. He told the doctors to use them to get Sonic back on his feet, to which the doctor said that if they used them, there would be no way to recreate the samples. Not wanting to listen further to Dr. Noah calls Cypher asking how things are going with finding the guy, to which she replies that it's taking a little longer than expected. There was an archer and a girl who were also searching for Eugene and were now on the yesterday's battlefield. The archer asks how the guy managed to escape with such damage, and the girl replies that all the evidence in a radius of 100 meters has been cleaned up and most likely another person has joined their game who apparently helped the guy. And, if a professional got involved, then we can't track him down, the shooter said. We can only hope he's in town now. Cypher told them that they ran the blood that the archer had gotten through their databases and the results showed that he had never been a member of the organization. So they have no record of a man with that kind of DNA. Noah wants this case settled as quickly as possible. He's demanded that they take full responsibility. We're looking at a week. Noah will punish you personally if you don't find him, Cypher said. What a stubborn man. Even in this state he didn't let the sword out of his hand, said the old man. The old man takes Eugene's phone with interest to see what kind of music he is listening to. Sits back in his chair surprised to see a year-old YouTube video. The situation didn't take long. Eugene's katana appeared near his throat. The old man was glad he was awake. Don't give me that look. I didn't tell anyone about this, Isaac said. How did you find me? Eugene asked. The same way you found me. We have a business together, as you remember, said the old man. Do you believe in God? Isaac asked. I survived that question too, Isaac said. Eugene was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected to hear that from the old man. I sent a message to Benson as you advised, but Sonic showed up instead, Eugene said. Well, you were the one who wanted to clash with a key figure, Isaac replied. You thought you could get away with just your wolf sense? The old man asked. Isaac made some minor adjustments to Eugene's plan. Eugene is seething with anger. He was sure that the old man wanted to use him. With a swing, Eugene's katana demolishes half of the scarf around the old man's neck. Next time, it'll be your neck, Eugene says. Isaac bursts into tears. Since it was his favorite scarf, it cost a fortune. Eugene, exhausted, goes back to sleep, keeping the sword in his hand. Seeing that the boy has fallen asleep again, Isaac reaches for the sword. The old man grabs the sword and tries with all his might to pull it out, but nothing comes out. Eugene held his sword with a dead grip. Suddenly there is the click of a katana, a blue light, and an angry look from Eugene. Isaac realizes the matter smells fried and runs the guy off. The old man says he'll still take that sword, but after the guy is killed. In the meantime, Isaac goes to walk around the room looking for a bounty for his medical services. Isaac is all you can hear in the room, and his indignation that the guy is naked as a falcon. Even his wallet is empty. Eugene's music plays on his phone, which helps the guy relax. During his dream, the spirit of a girl comes to him. She tells Eugene not to fight the dream, that he is safe, the pain will go away and he will be healthy again tomorrow. Meanwhile, something strange is happening in the air. The main board requests the attack pilots to confirm an unidentified object that was rapidly approaching from the southeast. After a second request, the attack pilots did not confirm the object. The line of sight was clear. The radio operator on the main board asks for another recheck. The object is approaching fast. And this time the attack aircraft did not confirm the object. The main board orders the attacking aircraft to act in accordance with the rules of engagement if the object is detected. Out of nowhere, someone flew between the fighters at breakneck speed. He used the suit's microphone to contact Cypher. He said that their plan had gone awry, and he also said he'd be there in 3 minutes. He added speed as he flew across the sea and headed towards the city. On the roof of one of the tall buildings, his suit began to fold up, and then he removed his helmet and approached Cypher. Cypher says that Noanim is waiting for him, to which he winks at her and compliments her, to which the girl doesn't react. We are shown a girl who is sitting near the conferencing hall, and then the doors of the hall open. A crowd of people emerge from the doors, talking among themselves. The girl's face shows that she does not like the aura that has settled around her. While people are talking about what happened at the conference, the girl starts to get covered in sweat because of the aura of some people who pass almost near her. A voice calls her by name and pulls her out of her thoughts. Noah approached Ramo and asked her how long she'd been waiting on him. He said he had to entertain 5 old friends who had just left the hall. The men began to ask the girl about Hachi, and she explained that Eugene's aura had been like a kitten's at first, but when the spirit associated with him had died, the aura had changed as if another being had taken over. Noah confirmed that he shouldn't underestimate this guy. In his office, Noah was chatting with the archer, to whom he recalled that their first meeting had taken place right here. As it turned out, the man was reprimanding Kim for the fact that even though the target was wounded, his abilities were known, and with a spotter like Ramo, he shouldn't have been able to miss at all. The archer interrupted Noah, saying that their information about the boy was not accurate. Kim started to make excuses, to which Noah said they were getting off topic and he wasn't going to listen to his excuses. Kim was given a week to complete this task, but Noah never saw any results. Noah asks if Cypher warned the archer that Noah would punish anyone who screwed up, putting his hand on Kim's shoulder with the words that people like him should show their affinity for people. Now we'll have to contact the brothers. At your mercy, Kim, by the way, Noah said as he put his hand on Kim's shoulder. Kim felt an intense burning sensation that could not be erased. In terrible pain, Kim rolls off his feet on the floor screaming in horrible pain. Noah removes his hand from his shoulder, leaving a severe burn on Kim's shoulder and a burned piece of his shirt. Adjusting his jacket sleeve, Noah continues his conversation with Kim. He tells the archer that the problem wasn't the broken bow at all. For as long as Noah can remember, it's a disgrace for a Korean marksman if he doesn't take down a victim with the first shot. You call yourself their descendant, and you can't beat some brat. From now on, you are only allowed one shot, and after that you will never pick up a bow again, Noah said. Noah leaves, advising Kim to hurry or the legacy he is so eager to revive will be irretrievably lost. As Noah exits the elevator, Cypher is waiting for him. He asks what's next on his schedule. Cypher replies that he has a business lunch with President Furmans. The limo is waiting for him. What about Ramo? Should I call her? Cypher asks. No need, Noah replied. Noah is contemplating how to punish Ramo. Cut her allowance or take away her cell phone. After all, she's still a child. The most important thing in this case is not to go overboard. The sign read, Brooklyn Regional High School. Judging by the tray flying to the floor, Eugene is having trouble in the cafeteria again. The same student who hates Eugene pours a tray of food on his head. The students around are rioting that it's the same thing every day. The feud between these guys is keeping them from having a peaceful lunch. The local high school bullies, head-to-toe tattooed, watched quietly from the sidelines. At this time, a hand holding a napkin reached out to Eugene. Looking at her, Eugene didn't realize that this girl was the gunner who was with the archer that day. The guy refuses her help, saying it's okay. Ramo turns around and walks away in thought. Ramo saw the same type and size of aura in the guy as the day before, and she finds it strange that the guy didn't react to her in any way. Suddenly the phone rings. Ramo picks it up and hears Cypher's voice. Cypher reminds the girl that today is the end of the week given to them, that Noah has already punished Mr. Kim. In Cypher's opinion, Ramo deserves the same, but Noah has shown the girl leniency as usual. Punish yourself. Think of something appropriate, Cypher said. Ramo readily agreed. Even at such a young age, she understood her responsibility. Eugene heads for the exit, Ramo moving after him. The local bullies of this school, sitting at a nearby table, don't leave the boys without their attention. Our couple is running away with their tails up, one of the crowd shouts out. While the rest of the school's gang of bullies were slinging mud at Eugene and Ramo, the leader of the group shouted after Eugene, "Where are you going? Eugene, what about your girlfriend? You won't even stand up for her." Ramo realized it was a good moment for the punishment Cypher was talking about, and she stopped near the table where the gang of bullies sat. As she approached them, Ramo knew just how to get them. She turned her attention to the tattoos and told them that their tattoos looked more like rock art that had been scratched into the rock by ancient aborigines, and she manages to hook them. Ramo pointed out that their tattoos are more San Francisco than New York and that they look like plush gangsters. But before she can say anything, Ramo is hit by her own food tray. The force of the blow leaves Ramo on the floor with the tray. A girl comes up to Ramo and then grabs her by the hair and presses her into the table. She took out a butterfly knife and stuck the sharp end of its blade into the wooden table so that it was almost next to Ramo's eyes. Ramo looked away, seeing that Eugene hadn't turned around to stop them and help the girl. The gang also looked in that direction, and then they started making fun of the fact that even Mr. Almighty didn't turn around. As suddenly their dialogue someone interrupts, telling them to stop what they gang is doing now. Eugene stopped abruptly at this, causing Ramo to start looking around to see who the guy was reacting to. It was a bully named Eugene who decided to help Rama. The guy tried to intimidate them by calling a guard. The guys started teasing Chris, saying that they had listened to his request. One of the guys decided to take away the unwanted stares of the other students who were also in the cafeteria with the words, "Is this a free circus for them?" The head of the gang started to approach Chris parallel to incite the one. As soon as everyone was gone, Ramo was released, and she began to see what they were going to do to Chris. Eugene didn't even turn to look at what was going on, he just kept walking toward the exit of the dining room. As soon as the ringleader came almost right up to the guy, a guard entered the dining room and ordered the guys to stop what they were doing. Sonic wakes up in his hospital bed saying that he honors such lightness in his whole body. He asks Hector if it's the elixir he's been listening to which he replies that Noah was only repaying a debt. In return for saving Henry's life, Noah asked him not to interfere with the ISM's plans, since he had managed to turn the situation in his favor. Henry asks Hector in confusion what he is talking about and how such a situation was useful. The ISM is the reason the arms trade is booming and Sonic's out of commission just unleashed them. Henry says he doesn't see any connection between him and the arms trade. Hector replies that the organization is growing every day, and thanks to Noah and his pitches, these people can destroy any country. He also suggests that Noah wants to start a war. Henry replies that war is half the trouble, as he fears that Noah's plans may be much bigger than just a war. It could end in a catastrophe that could change the course of history and the terrorists could get away with it. Hector agrees with Sonic, as they are good at covering their tracks. In any case, Noah will just start from scratch as if nothing had happened. Henry replies that it's not the most pleasant prospect imaginable. Sonic also says that Noah is still a creep. Hector accepts this fact without hesitation. Hector abruptly pulls out his axe and swings it behind his back. As it turned out, someone had been standing behind him the whole time, but he had the invisibility ability. Hector dodges the blow and asks Shinobu how long it's been. He stands behind him and overhears the conversation. He also remembers that he asked him to stay out of his sight, to which Shinobu simply refuses. To these words Hector says that if memory serves him correctly, he promised to chop off his hand. He continued sarcastically, saying that this action would save him from forgetting. Shinobu teases Hector that he is unlikely to be able to attack him since he has the invisibility ability. The men are stopped by Henry, who was still in the room. Sonic says that Shinobu came to them for nothing, as there is no intrigue, and everyone knows about their unfriendly relationship. So Henry just told Shinobu to call it a day. Hector silently hides his axe back under his jacket, and Sonic only adds that he doesn't really like talking to Air either. Shinobu asks what this is about and says that if it's about the war, it has nothing to do with them, to which Henry interrupts him and says he's dead wrong about that. Sonic jokingly says that they were so looking forward to lounging in the garden they've worked so hard to grow. They don't want to start all over again. Shinobu asks about garden pests and he personally would hate to turn a blind eye to that. Hector asks Shinobu to stay out of it if he's talking about the guy who hurt Henry now. Sonic asks Hector to take his time, as they have no reason to refuse Shinobu's help. Sonic is counting on him since Noah's elixir restored his health, but not his pride. Henry asks Shinobu to be careful and bring him to him, if he can catch him of course. The sign reads, Brooklyn Regional High School, another bright, sunny day. On the back patio, our tattooed bullies are taking a break from the rigors of school. As always, our hero finds himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Just passing by on the playground, he, without wanting to, managed to attract attention to himself. From the lack of adrenaline in life, these madmen decide to have fun with the guy. The guys bring Eugene to the boss, showing him who's here to see them. The leader of the gang waves Eugene off and says he asked them to bring Chris to him, not this loser. Let him go back where he came from. The guys tell the chief that that's no way to treat a classmate. He replies that the kid is not his friend, so let him go his own way. Eugene asks about Chris and tells the head that they're from the same neighborhood and the discipline here is much stricter than Sunny Hill. Instead of a verbal response, the gang leader throws a bottle in Eugene's face. He tells Eugene not to even dare to mention that they're from the same neighborhood. Eugene hears voices from the crowd saying that he thought he was just pretending to be a simpleton so they'd let him go. He'd better get out of here while he's still in one piece. He has no idea what they've been through at his mercy. Because of his, I don't know nothing, they're being chased by the police. He's not gonna get away with it. My friends, what happened next? You'll find out in the next installment. I hope you enjoyed it. See you soon. On a clear afternoon, goblins chase 3 boars, hook them with a rope and net them in a tree. Goblins were happy after catching wild boars using a goblin invention. The main character of our story, a goblin named Nick, is the one who invented this trap. His comrades were happy with the result, but a goblin girl named Christy, Nogi's best friend, teased him for making up stuff and most of it not working. Nick knows that inventions are not always successful, but according to his comrades, it will be trial and error. Nick is the only goblin who invents new things, and that impresses them, even if some of them don't work. During the conversation they did not notice the Knight of Prophet. In his hands he had a bow with a drawn bowstring. He was ready to shoot at the goblins. Yet the Knight of Prophet released an arrow at the goblins. Nick quickly alerted his comrades to the threat. All instantly panicked and scattered. This is what real life looks like for goblins. They chase boars, and humans hunt them to get their ears and personal items to fulfill their missions. Christy was worried about the rest of their team. Nick told her that he couldn't save them, but he was sure he could save them both with his invention. It was a stick that looked like a gun. He had spent a little over 2 weeks on this invention. Nick was really counting on the gun, but the first time he fired it, the gun blew to pieces. This gun situation makes Christy very angry, and she tells him that now is not the time to deal with the malfunction. Just then, the Knight of Profit shows up and manages to find them. Upon seeing him, Nick and Christy run as fast as they can. Nick sees a mushroom with air spores. Jumping on it, Nick creates smoke which helps them escape from the night. The Knights of Decoy were annoyed that they had not caught the remaining goblins, nor had they completed their task. The goblins made it home safely, to the southern goblin village of Frostwood. Nick couldn't stop wondering why the knights were after them. And since humans don't eat goblins, they hunt them to take their ears and personal belongings, and to increase their ranks. Nick felt strange, and he asked himself why the Knights of Profit only take the ears and steal the goblins' belongings, since humans have more fashionable clothes than goblins. Nick hears a loud noise in the village and sees that all the goblins of the village have gathered in one place, and the village elder tells them that the Knights of Profit have attacked them again. This is the 8th attack in 1 week. The elder also says that they must take all measures to turn the tide against the Knights of Arrival. Nick, upon hearing this, begins excitedly imagining things he would like to invent. And at this perfect moment for Nick, his fantasies are interrupted by an old man, and the elder says it would be a good idea to send more goblins to hunt, so that their numbers will crush the enemy. Nick doesn't like the old man's strategy, because, in his opinion, sending more goblins increases his losses. The old man can't stop reproaching Nick for once again inventing a failed device that will magically destroy the Knights of Profit. Though the old man was dubious about inventions, Nick always kept his strategies, short-term and long-term. The short term is to change the way they hunt, so they can cleverly avoid the knights rather than throw more goblins at them. The long-term strategy is for them to learn why the knights hunt goblins for profit. The crowd of goblins were puzzled by Nick's ideas, and the old man laughed at him, saying that his strategy was the stupidest thing he had ever heard. In the old man's opinion, the Prophet Knights are barbarians and should be killed the same way they kill us. The old man also added that Nick's thinking is irrational, and in his mind only force can work. It is by force that they will make these knights leave. After the discussion, Nick was greatly annoyed that the elder wanted to send more goblins to their deaths. At this point, he was still determined to put his ideas into action, so, to Christie's bewilderment, he suggested that they do it together. Nick showed her a chest of items they could use for his inventions. The next morning came, the Knights hunters were getting ready for the march, and Nick, meanwhile, had not slept a wink all night, turning his inventions into reality. He thought that all the goblins thought him a fool, and so he wanted to show them that he was not mistaken in his ideas. Nick invents another weapon they can use against the Knights of Profit. Christy is in full support of Nick. She packs her bags to go hunting together. The glorious world of the Goblin Forest is home to many creatures. The Goblin Forest alone is home to more species of different creatures than all the other lands. Goblins could be considered one of the weakest kinds of creatures. They always lacked strength. They could not feel safe in this forest, as they were constantly suffering from human raids. From his childhood, Nick remembers that humans attacked their forest ruthlessly, killing everything in their path, especially goblins. And those who hunted goblins called themselves Knights of Profit. Nick is always tormented by only one question: how long this senseless war between them will last. At that moment, Nick's musings are interrupted by Christy's shouting. Christy says that everyone is fighting the knights in the center of the forest, so she assumes that they can easily catch one of them if they get close to the battle too. In response, Nick says that if they do, they'll probably be dead, just like yesterday. According to him, the strongest knights have already escaped from there. They need to strategize on the best option for catching the bait knight. Nick decides that they will go to the very beginning of the forest where there are the least people. That's where the weaker knights can be found. Our heroes arrive at the site and Nick starts setting 3 traps called Spider Net, Monster Trap, and Kidnapper. Christy asks Nick, why do these traps have such strange names? This question really upsets Nick, as he has spent a lot of time coming up with and naming them. And then our heroes notice a man walking down the forest path right towards Nick's first trap. They jump into the bushes so that the man does not notice them, and quietly observe what is happening. The man approaches the rope, Nick pulls on it, but the man throws it away and keeps walking. Nick looks at him in surprise and doesn't understand why the trap didn't work. While Nick was yelling in anger that the first trap didn't work, his own second trap, a spider web, falls on him. At that moment, Nick hears Christy laughing loudly at him for falling into his own trap and becoming a victim of his own invention. Since the spider web didn't work, they moved on to the next trap, which Nick was 100% sure would work instantly. It was a kidnapper containing crystals that Nick thought would attract a human. They rejoiced, for there were no more traps left. They watch as the man notices the glowing orb, walks towards it, and after a couple seconds continues onward. He just walks away. Christy rips his stomach open again, laughing at how many times and this trap didn't work. Nick wonders why people don't hunt for rare crystals. crystals. Christy suggests using a goblin doll because the Knights of Profit like to collect goblin ears, and as for the doll, it's a separate trap that Christy came up with. It should definitely work, Nick said. After they set the trap with the goblin doll, they hid in the bushes again, from where they watched what was going on. A human appeared on the horizon, and they immediately started making sounds that attracted the human's attention. The knight was glad that he would get goblin clothes that would fit his daily tasks. Plus, he would be able to increase his level. Knight didn't realize it was a trap. Nick jumps out to cut the rope. Nick pulls on the rope to tie the man up and lift him up. Just then, the Knight for Profit sees the goblins in front of him. The Knight becomes confused when he hears Christy and Nick talking. The man can't believe he was caught by the goblins. "Don't worry, if you cooperate with us, we'll let you go. But first you'll have to answer a few of our questions." Nick bluntly asked the Knight of Profit, "Why don't humans hate goblins? Why do they take our clothes, ears, hair, fingers, and teeth?" The man replied that goblins are too stupid to understand it. Our heroes did not get a clear answer. Then Nick threatened him, saying he would die if they didn't get the answer they needed. No matter how hard Nick tried, the knight remained firm in his answer until Christy pulled out an axe and cut the rope, causing the men to fall into the sharp-edged trap. Nick wanted to reach out to him, but it was too late. Nick yelled at Christy a lot, that the men shouldn't have died, but Christy says that Nick himself said that the men should die, and Nick also gave a hand signal. "I was just trying to scare him, we didn't talk about the hand gesture," Nick said. Christy realizes that they may have killed the men, and Nick told her that he was not involved in the knight's death. Christy is very sorry and asks Nick to take the men away. Nick is very angry with her because he doesn't want to go there, but Christy begged him, and Nick had no choice but to go down. Christy lowered Nick down the rope into the hole in which the knight lay. When Nick was almost at the bottom of the pit, a spirit suddenly emerged from the knight's body. Nick was very scared and kicked him out of fear. The ghost was shaped like a ball with a small tail, but that didn't save Nick. The ghost quickly entered his body. Nick hit his body with his fingers and screamed in fear that the mark entered him. When Nick crawled out of the hole, Christy was very surprised why Nick didn't pull out the knight's body. When Nick tried to explain to Christy why he was unable to remove the knight's body, Nick's face began to glow brightly blue. A screen appeared before his eyes, and a voice from there welcomed him as a player. A ghost immediately appeared next to the screen, entering his body and telling him that he had discovered a new ability and asking if he wanted to accept it. Nick, horrified, asked Christy if she had seen a ghost next to him. The ghost, without waiting for Christy's answer, told Nick that he was the only one who could see him. Nick began to reassure himself that he had imagined it all, but on the other hand, he began to believe that he was really being haunted by ghosts. Which means he deserved it. What bothered him was the fact that the Knight of Profit's blood was now on his hands. Nick looks at the screen in front of him and can accept or decline the offer. As Nick reached toward the screen to press a button, his hand suddenly passed through the screen. And he asks Christy again if she really doesn't see it. She begins to think that Nick has gone crazy. While our heroes were trying to figure out which of them was sane, other knights came running to their cry. Nick grabs Christy and tells her to run as fast as she can. The leader of the knight team ordered his men to catch the goblins. The knights open fire on them with their bows, but miss. Nick tells Christy that they need to split up to make it harder to catch them. Nick discovered that he was not running away alone. He was being pursued by a ghost. The spirit tells him that Nick has not yet made his choice to accept or reject. And then our hero remembers that he has the acceleration skill. He pressed the accept button. After a pause, an inscription appeared on the screen stating that he had acquired level 1 acceleration. The knight uses his fire skill to catch the goblins, aiming for a tree to block Nick's path. Our hero could not come to terms with the idea that he could die at the hands of a Knight of Profit, so he uses the acquired acceleration skill with great joy. What shocked people from what they saw? The men could not believe his eyes that the goblin was using a human skill, which is not typical for goblins. The knight continued to attack him, but Nick, thanks to his speed, dodges the attack. For a moment, Nick thought he walked through the tree, as if he had teleported. With a surprised look, he looked at the spirit, and he told him that this happened because of the high speed. Nick didn't have time to deal with this. He had one goal, to escape persecution. Nick headed straight to their village. When our hero ran to his home, he was horrified by what he saw. His blood froze in his veins, seeing that other goblins were injured, and some were even dead. Nick approached Liam to ask if he had seen Christy, but Liam told him that he had not seen her in the village. Nick, hoping to find her, runs to the village in search of her. The spirit stops Nick and tells him that he can use analysis, a standard skill that will help him find Christy. Nick was very surprised by the new skill and, without wasting a minute, of course he applied the skill. Only a few seconds pass, and Nick finds Christy in the center of the village. Nick couldn't hold back his tears of joy that Christy was alive and okay. He quickly approached her. Being a friend, Christy heard a painfully familiar voice calling her. And then Christy sees Nick, also safe and healthy. Without holding back her tears, she went to meet him. They held each other so tightly as if they had not seen each other for ages. Nick looks at the ghost and realizes that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't be here now. After everything they have experienced, our heroes return to their hut. As soon as they cross the threshold of their house, Nick takes out a dagger and begins to wave it towards the ghost. "Tell me everything you know," Nick said. Christy looks at what is happening and does not understand what is happening, because she does not see a ghost like Nick. Christy asked Nick, "What is he doing?" Nick tells her that he is constantly haunted by the ghost of the slain Knight of Prophet, and if it weren't for him, he wouldn't be here now. Christy thought it was complete nonsense. Maybe Nick was hallucinating. She thought it was mushroom pollen when he jumped on him to make a smoke screen. Christy decides to leave to give him a chance to rest after his experience. Nick asks her to stay. A screen appears in front of him. Nick flips through it and looks at it thoughtfully. A ghost immediately appears behind the screen to help him figure it out. Nick taps his finger on the screen and does not believe that he is a user of the system, and Nick also finds out that the ghosts are called Kick. Nick sees in the system that he is level 1, and also finds statistics showing his characteristics. Thanks to statistics, Nick discovered that he was at the first level, and if he managed to gain more experience, he could increase his level and also improve his skills. Nick notices in the system that he has 2 power points and Christy has 12 points. Christy's eyes widened in surprise. "How is this possible?" Nick asks. Kick tells him it's simple. Christy is much stronger than you. Nick's head is filled with thoughts about the system and the Knights of Prophet. Comparing all the facts, Nick comes to the conclusion that knights are much stronger than goblins only thanks to this system. Kick proved to him that the system is very powerful and can do a lot. Now Nick wants more answers as to why people are still hunting them and what opportunities are being discussed thanks to this system. At the same time, a crazy idea comes to his mind. Nick invites Christy to become the Knights of Prophet. He was sure she would agree because Christy always supported Nick. The guys go to the Goblin Cave, where gold coins, armor, weapons, as well as chests with knightly clothes were kept, and begin to try on clothes. Nick says these are the best suits. Clothing completely covered their body, and a mask on their face made it impossible to find out who they really were. Christy finds a glove that she really likes and says that it will be very good for her in hand-to-hand combat, since I have a good left hand. Nick couldn't decide which weapon to choose for a long time. He activates the analysis skill to find the best weapon. He finds it immediately, but the system notifies him that he is not strong enough to use this type of weapon. "That's what I would like." The system pointed him to a dagger with a wooden handle. Nick picks up the hilt and imagines himself in armor, holding a huge sword, but in fact it turned out that the dagger is so small that it can even be hidden in his pocket. Kick reminds him that in order to take on larger weapons, he will need to increase his level and skills. In the meantime, Nick can use the system's inventory storage for this dagger. He will need to touch the weapon and think about the vault, and to access the weapon he will only need to think about the vault. Nick was delighted with the functionality of the system. Christy continues to worry about Nick because he won't stop talking to himself. The guys went for a walk in their new clothes, and while they were walking, Nick continued to study the system. He tells Christy that the ghost gave him access to a power unknown to him, so he is trying to find out more about it. Kick was very upset when Nick called him a ghost again. Christy again listens to him in disbelief and thinks he is going crazy. And then our heroes hear someone's voices. They looked like Knights of Prophet. They take their feet in their hands and run in search of shelter. Nick notices a large bush and tells Christy that we are hiding here. The goblins begin to observe what is happening. They see knights appear. One of them was quite large, with a hammer in his hand and a shield. He swung his hammer left and right, shouting that there were too many of them. The knights were surrounded by slugs that fed on berries growing on the trees. Nick activates the analysis skill and sees that the big guy has +10 to life and a crushed honey berry. He thinks that the knights tried to collect honey berries, but they failed because they were attacked by slugs that feed on the berries. There were so many slugs that the big man couldn't handle them alone, so he decided to leave the battlefield, threw down his weapon and ran away, leaving his friends behind, leaving them alone against the slugs. Watching from hiding, Nick remembers how, in a similar situation, he and Christy abandoned their friends when they were attacked by knights. He realizes that this shouldn't happen a second time, and decides to get involved in the fight to help them. Christy didn't really like this idea, but as you already remember, Christy supports Nick in everything, and so they both rush into battle. The knights were shocked. Where did these two come from and why did they help them? The slugs surround the goblins. Nick shouts, "Come on, let's go one at a time." The slugs scattered across the field like painless balls, but returned again and again. Nick understands that they won't get far with the wounded men. They need to find a solution to defeat the slugs. Christy turns around to ask if everything is okay, but sees not people, but 2 gnomes. And one of them, using some kind of magic, heals the wounded men. The guys asked each other where the gnomes came from here. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, a ghost named Kick bursts out laughing. Our heroes continue to wage a merciless fight against the slugs, but their struggle does not bring them victory. Nick turns on the analysis mode in the system to find the weak points of the slugs and defeat them. Nick finds the weak point and kills the first bullet. He shouts to the ghost that he succeeded, and Kick responds by telling him that he did the right thing by taking advantage of the system. Thanks to analysis, you can find the enemy's weak points. This is the right tactic, but only if your perception stat is higher than your opponent's. After killing the slug, a message appeared on the system screen that for one killed slug, Nick receives 5 experience. This information made Nick very happy and he began to destroy the slugs, not missing a single one. The ghost looks at the two of them and makes bets. Which one of them can grind up the most slugs? Since Christy had also figured out where the slugs' weak points were, she used her gloves to crush them like a mill grinding millet. Nick could see that she didn't need help. She was handling them well. Suddenly Nick's screen lights up red. The system warns him that he has minus 30% of his life. Nick thought that his life was already at 0 and he would lose consciousness. He indignantly asked Kick why he didn't tell him about this earlier. Christy doesn't know who she's talking to again. But no matter how our heroes tried to destroy the slugs, there were more and more of them. The guys tried to do everything possible, while the gnomes were healing their wounds. They had to be protected. Nick comes to the conclusion that if he tries to activate the boost, he might be able to defeat the slugs. Nick hears a voice, and with it a fire tornado appears, which, thanks to its power and size, destroys all the slugs. Nick and the ghost are full of interest. Who is this player who has such a skill? The stranger says that a little bird sang to him that the guys needed help. The stranger's name was Thuras. He was a very strong knight of prophet. Well, the little bird that sang is named Edward. Isn't this the same Edward who abandoned his people and just ran away? How do you think? Thuras was surprised and glad that Leah and Lami were alive. Leah and Lami are the names of 2 dwarves. The dwarves, seeing Edward, became very angry and scolded him like a small child for daring to leave them in the B-Day. Thuras and the goblins stood aside and smiled while the dwarves quarreled with Edward. Thuras turns to the guys, extending his hand towards the saviors of his friends. Nick raised his hand and carefully pulled it towards Thuras, and Nick, stuttering, could not even say his name. And then Christy suddenly runs out to save the situation. Poor Thuras draws his sword in surprise. The goblin running towards him shouts, "My name is Christy, and this is my best friend Nick." Having met him, Christy, without any hesitation, asks Thuras for a reward for saving his friends. Nick feels embarrassed for his girlfriend and tells Toros that she is joking. To which Toros, laughing, replies, calmly, "I liked her joke." But instead of a gift, Toros invites the guys to his village called the Misty Forest. Our heroes were surprised by the offer, but agree to it. Having gathered, they all set off together. Nick was curious about Thuras' sword. He activates the analysis in his system and the system gives him an error. Kick tells him with a smile that his level is too low for such requests. And in order to increase his level, he needs to gain more perception points, thereby increasing the level of analytics. Thuras must be very strong if Nick can't see his stats. Meanwhile, the guys are in Mistwood. Nick and Christy are shocked to see such development in the human village. There were new, modern residential buildings, fashionable clothes were sold, high-quality weapons were forged, and there was so much food that children had never dreamed of in such quantities. The guys immediately notice the big difference between people and goblins. They understand that not all people are what they thought they were. The knights they were with weren't as bad as they thought. Along the way, the guys see cages with animals. The roar coming from the cages made the guys flinch. Toros calms them down, says that the cages are very reliable and they cannot harm you. Still, these are rare monsters that can be rewarded for the living rather than the dead. Therefore, they have to be kept in cages to subdue them before being sold. A few more minutes of their journey through the city pass, and they come to the Red Crow Guild. As soon as they entered the building, they were immediately greeted by the head of the guild named James. He immediately greeted them, and Thuras introduced Nick and Christy to the master and informed them that Thuras owed them a reward for their heroic battle and for saving his friends. The guys notice a bunch of people in the corner, and Christy asks the foreman who these people are. James replies that today the exams for new Knights of Prophet will take place. If these people pass the exam, they will receive the title of Knight of Prophet and will immediately be able to take on various tasks. Nick immediately realizes that this is a great opportunity for him and Christy to pass the exams and receive the title of Knight of Prophet. The master went for the reward and Nick said after him that they did not need the reward, but in return they would like to pass the exam and receive the title of Knight of Prophet. This will be the best reward for them. Nick's proposal confused the master and Toros. They needed to consult, since this was the first time and unexpected for them. They both come to the conclusion that they will give Nick and Christy a special exam. This will be a quick exam, unlike others. The exam will consist of holding out for 1 minute against a representative of the Red Ravens Guild. This will be Thuras. If they pass the exam, they can officially join the Red Ravens Guild as Knights of Prophet. Nick's screen lights up. A notification about passing the exam is displayed, and if he passes it, Nick will be able to collect his rewards and be able to increase his level. Nick and Christy are intrigued and want to know what will happen to him after he levels up. And of course, our heroes agree to this exam and begin preparing for the exam. They are taken to a large hall. The future Knights of Prophet among them were observers. Master James takes the exam. Tauros is standing on the left side, and Christy is standing on the right. She will be the first to fight Thuras. James raises his hand, which means the fight begins. Christy immediately rushes off with such speed that Tauros was surprised by her speed, and Nick and Kik were not able to understand when Christy managed to become so strong. Christy punches at high speed. Thuras manages to avoid the attack, and as a result Christy hits the floor, causing Christy to lose consciousness. Nick is the next to fight. He was very tense and focused because it only took Tauros 15 seconds to knock out Christy. And now everything falls on Nick. He needs to survive and defeat Thuras. Nick activates his acceleration in the system and heads towards Tauros. He manages to reach maximum speed so much so that he leaves Tauros a deep scratch on his face. Nick doesn't get what he wants, and therefore he squeezes the maximum out of the system, so much so that the standing spectators could not notice him as he moved. Nick came to win and therefore does everything possible and impossible, but Tauros deflects every blow from Nick. Nick doesn't understand how he does it, because he moves too fast to keep up with the attacks. And then somehow Tauros manages to catch Nick by the face and throw him to the floor. At this moment, Christy covers her eyes with her hands in the hope that everything is okay with him. Nick gets to his feet and turns up the second level speed in the system. This slap on the floor is not a reason to give up, because this is a good chance for them to become a Knight of Prophet. Tauros, watching him, realizes that Nick has a trump card up his sleeve. He was tormented by the question of how Nick became even faster. But even at that speed, he still couldn't break through Thuras' defense. We see that Nick doesn't have much mana left to speed up, just enough to use one more time. Nick is confused because he still can't hit Thuras. How strong he was. While Nick was looking for a weak point, Thuras repels Nick's attack with his sword. Nick flies across the floor to the side, and Tauros, in turn, thinks that this is a victory since Nick most likely lost consciousness. But the goblin manages to get up. Nick stated that he is ready to continue. Christy rushed to Nick to stop the fight because she didn't want Nick to get even more injured. While Nick was distracted, Tauros wanted to strike the final blow, but the guild master grabs his hand and tells him that the fight is over. The duel took a little more than 1 minute, and since Nick was still conscious, it only meant one thing, that he was passing the test. Tauros approaches the guys. With congratulations, he extends his hand to Nick and thanks him for Nick's fighting skills. Thuras says, "I can safely say that you will make an excellent Knight of Prophet. Welcome to the Red Ravens Guild." On Nick's monitor, you and I see a message that says that Nick has successfully completed the task and is now a full-fledged Knight of Prophet of the Red Ravens Guild. And for this task, Nick receives 100 experience points, and Tauros, for his part, gives them Knight cards. The colors of these cards indicate the rank of the Knight. Nick's green card means he is a Knight of rank F, and Christy's gray card is rank U, which means unfit, which is the lowest rank for a knight. But everything is not so bad. Knights, by completing tasks, can increase their rank by gaining a sufficient number of points. Those same quests can be taken from the quest board of the Red Ravens Guild. In order for you to receive points for a task, you need to come to the registration desk at the guild, give your knight card, and you will be awarded points for the task. Christy feels very depressed, realizing that she is more useless than Nick. Thuras tells her that if she wants to go green like Nick, she can start doing missions. But before setting off, Thuras recommends assembling a team. Typically, tasks are performed in small groups of 5 people in order to remain safe while completing the task. Your tasks are also classified according to the rank of the knight. Turning his attention to the board, Nick saw on it that collecting goblin ears was also part of the task, and the orderer of this task was Kara. Now Nick just has to determine the purpose for which they will get goblin ears for Kara. Next to the task, Nick finds another task of the 5th level. It says that a great goblin named Thunder is wanted. The condition for completing the task is to bring his head, and the reward is 1 billion coins. While our heroes were discussing this matter, Leah rushes to them and says, "I watched you carefully. You are not real gnomes, right?" Lammy interrupts her and says that Nick and Christy don't have the potion they need. Our knights will look like stupid, but Christy gets angry at this and says that they are not stupid. The llama explains to them that this is what the new knights are called. Leah gives them a potion as a small thank you for their exploits. Out of curiosity, Nick activates the analysis to find out what kind of potion it is. The green potion is intended to heal the wounded. He also sees that it is made from herbs and some parts of the monster. Lammy takes bags out of storage for the guys to store their things there. The bag can hold up to 40 kilograms of things. Leah held the position of alchemist in the guild, and it was she who made these potions. Thuras reminds them to use it wisely, as some potions are very difficult to make. Nick recalls that when he checked the potion using the system, the screen said that a new recipe had been learned. He can imagine that he can make the same potion using the system. And so Thuras takes Nick and Christy on their first mission and asks Leah and Llama to join their group. Llama quickly agrees because she wanted to show the guys her abilities. After the guys have decided on a group, Toros allows Nick to choose a task. Nick chooses hunting because in this task they can collect the missing ingredients to make a potion and, on top of that, they will receive 10 gold. Now everyone is ready to hit the road. Nick takes on the distribution of his skills after a 1-minute round with Toros. Kick warns Nick that once he distributes the points there will be no going back. Stronger stats can affect how fast a player can move and think. At the moment, Nick needs more experience points per level. He also told him that you can pump yourself up not only thanks to the system, but also in a natural way. Unless of course you want to work hard. But leveling up naturally will require more effort than using points in the system. The higher your score, the more difficult it will be to improve it naturally. While our friends are walking through the hunting grounds, they meet the greatest man among the goblin hunters named Air. He was gigantic in size, wearing huge armor and carrying a powerful sword. In fact, Air is not the only one of such gigantic size, he had friends similar to him. Nick overheard them joking about killing goblins. After hearing the words, Nick feels pain inside himself for his people. He turns around and begins to run wherever his eyes look. The knights were wondering what could happen to Nick. Nick leaned against the wall and began to cry, because he almost trusted people and believed that there were good people among the knights. But then Air appeared and bragged about how good he was at killing goblins. Nick becomes furious and decides to find out to the end why these knights are hunting goblins. Suddenly Nick hears his name called and Toros asks if he is okay. Nick has to lie and says that he suddenly felt sick. Thuras offers to postpone their trip, but Nick refuses because he was eager to complete the first task. Christy was sad because only she knew and understood what really happened to him. And so, when everything is clarified, the team sets off to move on to complete the task. In the forest, our team meets wolves on the way, or rather, a whole pack. Watching from the bushes, Toros tells the guys no matter how much it is worth it to evaluate the wolves. The llama gets bored listening to Thuras and rushes towards the wolves. Nick and Christy are watching her closely. Llama activated the wind flow and rushed to attack the wolves individually. Christy tries to cheer her up, but suddenly she sees how the wolf grabbed the weapon and the guys immediately rush to help her. Pulling out his dagger, Nick attacks the wolves and brings the team their first victory. Llama and Toros were glad that Nick became faster and stronger than before. He destroyed all the wolves, thereby raising himself 1 level higher and receiving the 3rd level. After the guys have successfully completed the task, they decide to celebrate this matter. Thuras congratulates Nick and Christy on becoming the new knights of their guild. Nick earns plus 100 experience and plus 50 wolf fangs. At the beginning of the 3rd level, Nick receives 3 statistics points, and he also has the opportunity to increase the analysis skill to the 2nd level. This level will allow Nick to explore Thuras' sword, but he still fails to fully explore it. And this is already better than nothing at all. Nick compares how things were before and how they are now. In just one day, he was able to go so far that he himself did not even expect. Thuras decides to talk to him privately, and he compliments Nick on his abilities. Thuras also provided him with the perfect opportunity to complete a mission of a more difficult level, the kind of task only Air and his friends can do, so Thuras believes Nick and Christy would be a great addition to his team. At first Nick was horrified by Thuras's proposal, but then he thought that if he completed the task in order of magnitude higher than his level, then the reward would be appropriate. And Nick gives his consent to participate in such a task. Sitting on his bed at night, Nick tried to study something in the system. When he used the analysis skill a little earlier on the potion that Leah had prepared, Nick saw a message from the system that he had learned the recipe for the potion. Nick knew that he already had the necessary ingredients for the potion, because he had obtained them on his first mission today. With everything in hand, Nick tries to create a potion through the system. Clicking the create button, Nick is surprised to see his prediction come true. He successfully prepares a basic potion. He was very proud of himself that he was able to create a potion without any specific skills. Now he understands that in this way he can turn any of his inventions into reality. He just needs to collect everything he needs. Suddenly Nick hears voices coming from the street. He sees Aira with his friends. Judging by the conversation, they were planning a goblin hunt in the middle of the night. Nick runs out to them and says that he wants to join their squad and hunt goblins together. Air immediately recognizes him and says that there is no place for weaklings in his squad and tells him to get lost. But here among his friends there is a man who wanted to take Nick into the team, because he heard in a 1-minute battle with Toros and that he is the fastest of everyone in the guild. Aira has no choice but to allow Nick to join his team. The time has come for the hunt, and they use various baits to catch the goblin, such as sweets and precious metal. Nick is surprised how the knights know that goblins love sweets and jewelry. The knights really knew their job and acted professionally. Nick approaches Air to ask why they hunt goblins and not rare monsters. He replies that goblins are easy to kill, and their various body parts are sold at the market for a very decent price. And fortunately for us, goblins multiply quickly, so there will always be work for us. Goblins in their beauty are very ugly. dirty, smelly, and stupid. When I cut them up they scream loudly and it makes me very happy, Air added. The only thing Nick understood was that they were hunting goblins for their own sick pleasure. The traps set are quite obvious and Nick really hopes that they will not work. But strangely enough, the traps didn't take long to appear. Goblins appeared, and Nick realized that goblins were really stupid. Nick begins to scream loudly, which greatly frightened the goblins, and they disappeared into the forest, which naturally angered Air. During their hunt, Nick did everything he could to stop them from killing the goblins, and he was very good at it. Meanwhile, Air caught the goblin. He threw the goblin at Nick's feet and ordered Nick to kill him. The goblin sobbed big tears and begged Nick not to do this while Nick, holding the dagger, trembled with horror. Nick spoke to him, and the goblin recognized his voice. He realized that Nick was hiding behind the mask. So Nick can't kill the goblin? Air asked Nick in surprise. By chance they don't know each other. Nick decides to deceive and says that several years ago he was attacked by a pack of goblins and he was very scared, but hopes that he will be able to overcome his fear tonight. When Nick was talking to Air, he was holding a large egg behind his back, which he found along the way. He also promised Air that he could kill the goblin. Air waits impatiently, but suddenly a large monster rushes towards them. Nick dodges to dodge it and Air sees that it is a C-rank monster, the guardian of Glimmerwood Forest. Nick hangs on a tree with one hand, shouting at the goblin to run away as quickly as possible. The knights thought that Nick was shouting at them, so they began to run away. The goblin recognized the egg that Nick was holding. This egg belonged to the forest guard. When they were little, they were taught by adults not to touch these eggs. Apparently, Nick knew that with the help of this egg Nick could lure out the forest guard. Also, the escaped goblin was very interested in what Nick was doing with the hunters. While Nick was running from the guardian of the forest, he managed to use his new invention to move from one tree to another, jumping along the branches like Mowgli. One knight from the team was amazed by Nick's invention. Nick specially called the forest guard to prevent the vile knights from hunting goblins. Nick was too angry at them for killing goblins for fun, and according to Nick, this is exactly what they deserve. Nick activates his acceleration skill and saves one of the knights and takes the monster further away as it smells the egg from Nick. Nick jumps through the trees because the guard won't be able to reach him. Kick tells Nick with horror that this rescue of the knights could cost him his life, since the guardian of the forest is a monster of the 15th level, which is not even half as good as his level. Despite the superiority of the guard, Nick decides to fight him. While jumping, Nick releases two small swords right into the guard's chest. While the guard was screaming in pain, Nick takes out his dagger and tries to rip open the guard's belly. After such an attack, Nick thought that it was all over, but an unexpected tail strike came from the guard and immediately 75% of Nick's life was removed. Nick was too motivated to die here, but he was too weak to continue fighting the monster. Nick no longer thought that anyone could help him, but suddenly Christy appears out of nowhere and deals a powerful blow to the monster. She screamed at Nick to get up. There wouldn't be another chance. Nick immediately rushes to help Christy, despite the fact that his life is almost at zero. And Nick deals a crushing blow to the monster and the end comes to the guardian of the forest. As a result, Nick receives additional experience as a reward. Falling unconscious, Christy catches him, reminding him that they promised each other never to be separated again. While Nick was unconscious, he increased his level 3 times, and Christy carried him to his native village. The next day, Nick regains consciousness and immediately checks the system to find out how much health he has left. Having opened the system, Nick sees that he has immediately risen to the 6th level. He does not believe his eyes. He thinks that everything is a dream. Nick concludes that the guardian of the forest may be dead since he gained a lot of extra experience. A goblin elder appears on the threshold of Nick's hut. He longed to ask Nick how he ended up in a group of knights of profit and why the forest guard was dead. Nick furiously tries to explain to the elder how everything really happened. The elder has a hard time believing Nick's stories. Nick says that he had to call on the guards of the forest, otherwise he would have had to kill the goblin with his own hands, and if he had not done this, then the two of them would have been killed. And still, the elder does not understand why Nick is so passionate about hunters, since by doing this he is endangering an entire settlement of goblins. That humans and goblins have always been enemies. Nick at the same time explains that the knights hunt goblins for a completely different reason. Once he fully understands what the knights want from the goblins, he will find a way for everyone to live in peace. When leaving, the elder warned him that if he continued to play knight, he would never set foot in the village again. Nick and Christy visit the place where the corpse of the forest guard lies. Nick is in a lot of pain for what happened that night. Nick thanks Christy for saving him and decides to return to the city of hunters, but he will return alone since he did not want her to be expelled too. Christy states that she has also thought a lot about whether it is worth worrying about, but after meeting some bounty hunters, she believes that there may still be a future where goblins and knights can live in harmony. And that's the only reason she decides to follow Nick to the end in order to make their dream come true. Meanwhile, in the Red Raven Guild, people praise Air because they thought that it was he who killed the guardian of the forest. Air boasted that during their campaign it was the guardian of the forest who attacked their squad and he was able to defeat him alone. Air sees Toros leaving. He asked him where he was going. Toros answered him that he was coming to wake up Nick and Christy, but Air still thinks that they are not alive, until the goblins ran into the Hall of the Red Ravens. Our heroes don't even have time to step on the threshold when Toros announces a new task to them. But before they begin the task, they need to find a first-class potion. They can find it in the same Kiera store. Nick immediately remembers her. This is the villain who asked to hunt goblins. The guys entered the store and immediately introduced themselves to the woman who, in their opinion, had been waiting for their arrival for a long time. They told her that they were the new knights of the guild. Air appeared out of nowhere, as if he was chasing the guys. He told Kiera that these were his new friends. Air immediately asked Nick how he managed to survive yesterday's massacre. Nick had to lie again and said he just ran away. Suddenly, their intimate conversation is interrupted by Kiera and says that their order for the Red Ravens Guild has been ready for a long time. She gives them the goods and asks them to pay for it in return. The guys were stunned because Thuras did not give them gold to pay for the goods. And who do you think paid for the potion? That's right, it was Air. Who guessed it right away? Give the video a thumbs up. Let's continue. When the guys saw the potion in their hands, Nick immediately asked Kiera if he used goblin blood to prepare the potion. She admits that some of them contain goblin blood, which is a standard ingredient for preparing this type of potion. They also use forest grass, sapphire shavings, dry butterfly wings and the tongue of a saber-toothed lion. Hearing this, Nick understands that it's not just about goblins or potions, but also about their clothing, making armor, weapons, and food. For the Knights of Profit, all existing monsters are ingredients. Nick imagined the scale of what was happening and it made him feel bad. Kyra offered to drink potions for his recovery, but Nick refused, knowing why and by whom they are made. Towards evening, our heroes set off on their next mission, hunting a large wild boar in the mountains. Nick's day was quite eventful today. He thought that nothing worse could happen and he was wrong. On the way to the mountains, Nick and Christy observed many traces of blood, battered bodies and body parts of various animals that had been executed by a boar. They follow the tracks to the designated place. After a few steps, they see that the tracks are disappearing, which meant that the boar had somehow simply disappeared. Thuras observes the two paths and says that he could not go far and in this case they need to split up. Leah, Llama, and Christy will take positions on the hill, the rest will move further along the pass. If someone spots a wild boar he must use a flare. After an hour along the pass, they fail to find traces of the wild boar, as if it had never been here. And Kick invites Nick to use his skill, analysis. Thanks to your level, we may be able to track down the boar. And Nick thought how come he hadn't thought of doing this before, they wouldn't have had to waste so much time. After activating the skill, Nick manages to discover his trace, but for some reason his traces are hidden. He had never seen animals cover their tracks like this, especially this wild boar, which was very large. So he feels that something might be wrong. Nick shows the team the right path. Toros has no big doubts about the path. Nick asks you to trust him. Moving along Nick's route, they come across a cave. Entering it, Nick again feels something is wrong. Having walked a little deeper into the cave, they come across a dead boar carcass. From the deep darkness, a terrible growl is heard and then a monster appears, the Lord of the Mountain. A powerful monster of rank B, level 27. This villain was larger than all the other monsters Nick had ever seen. The monster lets out a strong and terrible roar, which made everyone wonder if they could survive today. Due to the roar, the entire team's characteristics are reduced by 10%. Nick wondered why he could see this information from a high-ranking monster. Kick tells him that this is due to the acquisition of the second level of analysis. The monster makes a strong jump to the top, landing and hitting the ground with its hands, which caused the ground to split. Christy falls under a wall of falling stones, and the powerful blow of the monster flies far to the side. Nick activates his speed skill and rushes to Christy's aid. Leah, using her magic, throws a protective shell on everyone else. Thuras activates his sword and, together with everyone else, rushes at the monster. Nick shouts at them to stop, because this monster is too high level, but no one listened to him. Christy sees the situation and asks Nick to help them. Nick refuses this idea because, thanks to his analysis, he knows that this is a completely different monster and he tried to stop them. Thuras receives a powerful blow from the monster from which he vomits blood. Lami's attack also did not bring success. He was too strong, her spear could not stop his huge paw. Leah came to her aid and activated the protective dome, but it was unable to protect them either. Arriving in time, Air and his friend saw that the others had managed to find the boar, but from a distance they could not see that it was not a boar at all. Air and his friends hurried to their aid. He became very interested in what kind of boar it was that could shake the ground under his feet like that. The kick left Leah and Lami unconscious. After such a blow, Toros was able to kneel. He decided that he was not going to retreat, despite the fact that the monster had superiority in both strength and level. Thuras thought that if he could defeat a monster of this level, he would become the strongest prophet knight in the Red Crow Guild. He launches into an attack, again activating his sword and inflicting a powerful blow on the monster. The monster falls to the ground and Thuras, deciding that the monster is already dead, orders everyone to leave the cave immediately. But this beast cannot be destroyed so easily. From a puff of smoke after the monster falls, a monster's paw appears, which grabs Thuras and powerfully hits the ground. And this blow does not stop Thuras' determination to destroy the monster. He rushes to attack again. Nick sees that one more blow from the monster could be Thuras' last. So Nick activates his acceleration, grabs Thuras and leads him out of the cave. Nick pouring out of the cave gives a signal to Christy, and she gathers all her strength into a fist and hits the entrance to the cave. Nick and Toros both watched as the cave collapsed. Nick was very glad that the battle with the monster was over. Air and his friends were also able to get out of the cave alive. And it seemed that one could breathe a sigh of relief that the monster was already dead, but it was not so. Somehow the monster manages to get out and goes into a wild rage. Toros realizes that Nick was right when he said they couldn't defeat him. So Toros tells them all to get off the mountain while he fights the monster. The monster is quickly approaching them. Nick does not want to leave Toros himself, because he already knows what it is to leave friends behind. Nick knew if they had escaped sooner like he said, they would have been able to avoid this situation. Nick is tired of the tough choices and so he hatches a plan, but it will take everyone. Nick tells everyone to disperse and Nick sets about activating a new skill. That skill was creating a residual image that creates an illusion. Nick also managed to surprise everyone that he had learned this skill. The monster was surrounded by Nick's clones to piss him off and lure him away. As a kid, Nick played hunters and runners in the woods, so he was quietly able to let the monster follow him. Nick uses his invention and is whisked away up a cliff, leading the monster behind him. Everyone was thrilled that his plan worked. Nick easily moves up the cliff with the help of his invention. The monster may be fast for its size, but it can never move like a goblin. All the guild knights were amazed at Nick's agility, and after all, to him it was just a playground from his childhood. While Nick was distracting the monster, Christy was informing the others what to do. When Nick led the monster to ambush the guys, they pushed a huge rock at the monster, nailing the monster to the ground. Everyone is happy that they finally got it right, but the monster had no intention of doing so and breaks out from under the rubble again. Kick yells at Nick to drop all the attribute points on dexterity, and Nick raises his acceleration skill to level 3. Then he immediately rushes at the monster with a dagger in his hand and chops his head off. While Nick was in the battle, his mask came off for a moment and Air noticed it. He asked everyone if they saw it, but the others couldn't keep up with Nick's speed. Toros laughed at Air. Toros was amazed that Nick continued to amaze him with his new abilities. And to Air he said that he had imagined it just can't be. After killing the monster, Nick's level has risen by as much as 4 levels, and now our hero reaches the 10th level. And along with the new level, Nick unlocks a new skill, Cruel Knight, of the first level. When the guys returned with the victory to the village of knights, Nick received a lot of questions and compliments from his team. Asking him different questions, Nick has no time to answer them. He has never had so much attention before. Toros watched from the sidelines as the crowd cheered and applauded the new hero. He was sad that all the laurels went to Nick, although Toros realized that Nick was the only one who thought rationally in the battle with the monster. While Toros thought about killing the monster without thinking about the team. After all, only a strong knight will not lead his troop to death. They fight in spite of fear and achieve victory. Toros feels jealous and wonders how he can make up for lost time. As night falls, Nick and Christy find themselves in the woods, and the boys were happy that they got glory in the Knights Guild. Christy torments Nick with questions about where he learned such skills to kill a high-ranking monster. Nick says he told her about it, and Christy remembers that Nick once told her about a ghost. Christy didn't freak out at him much because their goal was to become guild knights in order to understand why people hunt goblins. But Nick only cared about getting stronger and proving himself to the humans. Christy reminds him that if the Knights for Profit find out who they really are, they will kill them just like they do with any monster. Also, Christy isn't sure if these knights are really their friends, and Christy declares that Nick shouldn't forget who they are. The more time Nick spends with people, the stronger their friendship becomes. And Nick says that, "One day I will prove to you, Christy, that goblins and Knights for Profit can be friends." While they were dialoguing among themselves, our friends had no idea that someone was spying on them. Nick gets the idea to test his skill that he was able to unlock after fighting a rock monster. This skill allows you to transfer attribute points to an object or a person. Kick reminds him to be extremely careful when using this skill. So Nick activated it and transferred 10 dexterity points to a small rock. He remembered how since the day they had completed the first quest he wanted to become even stronger. They had been very lucky in the fight with the cave monster. "I want to get even stronger," Nick shouted. The next morning, the news of the Red Raven's victory over the mountain monster quickly spread in the Knights' village. It was the first time the Knights of the Guild had killed a monster of such a high rank. Immediately, quests from other villages and cities poured in, and the Red Ravens of the Guild shifted their gaze from the goblin forests to the more powerful monsters of the outside world. They had a bunch of successful campaigns together, and with each successful fight, each grew stronger. Nick never thought he would have so much fun as a Knight of Profit. A few months later, Nick and Brushy are sitting on the roof in the evening. Nick is realizing his next invention. When Leah and Lami break their idol, they tell them that the guild master is calling them all and it's urgent. Gathering them all, the master informs them that the guild's ravens have risen up in the rankings over the past month. After the master's words, a man of small stature appeared in front of them. He came from another settlement. This man is looking for talented knights on behalf of his king. He was not alone, but arrived with two strong hunters named Leo and Finn. They need knights who could survive a high-ranked mission. Many who were interested in the dwarf's offer. Even Nick understood the price of this offer since he knew that the Karam Kingdom is the most powerful empire in the world. The messenger of the Karam Kingdom announces the list of those who will take part in their mission. First on the list is Toros, followed by Air, Lami, Leah, Edward, Nathan, Kilavan, Christy, and of course Nick of rank B. While Nick is resting his inventions, Christy decides to have a serious talk with him. Don't you think, Nick, that serving the human empire is becoming too much and it's a bad idea for me if we join them, said Christy. But Nick is not going to give up his plan, and he wants to prove to everyone that goblins and humans can be friends. He suggested that we try to understand the world better, and it's also a chance for us to become much stronger. Christy is very angry that Nick is only thinking about himself and his power in this situation. She holds his hand and tells him that he will only go there over her dead body. Nick bursts out saying that he can protect the goblins once he gets stronger, so he has to go to Karam. Christy cries and worries that Nick might not come back from there. He might die on a mission. What am I supposed to do if that happens to you, said Christy. Christy has always been there for him, not understanding Kick or the system, always fighting shoulder to shoulder. Simply because she trusts Nick, Christy decides to leave and says that this was their last adventure, as she just wants to go home to the goblin village. The next day, our heroes arrive at the Karam Empire. Christy decides to come along with everyone else after all. The knights enter the huge, solemn hall of the Sapphire Dragon Guild. Nick immediately activates his skill to analyze the weapons and armor of the local knights. Scanning, Nick saw a knight of triple rank, but his stats he failed to scan. The system threw an error, and Nick concluded that the system might be broken or his rank was too low. Meanwhile, all the Knights of Profit were greeted by a knight of great rank, Ruan. He informed them that all the tasks they would be doing were extremely dangerous, so they should be as focused as possible without getting distracted by small things. A race of orcs are plundering and conquering allied human settlements. They have been involved in thousands of deaths and hundreds of kidnappings in the last month, and for this reason, the king of the empire has ordered the best of the best to be assembled to eliminate this threat. Because the first group of knights they sent out was destroyed, this quest is treated as a high-ranking mission. Ruana says that if there are knights who think they are hopeless or there is fear of the task, they can leave this hall. Orcs and goblins don't have the best history, and now is not the time for Nick to be more afraid than ever. And after 2 months of monster hunting, he has reached level 23. Our heroes decide to scout the situation in the orc settlement to make a clear plan for the attack. Thuras has chosen the perfect time to give Nick a gift. Thuras hands Nick a box, making him worried. Nick had no idea what was in it. Opening the lid, Nick sees a weapon that has been customized to his parameters, strength, and rank. In more than 2 months, Nick has proved that Toros and the others can trust him and that he has become a close friend to them. That's why Toros decides to give him such a useful and necessary gift. After hearing this, Nick gets emotional and hugs Toros. And that's where the romance ends and the attack on the orc settlement begins. Everyone takes their positions. Nick sees that it is not possible to take them by surprise, because all the strong orcs have stayed in the city and the battle with them cannot be avoided. Looking at this horrible picture, Nick remembers how goblins fought exactly the same way against humans. Thuras and his team had a rescue mission in this battle, so they moved carefully through the city, trying not to attack. But what they encountered on their way, seeing orcs mercilessly chopping humans to pieces, horrified them. We can see that Thuras could hardly contain his ardor. He was itching to get into battle with the orcs. And Nick reminds Thuras that they have definite goals and need to focus on the rescue mission. Nick understands his feeling, and they may not be able to save all the knights, but there are still a lot of people waiting to be rescued. Air fully supports Nick and says that there aren't enough of them at the moment. Toros freaks out as he thinks his team wanted to leave the front lines. Toros thinks no one understands him. While the boys were dealing with their collective issues, Ruana came down to them. She commanded the air flotilla. As she flew towards them, she managed to rip the head off an orc. She asked them why they were frozen in place and moved on. Ruana sets off to distract the orcs on their own so they have as little orc resistance as possible. Thuras is frozen in thought that once again all the laurels will go to someone but not him. He asks her to go with her, but she refuses. But Toros' stubbornness does not let him calm down and he follows her. Air asks the team to leave Thuras alone and focus on their mission. The team decides to take a different route where there is sure to be less resistance. Suddenly, Nick's system gives him a red warning signal about danger. Nick sees something flying from above right towards them. After the fall, the guys see him and covered with wounds and rush to his aid hoping to save him, but it was too late. Nick wonders who has the power to turn a guy into a piece of chop. And then a two-headed orc appears, fighting on the side of the orcs. The guys were horrified by what they saw, because this two-headed fighter was level 35. This monster rushed to attack our guys. The first one to attack was Christy, but our knights easily repel the attack. Air points the boys to the building they're using as bait for the monster. The two-headed creature rushes into the building, taking out the doors with ease. And there was a surprise Nick had invented. They were bombs. A powerful explosion sounds and it would seem that the creature was finished, but it was not so easy to get rid of them. After the smoke clears, Org finds no one in the building. But our heroes have a surprise for them using the surprise effect. At Nick's command, they all move in on the monster, using every weapon they had. As soon as they managed to disarm one head, Org couldn't control his body properly and he fell to the ground. The enemy was defeated. Our knights continue their journey onward. As they climb to the roof, they see falling fireballs. According to Kick, the one who launches them has a lot of mana. Nick activates his analysis and analyzes the person standing on the far roof who launched the fireballs. Nick figures out that it was the Orc Emperor. It was a level 58 monster. Well, here we are at the end of a 3-part retelling of the life of an ordinary goblin. If you want a sequel, let's get 1,000 likes.